Danfo offers unparalleled, curated, and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds, and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshi traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danfo, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danfo, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danfo, Africa. To learn more, visit danfo.africa.
Peace, family. We're alive again. Donnie Samir, Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. What we got going on? Let's see here. It's a rainy day here in Atlanta. We just got back from Senegal. Had a great time in Senegal for the Jazz Festival. Once again, I cannot praise enough how good the food in Senegal is. How Senegal has the best food in Africa and the world next to Haitian food. And don't get me wrong, Sierra Leonean food and Liberian food is good as well, but Senegal, it's just something special about Senegalese food. Again, it's just something special about Senegalese food. So again, hit that like button. Again, please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. Got a couple of announcements. Announcement number one, we're rolling to Nigeria. We're rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Again, we're rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. That is August 2nd to the 11th. August 2nd to the 11th. If you're interested in joining us, please visit Danfo. That's DANFO. Africa. Again, please visit Danfo. That's DANFO Africa to learn more. And real quick, I just want to thank all of you all. Hope it's not fried chicken. What you mean not fried chicken? What are you talking about? I hope it's not fried chicken. Laugh aloud. What you mean fried chicken? I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. Anyways, the food is off the chain. We're also going to Zanzibar in September, Kenya in September as well. Abidjan and Ghana. Ghana and Ivory Coast in November, along with Sierra Leone. Then we're doing Benin Republic in January for the Oshun Festival. So if you're interested in joining, please visit Danfo. That's DANFO Africa to learn more. Without further ado, Mafe. Hey, that Mafe is something special. And what I've noticed, like they say, the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. The darker the peanut sauce. All right. The darker the sauce, like the better it tastes. Again, the darker the sauce, the better it tastes. So, when you're about to eat some mafe and that sauce comes out dark brown, you got you some good mafe. Again, you got you some good mafe. Oh, did I forget to put the hold on guys, give me a second real quick. I think I forgot something. One second. I think I forgot to add something. Please forgive me, y'all. Please forgive me. Let me go here. Bam. Bam. Oh no, we're good. We're good. We're good. Never mind. I thought I forgot to do something, but we're good to go. All right, y'all. So hit that like button, make sure you share, make sure you subscribe. Yeah, so if you guys don't know, um Faye, president of Senegal, fired Sonko, his comrade. But Sonko now is now the national speaker. So now to the National Assembly. So now things are gonna get yeah, he's president of the National Assembly now. Uh, so things are gonna get interesting because the party is seems like they're backing him more than they are Faye. And guys, if I'm mispronouncing his name, please forgive me. Faye. So now it's interesting. But we're gonna listen to his speech. It is translated, so bear with me. But yeah, let's go ahead and listen to what he has to say. I also put the link. I have a feeling a coup is in the works. Oh man, not Senegal. Senegal is one of the few countries that have never had a coup, military coup. Again, Senegal is one of the few countries that have never had a military coup. So, no, we're not gonna put that. We're not gonna put that energy out there. But hey, maybe Sanko takes power because from what it seems it's like the party uh, is gonna back Sanko more than the current president. That's what it seems like. I could be wrong, just observing because it's his party that's in office. And the reason why Faye was elected in the first place and ran for president because Sanko was deemed ineligible because of some alleged dealings at a massage parlor. So he wasn't able to run for president. So they put Faye in charge, his right hand man. And it seems like his right hand man has gone off script and they're butting heads. So let's listen to his speech. And then, I'll put the link in the chat room. You guys are more than welcome to call in and add to the convo.
In Maraponza, the parliamentary representation of Mr. Ahmadov Adel Narumenu, who was appointed Prime Minister of the Republic of Senegal yesterday. I would like to point out that I personally know the Prime Minister of Senegal, whom I had appointed Secretary General of the government attached to the office that I headed, with whom I worked for a year and a half, and did a colossal amount of work in preparing, first of all, the reference frameworks, in particular of Senegal 2050, the master plan. The master plan and all the other documents relating to the reference framework. And I can testify that he is hard worker, a competent man, a dedicated man. Man, even if, on the other hand, I must admit that we have certain differences on certain issues, in particular the monetary debt management and other similar issues. I would like to say that a government is normally formed with the majority political party in a country. Our political party was not involved in the consultations that led to the appointment of a prime minister. It is not currently involved in the consultations for the formation of a government. Consequently, I must say that we cannot create a passive without a passive.
Restructuring and distressed investors.
The only reference to a passive based in speech is the party's illegitimate back. I would like to point out that the circumstances in which this installation is taking lead me to clarify these questions. Despite this failure, despite this false start in relation to the appointment of the PASTEF, which is the political party. And this is unprecedented in the political annals of this.
Right. So PASTEF is the political party. And it seems like PASTEF is backing Sonko more than Faye from the outside looking in. So it's going to be interesting these next couple of years. I don't think the next election is to 2029.
Country and perhaps the world, which is the political party that is both the majority and in power, remains open to a responsible discussion that puts egos aside in order to find votes and less for peaceful governance and to finish this term in the best possible conditions. And this discussion will not be about men and women. It will be about orientations and the program. What should we now agree on with the executive? What commitments have been made recently on the issue of restructuring? What is the perspective for maintaining purchasing power and avoiding making Senegalese people suffer the consequences of a sharp increase in the cost of justice and do? These are all questions that will form the basis of discussions with the President of the Republic this year, so that we can go to would pour him with peace of mind. But the party, the National Assembly, the majorities that we hold, both in office and at the executive level. And I therefore appeal to the sense of transcendence. We cannot be in a system of hyper-presidentialism in Senegal today. And the current configuration has decided so. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, here we are gathered in this hemicycle on these three symbolic days. The day after Pantekaka and the return of Popangin for Christians. The day of the station and the fast of Arafat, the awakening of Tabaski for Muslims. A few days ago, I was at the head of the government. My assessment is precise. Transparency on hidden debt, renegotiation of Senegal's compromised interests, respect for debt repayment deadlines, refusal of restructuring, economic and social recovery plan, moralization of public life, particularly with regard to funds corruption, the state's standard of living and reforms, demand for justice, protection of society and its values, particularly with this law against homosexuality, management of complex.
Yeah, guys, this is
agriculture.
Guys, this is dubbed. No, they don't speak. No, it's a French and Wolof speaking country. English is not even like it's French, Wolof, Arabic than the local languages, like Fula, some Bambara, Coast Wolof. Yeah, this is dub. This is definitely English dub, but they have the subtitles as well.
Pro-production campaigns, control of the cost of living for Senegalese people, calming of the social climate, redefinition of the development model, this vote on companies in difficulty, and the fight against corruption. I repeat this again. And now, the National Assembly. Allow me, first of all, to pay a tribute, support, fraternal and solemn, to my predecessor. President Malik. For his unwavering loyalty to the patriotic ideas, and for his constant dedication. I would also like to congratulate him on his brief but brilliant tenure at the head, which he has profoundly transformed on him. At a symbolic level, he has renovated this building, which was beginning to show the scars of time, wear and tear, and neglect, restoring some of its former glory and splendor. On a human level, he has paid exemplary attention to the men and women of this institution. Technicians, clerks, staff, and service personnel have improved their status, emphatically reminding us that behind the benches of the deputies there are lives, families, and dignity to protect them. On a financial level, he has imposed a rigorous and methodical regularization of budgetary procedures, putting an end to gray areas and opaque practices. On a technological level, Variari has initiated the digitalization of parliamentary work, providing us with modern tools aligned with the highest standard. On an international level, he has been able to give dynamic content to the concept of parliamentary diplomacy, in the service of Senegal's influence and strengthening our country's international regional positioning. President Malingue, on behalf of all the members of this institution, on behalf of our political party, on behalf of the Senegalese people, and on my own behalf, I would like to thank you.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
All right, guys. Links in the chat room. Links in the chat room. If you want to call in, you're more than welcome to call in after the conversation.
I also thank from the bottom of my MPs who trusted me, both from the majority and even more those from the opposition who placed their trust in me. This trust binds me. Today, more than ever, you have given me the least rebellious and institutional powers in our role as vigilant guardians of our revolution. We are doing so with firmness and responsibility. I also want to send affectionate words to my friend and brother, Honorable Ismail. Ismail, I have been immensely pleased to know that you would be my deputy for the more than 10 years that we have been on the road. And you have always shown absolute loyalty, rare selflessness, and totos. Selflessness in all circumstances. Your sincere friendship will remain one of the most precious gifts that public commitment has given me. For my part, dear colleagues, as you all know, I was a member of parliament for 5 years, 5 long years. I actually experienced the narrow benches of the parliamentary opposition, the fierce oratory, and sometimes the exhaustion of fighting alone against majorities that confuse territorial in numbers with the legitimacy of the law. Then I was mayor before being called upon to become prime minister. This experience, reinforced by my technical career in senior civil service and my perfect knowledge of all the current government issues, will be valuable assets for the growing power of our assembly in its constitutional roles. Ladies and gentlemen, as I enter this National Assembly today with the responsibility of presiding, I fully appreciate the gravity of the historic moment our country is going through. I am called upon to lead the institution responsible for directly representing popular sovereignty. Some see it as a crisis, others as a wrench. I see it first and foremost as a test of truth for democracy. People do not judge politicians solely on their victories. They judge them above all on their ability to remain faithful to their principles when power becomes uncomfortable. Because there is a more important question than who governs. This question is, in the name of what do we govern? For months, our country has seen divergences emerge at the top of the state. They have been described as personal rivalries, conflicts of ambition, or struggles for influence. I do not wish to support this reductive interpretation. What is at stake is more than individual. What is at stake is that relationship between morality and politics. Aristotle wrote in the name, not in ethics, that politics is the supreme art because its purpose is the common good. Not for the good of a clan, not for the preservation of power for its own sake, but for the good of the city. He also pointed out that no city can endure if virtue disappears from those who lead it. In Senegal itself, this question of the ethics of power is not foreign to us. President Mamadou recalled, right after independence, that no project of national transformation can survive if leaders confuse the state with their own interests. For him, sovereignty could not be merely political, it was required to be moral, economic, and also social in its character. He knew that a country could have a flag up, a national anthem, and institutions of remaining a prisoner of practices that deprive the republic of its meaning. What Mumia understood very early on, many African nations have discovered sometimes too late. A country can survive material poverty, but rarely the collapse of its public morality. A nation does not die only of economic poverty. It can die of moral fatigue. It can die when institutions cease to serve the people and become instruments of comfort, fear, and calculation. It can die when institutions cease to serve the people and become instruments of comfort, fear, or calculation. We come from a long history of African resolution. How many peoples have seen liberation movements become instruments of domination? How many promises of rupture have dissolved into privileges, accommodations, and silences? How many revolutions have ended up fearing the transparency that they once demanded? St. Augustine in the City of God poses a formidable question. What is a state without justice? If not a great association of brigands? What is a state without justice? If not a great association of brigands? This sentence remains implacably relevant for all the nations of the world. When public power ceases to be ordered to justice, it no longer produces trust, it produces resignation and anger. That is why I want to say it here with gravity. Political morality is not a dictation intended for election campaign speech.
The rate of new business creation on Stripe in March, it's up almost 2x year over year.
It was one of the early.
It is the condition for the survival of nations. When a people loses confidence in public discourse, it gradually stops believing in the institutions themselves. Our historical responsibility is immense because our people have suffered greatly to make the citizens rebel in 2024. Young people have fallen. Families have cried. Citizens have experienced prison, fear, and sometimes exile. The Senegalese people did not bring our project to power to witness a simple change of elite. They brought it to restore a certain idea of public dignity. This inner loyalty to the dignity of a people runs through our entire national history. Our institute had already understood that a people only remains free when it internally refuses to resign itself. Faced with colonial domination, it had neither armies, nor a state, nor institution. It possessed only moral strength, the conviction that no power is sustainable when it exists from a people who renounce its dignity. This lesson remains relevant today. Nations begin to lose their way the day their leaders ask their people to get used to renunciation. Che Bamba also passed. Another essential lesson that remains relevant during these periods of tension. True strength lies not only in the conquest of power, but in the ability to remain in control of oneself when trials arise. He knew that a man can lose a position without losing his honor, and that a people can weather storms without abandoning their dignity. This wisdom must guide us collectively today. It is precisely for this reason that institutions cannot be neutral when faced with moral issues. The National Assembly must be the beating heart of this ethical requirement. And I fully appreciate the symbolism of this moment. I developed the principles and precepts that I have just mentioned long ago, well before. During the 2022 legislative campaign, during the 2017 legislative campaign, and during the 2018 presidential election campaign. But in a true democracy, no position can exhaust popular legitimacy. No position can exhaust popular legitimacy. The people remain the source of power. And this assembly, strengthened by the massive trust placed in the project supported by post-Turita during the legislative elections of November 17, 2024, now has a special historic responsibility. I want to reassure you that I will not use this responsibility to organize institutional chaos. I will not use it. And no member of parliament will use it with me. I will not use this assembly to fuel personal political wins. That would be a betrayal of our own fight.
Much respect.
But I say with the same clarity, the National Assembly will not be a chamber of approval. It will control government action. It will fully exercise its constitutional prerogatives of voting on laws, monitoring government action, and evaluating public policies. It will defend the transparency of public finances, the reduction of accounts, and popular sovereignty. It will use all the levers of countervailing power. It will use responsibly but equally, firmly, all the levers of countervailing power established according to the seriousness of the facts and the circumstances. This moral requirement is not just a matter of philosophy or political history. It is deeply rooted in our own spiritual civilization. The Quran teaches that what Allah commands you to render trust to their due. And when you judge between people, to judge fairly. Power is therefore a trust, a burden, a responsibility before men and before God. The Khalif Umar ibn Khattab feared being held accountable. He feared being judged by God for a mule stumbling on unmaintained road. This is the true meaning of political ethics. Consider that every injustice ignored, every privilege tolerated, every renunciation of the truth ends up weakening the entire national community. My dear colleagues, we have entered a new phase of our political history. It will be difficult and will be marked by tensions, attempts at division, and multiple pressures, but it can also become a moment of democratic maturation. Senegal must show Africa that a political crisis can be addressed without hatred, violence, or institutional collapse. We must prove that an African people can debate firmly without destroying its own state. We must demonstrate that loyalty to principle is stronger than circumstantial calculation. I extend my hand to all the members of this assembly, both the majority and the opposition. Because above partisan affiliations, there is a higher requirement, that of preserving the republic, and history will remember less the positions held than the principles defended in the decisive moment. And in such moments, the only real question is always the same. When power puts us to the test, do we choose comfort or truth? For my part, I will continue to choose truth. Long live renewed and upright National Assembly. Long live the Republic of Senegal, an eternal, indivisible. Thank you for your attention.
Well done. Well said. Excellent speech. Excellent speech. Links in the chat room if you guys want to call in. And Sheikh Bama's not a Fula. He's Wolof. Sheikh Ahmadou Bamba is not Fula. He's Wolof. The type of Islam that he that the Murids that Sheikh Ahmadou Bamba practices that came from Sheikh Ahmadou Bamba, a Fula man wouldn't come from a Fula man. But yeah, Sheikh Ahmadou Bamba is Wolof. So yeah, but guys, links in the chat room. Link is in the chat room if you want to call in and add to the conversation. You're more than welcome to call in and add. Man, is it raining outside? I'll come to the Congo. I want to see the Bakuba. And it's a funny story. I was supposed to go to the Congo back in 2000 and I think that was 2013, 2012. 2012, I had bought my ticket. My buddy had wrote an invitation letter for me. I was supposed to go to the Congo, but it didn't happen. But I was set to go to the Congo. I had bought my ticket. I was flying. I think it was I think I was gonna fly Brussels. Actually, was it Brussels or Air France? In fact, hold on. Let's check in the archives real quick. Let's see here. Dynastymir.com. Just want to. You brought up old memories. Let's see here. Congo. Where's this at? I think I was gonna fly Brussels. Yep, I was gonna stay at. This is the hotel I was gonna stay at. Hotel Lumbumbashi. In fact, I was going to go to the wrong Congo. Now that I look at it, that's the DRC. Yeah, please forgive me. I be getting the Congos mixed up. I apologize. I be getting them mixed up all the time. Yeah, so I was going to fly to the wrong Congo anyway. So good thing that I had canceled my trip because I was going to the wrong Congo. Because I think Hotel Lumbashi's in yes, I was going across the river. Yeah, I was going across the river. So I was going to the wrong Congo anyway. So good thing I canceled my trip because I would have been very upset talking about something. I want to go see the Bakuba and I'm in the wrong Congo. Oh no. That's the right one. I just was like, no. I was at the right. I was in the right Congo. Guys, forgive me. I get the Congos mixed up. I apologize. But Lumbashi, that's where I was gonna fly into. I booked my ticket and everything. But they got a Novotel. They got a Pullman in Lumbumbashi. Yeah, I still got to go to the Congo, guys. Don't worry, I'm coming. Don't worry, I'm coming one day. Yeah, the DRC is the right. Okay, it's Brazzaville and Kinshasa. So I was in the okay. Well, you guys know what I'm talking about. Listen, links in the chat room. Links in the chat room. If you want to call in and ask for the, if you want to call in and add to the conversation, more than welcome to. But no, so I want to go to the DRC and I want to visit the Bakuba tribe, the Kuba tribe. So the reason why wanted to fly into Lumumbashi is because, from my understanding, where the Bakuba are, it's closer to where they're at versus flying all the way into Kinshasa. So yeah. So that's what's going on. But link is in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the convo, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the convo. Again, if you want to call in and add to the conversation, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the convo. Africa, go ahead.
Yeah, greetings, Dynast. Everyone in the chat. Yeah. To be honest with you, with this Senegalese issue, as I said to you the other day, as I keep saying, and the Senegalese brother keep, you know, reinforcing my huloto that this is just politics, man. It's not as bad as people trying to make it to be. However, I think there's rainy days to come for this new movement. All this any political party that came into power through a populist movement doesn't seem to last. They phase out. The establishment party, who is opposition, they must be rubbing their hands right now, and waiting to come back to power. That's what I'm reading here. There might be probably a little bit of misunderstanding between them, yeah, but I don't think it's that bad as people are trying to make it to be. And it's so funny how this, if you look at the online videos, comment people are making, trying to make it like it's the end of Senegal. You know, this is going to be the end of Senegal because Sonko and Faye have an issue. I mean, that's very far from the truth. To be honest with you, I think all this is distraction, and it's distraction. Basically, it's going to all come together, and they're going to end up governing. But I don't think they're going to achieve their goal, and the youth is going to get disappointed. And basically, if they're not careful, they might not retain the power. And if the current MPs who are in power right now, who voted him there, think they could actually go against the president himself to install someone that he doesn't want to be in there, and that's going to work. Sadly, it's not going to work. Yeah, I did. I'm the one that just wrote in the comment section that he have full ancestors. Yes, I actually stand on that. He does have Olof and Fulani ancestry. Sheikh Umar Bamba. I can 100%. I dropped the link at the back of the chat.
Okay.
He's 100%. He's from Futatoro region. He's a Pula, but he have Olof background. Sheikh Umar Bamba. I pass him my dance. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, City.
Hey, hi, hey guys. Here's Danis in Africa.
Yeah, greetings, my brother.
Yeah, how you doing, man? So you talking about
Yeah,
the
good.
Sheikh that usually come to New York, Sheikh Umar Bamba,
No, the Sheikh Bamba himself,
the meat
you
Sheikh.
know the yeah, the main one.
Yeah, he's a Madingo though. That's a
No,
real
no, it's not.
Bamba.
No, Sheikh Bamba is from the Maurud, the one that founded Maurud. I is
Okay,
link at the back of the chat. Yeah, he's from
okay,
the region of Futatoro, but he have Olof and Fulani ancestry.
okay.
Yeah,
Sometimes they
yeah,
have Fulani Madinga too. So, but yeah, my
yeah.
my thought
To
is,
be honest with you, Olaf is listen. This Olaf, what you call Olaf, there's a name for them, isn't it? The Olaf are a mix of Madingo, Fula,
yeah,
and Label. Some Label. They're Label people.
yeah.
That's what Olaf people are. They're Label. Yeah, go on.
So
Yeah. So
the good thing about Senegal is, they listen to their religious leader, right? The Marabout are always the large decision maker. That's why that country is very hard for them to find their into crisis because they listen to their religious leader. So they always avoid crisis based on that, right? Because all Senegalese believe in Marabout, no matter
right,
they have that belief, So
right,
they will always listen to their Marabout. But again, Sonko, he's the head of the party. He's the stand-up, he's the chairman of the party. And while this, Jamal Fay is the stand-up bearer of the party, and he's going to find it very difficult to move any decision around, right? But at the same time, right now they are in serious financial crisis. I don't know how they're going to fix it because the guy that he brought in as a prime minister, it seems to be that he got some finance knowledge, but that cannot save them right now. They need money from IMF. You know, they are in serious trouble. They have no means of moving the government forward right now. They need money. Well, Songo was saying that he want them to stick to their agenda, right? Well, Senegal is not that type of revolutionary country where, like Burkina Faso, where everybody will adjust their lifestyle to certain level, like what Traore is doing. Senegalese, I don't think if they used to that, right? What if to tell
right,
them, okay, like everybody should eat bread every morning, you don't need 2 meals a day. I don't know if they can handle that like the Burkina Faso or Mali. So that's why it's going to be difficult for them. And I can see people coming in the street to demonstrate if they don't be careful because Senegal more like because of the religious leader that will save the country. But I can see the military coming and involve themselves. If they don't be careful, the military will take over. You know, this is a very intense, serious crisis that they have no means to solve it. Because Hisongo just wanted to be out, and this is the position he wanted. So he wanted Jumai Fire to fail by all means, even though they're both failing already. But now he really wants this guy to fail at the same time, and he has no idea how to run the government right now. And then Macky Sall too, all this infrastructure that you are putting in place, he had no resources to pay back all these loans, right? It's not like in Ivory Coast where they have
See,
cocoa and
I was told that they were getting these loans for all this infrastructure. A lot of it was coming from the Islamic Bank.
no,
Right.
not really. They were getting it for IMF. They were getting most of the loan from IMF. Islamic Bank.
Islamic Bank also. Islamic Bank. Listen, Islamic Bank City is one of the biggest spender, even in Sierra Leone, right? They're one of the biggest spenders in Africa. A lot of the project that you see is coming from them.
Yeah, but I
And
understand that. I
yeah,
understand that. But
yeah,
Islamic Bank, they have a limit, right? There's a
yeah,
limit
that's
into
true.
how much they
I
give you,
agree.
right? Islamic
I
Bank,
agree.
they don't put interest because of Islamic law. They don't put
Right.
interest on whatever loan they give me because their main office is in Guinea, right? That's their biggest office in Guinea. So they will give you
See?
loan, but there's a limit to it. So it's almost like a non-for-profit bank, right? They're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
type
that's
of
true.
commercial bank that will finance million or $1 billion worth of project, right? But even the
Right, right.
stadium, yeah, the stadium that is Bakisa Bill, Senegalese don't need that type of stadium, right? How can they, first of all, they're not going to play any kind of soccer game over there that they will have 100% occupancy of that stadium. So he was trying to compare himself with Africa will be a 7 stadium for African culture, so we should be a big stadium. And 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 now they finally are saying, "Cross it, they can pay it back." And the Chinese, the fishing company, they were depending on the Chinese catching all their fish, right? So the country is in serious trouble right now, you know. And that's what I'm telling people. Say, oh, Senegal get oil, but they have oil. But the companies that come to do offshore drilling, they take a bigger risk, right? So it's almost like I'm from the mining background. My dad was in diamond business, but most of the
Yeah,
time
yeah, yeah.
he would take Caterpillar and go and try to reach to the gravel where the diamond is. He will spend all that money, he won't find diamond, right? It's the same thing
Mm,
with oil. They will go say, okay, there's an oil in this river. Let's try to dig it. But they
mm,
getting all that expenditure into that river. Maybe the number one, the oil may not be of good quality. Number two,
right,
it
right.
take a lot of resources to get to the oil. Or number
Yeah,
three, the oil may not be of good quality, right? So if you
yeah,
think if it was of good quality, why Dangote should go to all the way to Angola and get the oil, right?
yeah,
Traveling from southern part of Africa all the way to Nigeria to process the oil. You could go to Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast do also drilling, but this Italian company that are doing it for Ivory Coast only getting 20% of it. What
yeah.
80% go to the
See the
Italian company.
Islamic Bank actually loaned 1.6 billion to Senegal. So that's a lot of money.
Right, but the debt, yeah, they need $2 billion right now. And besides
Yeah, I
that,
know. But they loaned. They have
their debt
recently.
rate is about
Yeah.
132% of their GDP.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Right. That's
yeah.
what
That's true.
right. And
Yeah,
the average debt of in African country is 70% of their GDP.
yeah.
So
That's true.
how can they get out of this right now? You know? So it's a serious price in their hand. You know,
So do
Africans
you
will say,
think?
oh, we have resources, but it's the same thing that is going on in Guinea right now. The Chinese that are getting the bauxite in Guinea, they know it's a very unstable government. They're not going to take billions and billions of dollars and give it to you. They know that the government can change anytime. So they do some
Mm,
sort of progress money as they mine any amount that they mine, they give that amount to the Guinean. Any amount that they mine, they give that amount to the Guinean. But they're not going to say, okay, this is a 7 years money process that we have to get this bauxite out. We're not going to give you a $50 billion. No. Suppose someone come and overthrow, and they will start fighting that government again to get their money. So it's only IMF can get their money anywhere, whichever government that come into power. You
mm.
know, so that's the problem right now. But Dennis, I know you lost Senegal, but
Love Senegal.
sadly, and
No,
the
they
country
will
is so
recover.
expensive.
Look, Senegal will recover. Senegal is just a fine country, and they got fine human capital development. It is just amazing. The people are very, very highly educated people, and they have a good, strong diaspora. And the Senegalese people will bounce back from this. I can guarantee you, they're more likely to bounce back from this than any other country that will find
Oh
themselves in
no,
this
no, no,
position.
definitely they will,
Hundred
they
percent.
will, they will, they will. But
Yeah.
it would take time. It will be tough for German five government to succeed.
I don't think this government is experienced to do it. That's
Yeah,
the thing. I don't think they
that's the
are.
problem.
Mm.
And now this guy is at the parliament right now. He's going to stop everything that this guy is doing. And
It's
now
not gonna
some
be all
people say,
emotions. Yeah.
right. And
Mm.
then that's what I was saying. He's saying that they shouldn't be targeting the gay and all of that. But that's what people saying that. He said, but he's more of like a liberal type of guy that just feel that everybody should be given their right in Senegal, you know.
Right.
Hey,
So
let me pass the mic to go ahead, Shaw.
I agree.
Unmute yourself, Shaw.
Greetings to everyone, to the listeners, and to all of you guys. I miss you guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Janice, Dynast. I always want to commend you on your work that you're doing. I was just looking at some statistics, and it appears that 18.5% of Senegal's budget goes toward food imports, and 70 they import of their total imports. They import 70% of their food from outside the country, and $712 million in rice alone. Their largest partners are EU, India, United States, and one other country. This is the part where, over the years, they, like other African countries, have just, like, what are they thinking? Like, you got the land. How is it you're not doing the things that it takes to have food sovereignty? I don't understand what that is all about. Maybe it's more complex than we think or something. I don't know. Then I was looking at some information about, I knew about this controversial oil thing going on with Gambia, where these companies, had taken advantage of trying to, of Gambia. I think it's offshore, maybe offshore oil, whatever. But anyway, it appears that Senegal's a part of that. I wasn't expecting that. I was just looking at that just a few seconds ago. I'm gonna look more at that, but that's the first big thing that I think of that they should be tackling is food security. Now, I know you guys have been talking about this for the last couple of days, this whole matter. I had to brief myself on it, and I found out about these laws that Macky Sall created, some 29 and 40, whatever, Amendment 29 or something. And so the laws that was used to keep Sonko from being able to run for office, and it appears that they just recently overturned it.
Yeah, they did. They recently overturned it.
Okay, so they recently overturned it, and then as of today, this morning or whatever, um, Sonko is now the president of the parliament, aka Speaker of the parliament, which is interesting. I'm wondering, you guys may have talked about it, but I'm wondering, what is the thought about that as a strategy toward ousting Faye? I don't know if that's what they're trying to do, but I mean
No, I mean that's a
that's
good that's a good question. I'm not sure. See, I don't know how that works.
well, the thing is, when the president in those French country, when the president is not there, if let us say, for example, something happened to the president, if the head of the parliament can be the president of the country. That's how it functions in a lot of these French speaking. The prime minister is just appointed by the president, and then when the president is not there, then the head of parliament take over the presidency. That's what happened. And then your comment on Senegal, that's what I was telling Africa. A lot of Senegal food come from Guinea, Mali, and Burkina Faso, from the neighboring country.
Oh
Because of
yeah, yeah.
the land that they have, the land is the rest part of Senegal is very, very hot. Where you can get peace is in Dakar because of the sea. So the rest part of the country is very, very hard to live. So that's why Senegal, Liberia, and Africa are the most expensive country in West Africa. The Liberia is going through the same thing. They want to use American dollar, but they're not farming. They import almost 90% of their food, right?
Mm,
Senegal is the
mm,
same thing. And when that happens, the country can be very, very expensive, right? It's almost like when you go to Bermuda or you go to Hawaii, everything is being imported. The country can be very, very expensive. Everything is so expensive.
Right.
Because
I agree with that.
Senegal, when the soil is not good for farming, so they get a lot of their food from Guinea. That's why the former
Yeah.
Guinean president, when he went to
Guinea-Bissau.
first Senegal, yeah, they caught of food from Senegal, you know.
Yeah,
So
Guinea-Bissau is Guinea. Yeah, you're right. Guinea-Bissau and yeah, Guinea-Bissau is one of their biggest, partner when it comes to food. Most of their food comes from there. I totally agree with you. And the neighboring countries. Yeah, but and also some part of Senegal, there's a lot of agriculture going on, and the fact they actually they turn that to a lot of industry. So I've seen loads of farm areas in Senegal. So there's no doubt about that. But I don't think like the things that they import the most are like in fact Senegal exports some food if anything. Some of the food that they import are like rice, like some of the stuff that come from China and India, and that's most African countries import anyway. Even Nigeria import a lot of their rice and other stuff. In fact, it's only Sierra Leone recently that actually been more rice sufficient because the president, made a push to say we have to start eating our own local rice, and stop importing rice. So for that reason, rice is actually going down in Sierra Leone compared to neighboring Guinea that importing a lot of rice that they consume. So some of the product that they consume in Senegal definitely is actually homegrown. It's not a lot of the Senegalese is desert. In fact, Senegal is not as desert as compared to Mauritania. In fact, Mauritania themselves they have farmlands. I think it's all about the technology. Having to do get the water that's tap under the ground.
Mhm.
And actually turn that to farmland. And also, Senegal is the only country that's currently reversing the Green Sahara. They actually are reversing it. So the areas where there's rainfall, um, they capturing the rain and they turn into areas. I mean, if you see it, you'll actually see exactly how the desert used to be like. This area is absolutely stunning. And it's still there and it's advancing in a lot of the areas in Africa where they try to reverse the desert, they're failing. But for some reason in Senegal, they actually succeeded. So
Can
it
you
is
guys
working.
can you guys hear me?
So,
We hear you now.
Okay, so listen to
yeah,
this. The question
yeah.
I asked, when were these restrictions? Okay, so the question I asked was, um, is it is
The answer
there
to
was
your
there
question, no. The answer to your question, no. They cannot impeach him.
well
If
no
Sonko
no
tried to
no
impeach,
no
yeah.
that's not what I'm asking. The question
Oh,
that I
sorry.
asked, the question I
Mm.
asked AI is, were there restrictions the French imposed on Senegal as far as what they could produce? Yes, France imposed strict production restrictions on Senegal through the colonial economic systems, the ban on manufacturing and process. This started with the colonial pact, right? Back in the 40s.
Right.
Then it goes on,
Okay.
wait a minute. It goes on the ban of manufacturing and processing under French colonial rule, ground trap. I'm going to go all the way up to the 2010s. It says, in fact, I'll just go to that. The colonial pact restrictions, post-colonial legacy, and the question asks, when were these restrictions last lifted as far as food? It says, structural adjustments and liberalization, 1980s to 2010s. The actual commercial structures controlling the food markets were not fully dismantled until decades after independence. 1980 IMF reforms, 2010 open market. It wasn't until 2010 that Senegal completely liberalized the groundnut market, finally severing the last remnants of trade channels that favored French buyers. This opened the door for farmers to sell to other global markets such as China. The ongoing battle for food sovereignty. Even though the historic French restrictions are gone, the rice trap established during the colonial era remains as a massive hurdle. In December 2024, Senegal took a historic step towards total food sovereignty by banning all peanut exports. The government enacted this ban to force all processing to happen locally and to pivot nationally. So we're talking about only until 2 years ago have Senegal, and that's just the ground. It appears to be the groundnut But the rice situation, they're importing $700 million worth of rice every year. That's
Yeah,
almost $1 billion. So
yeah,
when we look at the basics of their economy and their survival, the food sovereignty is number one. And if you haven't dealt with just food sovereignty and you're just now freeing yourself up from old ass laws 2 years ago, this is the state that former French colonies are dealing with, and not even just former French colonies. So when we talk about all of these other variables that may have a part to play in it, but this is a huge part of why this African country is limping on one leg when it doesn't even produce the food. It's what is it? 70% of its food is imported. I mean, that's the basic. So no wonder they're in the situation they're in.
yeah. I mean, I mean, exactly. This is it. They are restricted by the colonial masters. It's not because they don't have the land to grow the food, or they don't have the technology or the know-how. It's because this is specifically to the French colonies. Okay, the French colonies. In fact, I think if I'm not mistaken, Lafarge, which that it was a French cement company, that was fighting Dangote Cement for so long, telling them you're not allowed to sell
Well, Ghana
cement to French
imports, I
colonies.
mean, Nigeria imports most of its food as well, and it's not a from a
Yeah,
French
yeah, yeah,
colony.
yeah. It's
So
not
it's,
just
it's
that's
not
what I
just the
said.
French
This is not
colonies.
restrict. No, that's true. That's true. That's true. But that's because that's based on the internal policies. It's not because they're restricted by the British. The British haven't restricted Nigeria from growing their own rice. Sierra Leone, as I just mentioned, Sierra Leone is a British colony. They just actually exceeded, you know, consuming their own local rice, which is actually better for your health than importing rice. Okay, Nigeria is actually during the previous administration. There was a time where most of their rice, because the president put a total ban on importing rice because there are a lot of lead and bad terrible things they found in the rice coming from India. So he actually implemented policies that mean everyone has to grow their own rice. So they nearly got to the point where most of the rice they consume is grown locally. Sierra Leone just managed to achieve that. But in the French francophone countries, there is a law in place. There is not this multinational corporation that operates in the francophone. They impose laws on the francophone countries. Again, this is one of the reasons why I support the AES. It basically to tap, to put a limit on what they can import and what they can deal with. So that it doesn't outsmart the French interest. This is just a fact. And it's terrible how the French actually always manipulate, African people, and this is how they keep people in starvation. Like the English African countries, is their own governmental policies that's failing them. But most of the French colonies is the French companies who are putting laws in place saying you're not allowed to import this because we are in control of this sector. We monopolize this one, or if we have invested this, you're not allowed to do this. So they put a restriction on their colonies, and that's not right. You see,
But
so this is
sometimes
what.
too, Africa,
Yeah.
sometimes because of
Mm,
people colonial mentality, some of
mm.
these things, affect the productivity of certain local
Oh yeah,
market. What is
yeah.
going on in Ghana right now, right? So
Mm,
the Ghanaians that were doing rice farming, they have a lot of rice in stock. But
right.
because the rice that is imported into the country has the same price for what the local is selling in Ghana, so
Mm,
everybody is going for imported rice.
mm.
So what the government can do is to tax all the rice that is coming as an import rice. But they're not doing that. They competing with the local market, and now the local that planting those rice, now people not even buying that rice anymore. They have warehouses full of rice, nobody buying it because they are in the
Yeah,
same price range with the rice that is being ordered. So because
yeah,
of corruption, all these Lebanese, all these people that are importing rice in this country, they're supposed to tax them higher. So in that way, people can go
right.
to the local market. But they're not doing that, right? So they discouraging
Yeah,
people from farming,
yeah. They could
you
do
know?
more with educating the local population in Ghana about that, letting them know, look, the local rice that you grow in Ghana is more beneficial for your health than the one that
Yeah.
the average Lebanese man is bringing for you. Things like that can be done, on a local level, but they're not being restricted by the colonial masters or multinational corporation who are sitting on their neck saying, look, you are restricted to import X amount because it's going to affect our businesses who are, it is really sad what's going on in some of the Francophone countries. Well, let's be
Yeah.
real. And it's just not right. And I think this is one of the sad reality of working with the French because they are still in control. Like I think most of the, I mean, look, a lot of this francophone country, their reserve is actually in France. I heard, if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, how can that happen? And also, if you want to invest certain amount of money, you want to open a company in some of their colonies, you still have to have the French involved in that deal. It's like, can you have your own destiny for a change? I don't know, man. I just find it very strange how they manage to pull up with it. If I'm going to be poor, I want to be. If I'm poor because I am responsible for my own poverty, not another man responsible for it, I can deal with it. I can actually, sit down and say this is my own failure. But if I actually let another man hold me down for that long, man, I can never forgive myself for that. You know,
Those New Guinea are able to break away from the French, but all these
it's
other
a
French
very
colonial
good thing.
countries,
That's one thing. That's one thing we got to bless Sekou Touré for that, man. May he so rest in peace, man.
yeah.
Seriously, he did well for that.
They
Absolutely.
paid a high price for
All right,
that.
guys. Let me pass the mic to
Yeah. Thank you.
Babaliko.
Thank you.
Shout out to Africa, man. You're very knowledgeable in a lot of stuff. Big up yourself.
Thank you.
What I want to say is, Africa is right about these companies, these Western putting sanctions on you from not doing certain things to prosper your country, and that's a fact. Just like I don't know if Africa know too much about Haiti as well. With the Clintons, they stopped them from when they was doing their rice. They used to do rice, and they used to make a lot of it. And the
Right.
Clintons shut down the rice. That's why, and then they used to make a lot of money, and they used to eat a lot of from that rice they used to make. So these Westerns, out of majority of the things, Elvis doesn't like to hear this, but majority of everything going on in the world is because of these Western people, and they only do those stuff to this country. They want to keep the foot on their necks, So that's why I think Abraham Traore, if I'm not mistaken, I think he banned a lot of stuff, imports coming in, and he want to start to work, make the people work the land and make their own food and stuff now. So I think that's something great. I think that's something really good and stuff that they're doing. So I think one day Africa could stop listening to colonizers and do what they got to do. Back to Sonko, I just I just want to say, man, I think it's the checkmate for Fry, man. Checkmate. Fry better, he's in the parliament now, Sonko, and I was waiting to see who was going to sell out. Who already get paid to make sure Sonko don't sit on that seat, because you know how these Western people work. So he's there now. We don't know yet. Some of them still might get paid. They might call something else to, we don't know. But it's good to see Sonko on that seat. And that should be the rightful president of Senegal. And hopefully Fry could rethink of what he did. I would have just left Sonko alone and figure some stuff out. But he made a wrong decision. I think the people is looking at him now in Senegal as a traitor and around the world, because we're looking at him as a traitor. And hopefully one day Sonko could be president, the right guy, Sonko. He can be president there and do what he needs to do for the country and take their oil and refine their oil. Maybe he could use that same guy in Nigeria and help him with his oil, because this Western countries is coming to rape you, man. They're coming to take that money from you, and they're coming to take that oil. So Fry is already about to give it up. You see how he already give up the Gulf Coast to Trump? He already gave up the Gulf Coast to Trump. So he's coming to give up that oil. He's coming to give up all that oil. So I want Sonko and I want Senegal to be careful. Time for I'm from the islands, but me and my wife, we trying to see which African country we can go and live in and retire. I want Africa to rise, and I want Africa to do well and get out of these colonizers, get them far away from you as possible. They don't have anything. All they do is dictate to you what it is, so they could prosper.
They're not going to ever leave you alone.
Yeah,
But
it's sad, isn't
But
it?
they got to
It's sad.
unite. They got to unite. You see how Benin new president invite the AES, right?
Right. I saw
Really?
that.
Oh, the new
Yeah,
president
they
Don't
of
did.
believe
Benin?
that. That's just a politics, man. He's
Yeah, it's
just
politics.
yeah.
It's politics. But they was bleeding. Benin was bleeding. They had
Yeah.
to do something. Benin had
Nah,
to do
he
something.
don't
Yeah,
believe that guy. Don't believe him.
yeah.
I did say that last night, didn't I, Babaliko? I said
Yes,
don't trust anything
Africa
that
did say
happens.
that. He did say,
Mm,
you don't believe him, but
mm.
in like African leaders had to realize, you got to work with each other somehow. Regardless how you hate
Yeah.
each other, whatever, you got to work with each other. I don't know how true it is, but I heard 6 guys was from Ivory Coast military was captured in Burkina Faso with machine guns and silencers. You understand? So this
Who?
is the 6 military guys was captured in Burkina Faso with
Wow.
silencers. There was captured with silencers. I already had the Western media running saying, "Oh, those was regular guys." I already know. Once the media start, I
When was
already
that?
know.
When was
Just
that?
just a couple days ago. Just a couple days ago, I was
I didn't hear
listening.
that.
Yeah, you're gonna hear it very soon. 6 of them get captured in Burkina Faso with silencers. Yeah, and they're already
Wow.
calling for them, saying, "Oh, there was just so I already don't know it's something already going on."
Man.
So this is what's going on, and I'm telling Ivory Coast president, he better stop. He better stop, man. Stop being a boot Macron or Matt. Stop it. You better stop. Okay, it's not gonna end well. Okay.
No, don't believe some of these things, man. Sometimes military government, they do all of these things to show to the public that they are strong. Come up with fake coups, but I don't believe that happened. I don't think so.
You don't believe what happened.
Well, because first of all,
You never know, TD. You never know. You
the
never know.
only thing Africa need right now, the least thing that they want is instability in Burkina Faso. If Burkina Faso is insecure, unstable, they are in trouble, right? And then Burkina Faso get a lot of things from Ivory Coast. So the way the people say that it's not like that. It's not true. Sometimes people
Unless they
exaggerate
had
all
But
of
big
that.
big bro,
unless
If you
they
big
look at it
had
bro.
right now, some
impunity.
people will tell you, see,
But
there's
Burkina is
no
already
truck.
unstable, though, big bro,
There's no
Yeah.
truck running between Burkina Faso and
because
Ivory Coast.
they have terrorists doing a lot of killings over there. So it's a bit unstable, isn't it? Even though they managed to put it on top, they managed to regain a lot of their territory, but it's been a problem. I mean, there are a lot of issues that come from Ivory Coast that is a bit fishy though, over the years, right? To make people think Ivory Coast is not really clean, because they allow in bases, they allow different things, and also there's a lot of reports. Some of the people are coming in there to infiltrate stuff in Burkina Faso are coming from Ivory Coast, even though they're not Ivorians, but they are foreign like the French and so on. That are using Ivory Coast as a you know. So
Anytime
these
that
are
the
the things.
Western world, you don't have a problem with the Western world,
But
and that means that you're doing what they want you to do, status quo. The minute that you start to do some things that are going to be for your people, for your liberation, for your independence and self relying, you're going to be self relying. That you become sort of enemy, sort of enemy to
That's a
folks
fact.
that.
That's a
So that
fact.
means if you're not any kind of opposed or there's no friction between you, that means you're doing what they want you to do, which means that the insecurity is not going to ever bother Ivory Coast because they're doing what France wants them to do.
no,
I mean,
but
that's the general rule.
I understand. But you see, Ivory Coast share the northern part of Burkina Faso. This country, they are very intertwined. They are very
Yeah, we are
close.
very related people. Yeah.
That's the least thing Africa want for Burkina Faso to be unstable. They don't want that. That's why they want the big
Well,
military
then how
base.
come
That's
that
the least thing they want
if
because they
they don't
know
want that, then how
you
come they
bring.
are not in a good place with? They're not in a place where they're sharing their military and intelligence
I
and
mean,
other things
Ghana is
with
helping Burkina
Burkina
Faso.
Faso.
And they
Yeah,
provide
Ghana is
Burkina
helping
Why isn't
them.
Faso.
Ivory
They
Coast
put
doing
they,
that? Why
They
isn't
provide
Ghana
Ghana doing
provides
Burkina
that?
Faso,
seaports.
man.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah, they
isn't
Ghana
provide
provides
Nigeria
them.
doing
seaports for
that?
them, and but we haven't seen a lot of support from Ivory Coast. Like what Ghana is doing. They allow Burkina Faso to ship stuff. And they build a specific port for them. So there's certain things that's not right. That's why people are saying. But I understand what you're saying. Like when it comes to ancestral link, these people cross border from people are
Yeah,
booking from Burkina Faso to Mali, Liberia, at some
that's
extent, Sierra
just
Leone, Guinea,
that's
Senegal.
yeah, but
These are
those
the
are
same
natural
people, man.
things, though. Those are not
Yeah,
those are
the same
ties that
people.
are pre-colonial, pre-Berlin ties that are happening that you have between those
That
three
divided us.
regions. But
Yeah,
the
it
question
divided us, but
is,
we are one family.
how
Yeah.
come the family in
Hmm.
ECOWAS, all the families in ECOWAS, how come the
Hmm.
ECOWAS family has not put
Helped.
military to the Sahel instability? They should have done that years ago.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, no, I said that loads of time. I said that the coastal West Africa has been asleep while the
No,
Sahel is
it's
sleeping.
because the
I said
Western world has said that, they're
you
clear
can't
about
get
their
involved.
marching orders.
Yeah,
They're clear about their
yeah,
marching orders. It's just like
yeah. I
Senegal
mean,
not having
yeah,
food, not being able to grow certain foods until only until 2024. That should be
yeah,
one of the first things we look at. Is one of the things about are these countries is, do they have food sovereignty security? If they don't
right,
have, why don't they have food security? And then the ECOWAS is supposed to be about economics, and they were supposed to create a currency. None of these things are
right.
working because the Western world doesn't want it to happen so they can continue to
Well,
do what they're doing. And this is
that's right.
why the Sahel doesn't have that protection that all of these countries are suffer if all it, well, supposedly all these countries would suffer from the instability and the insurrection, but maybe they won't because of the fact that it's not meant to dismantle them. It's only meant to dismantle the ones who are trying to break free from the EU and the French and the Western world. That's what it's meant
No,
for.
I agree with some of that analysis because we did, I did mention this a lot of time here, and in fact, you did provided us some data where there's an organization on the coast that the West have formed to do exactly what you just mentioned. And I did break it down between the two, families, the Mansa and the farmer. And it's always been the case since I will go back to the 18th century. It's been like this, if I'm honest. And it started off the 18th century. These are things that need to break down until the innerland people and those in the coast come back together and put this, get rid of this Berlin conference, these fake borders, that we have in West Africa, and start trading between one another. But the biggest kickback was that equal currency that was pushed back during the time of Buhari by Ouattara. That was the biggest pushback. If Ouattara did not betray the entire West Africa and side with the French and help bring this equal, once we have that one common thing, because as you said, the ECOWAS is about trading. Once we have that one currency, we can trade in. If that's it, the passport can fall into place. The border is going to come down because there'll be no need for this custom. Because custom are big border in West Africa. You try to trade between one country and to another in Africa. If you're trying to bring goods from Sierra Leone to Liberia, you try it. If you're trying to bring food from, for example, um, Guinea to Ivory Coast, you dare try. It's so expensive. The custom, what you have to go through, the paperwork. It feel like it's actually easier to export it to Europe. It's ridiculous. How can our government not even see that and say, look, we need to bring it down, man? When I see the custom officers in Africa, I see the people that are actually still holding us back. One thing for sure, we need to have a database on people moving across the region and the country so we
Hmm.
know who are criminals and who are not criminals and who are coming in, to do harm to the local population. That's one thing we need to fix first. But however, when it comes to goods and services, come on, man. You know,
Yeah, but how you
I
gonna know
pass the
who's
mic.
criminals? How you gonna know who's criminal when Trump is dumping criminals all over there in
Oh
Africa?
yeah, that's a
He's
good point
dumping
also.
criminals there. Yeah. So we
Yeah,
gotta
yeah, I
those
know,
African leaders gotta say no, man. They gotta say no because
I
that's
know,
terrible.
I know,
It's horrible.
I know.
Say no.
Yeah,
But this white guy,
our dear
Hey,
sister
but
is
guys,
here.
I gotta pass the mic. Let me pass the mic to V. Go ahead, V.
Thanks.
Okay, hi guys, how you all doing? And
good.
Dennis,
Yeah, welcome, sis. Welcome, sister. Welcome.
I mean, I'm just going to go back to the main topic that you put up regarding Sonko and this Jomai situation is going on. I think they both have to learn to show political maturity. There is a lack of political maturity going on somewhere, and I think on that score, I'll put most of it on Jomai. How can you win an election with a political party or political movement? You won the election through this movement. At the time you're going through the election, at the time you were campaigning, and all the while and all the years that you've been together, you share all the political ideas that you claim you share. You win power, and then the situation perhaps is a bit changed. Okay, removing Sonko is fine. Because if you think of the situation, both of you were clashing, and you're the one that at the end of the day, your name was on the ballot box. But whatever he did, put that aside. And looking at the national interest, you think, oh, well, I should remove it. And then you remove him, you brought somebody else. Why disconnect yourself from the entire movement in the party? That is not showing maturity, because in politics, you come across this kind of thing. I mean, currently we have a Labour Party where his own close allies want to remove him. But he's working with some, and the ones that have resigned, and he's still there battling on. He's not showing mature. You know, it's like he has staged a political coup against his movement. They help you win the election. A lot of people die while you're going through all this, and you won the election. You got into power. They having disagreement with you. Fair enough. Instead of you to show maturity, to go to them and talk to them and say, listen, this is how we're going to do it. Well, I don't know how much they have spoken anyway. But you decided to cut yourself off from them. You decided not to have any association with them. And the worst of it all is the people that you guys were campaigning against has brought all this mayhem onto your country, the mess. I mean, I've heard you guys discussing some of the financial mismanagement that's gone on earlier. You've gone back to this group of people, and they're the one you're taking your counsel from. You know, it is very bizarre. So I'm hoping and praying they both show political maturity. Sonko also has to show his political maturity, and let him run the rest of the 3 years. Maybe they can work to them on a policy to policy basis, even if they cannot agree. They look at the policies that it's going to bring to the parliament, and if it's something they can work with them, or there's something they have to tweak it, they tweak it, and then let the 3 years pass. And if they're going to go for an election, and they go, because the elite in this Africa now, you see, yesterday I was going to say that the elite in Africa are the most dangerous people. The political elite are the most dangerous people we have now. When we had the colonization, and then after the group of leaders that came and fought for against colonization, people like Sekou Touré, somebody made a quote about what Sekou Touré said. Sekou Touré said to Guineans that the day you find that the West or my adversaries are praising me, remember that I have sold you guys out. Sekou Touré said that. Anyway, when that group of people were eliminated, removed, and believe me, sometimes we talk about the CIA. The CIA has worked with the French, but the country that removed most of African leaders are the French. After the Second World War, after the Second World War, it was said that their leader, de Gaulle, said to the Americans, you can do anything else you want around the world, but leave Africa for us. Yes, that's how bad it was. That's how we've been sold. Yeah, he said it. Because they said, leave Africa to us. And they have gone. I mean, there was a president in Central African Republic. I think his name was something Diko. They put a bomb in his plane, and the plane dropped. The plane dropped while he was traveling somewhere. The people that there was this guy in Togo. What's his name? Oh, I forgot the man's name. The first president. He was running away to the American embassy to seek refuge, and they shot him dead. The French soldiers. We can go on and on and on. But yet we have leaders like Akanahasa Ouattara think that he can work with the French. What else? What have we gained from the French? If you go to French, so-called Francophone countries, certain extent the English-speaking countries, the Francophone countries, sometimes they act like they are French. They are extension of
Yeah, they
France.
do. I totally agree on that. They do.
It is unbelievable. They act like they're extension of the French nation. You have a great African history. You have a great African continent with all this that your ancestors did. You have to go and borrow somebody else's ancestry and act as if you're one of those. So I'm really hoping that they show political, because this is what they need to do now. Their country needs to be stabilized. Their country needs to work for the people. The people did not vote for those two to come there and bicker about who did what and who is what and who should do what. If they remove Sonko, it's a good idea, you know. I mean, I think he should have even not taken the position anyway, but I don't know what they discuss among them. But now, where he's at, he can either help to mature his political movement, or he can also help to destroy it, like Joma is doing at the moment. So his actions is also will count a lot. So they need to show maturity going forward. But as for we always wanting to depend and you got to work with this, I'm asking you all. We've worked with them for hundreds of years. Where is it taking us? We still are
Well,
where we are.
Nowhere.
V. That's why when Sekou Touré, he said, we prefer our freedom in poverty to 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 poverty in slavery, right? So he said when they praise you by the colony, when you are praised by the colonies, it means that you are bad for your people. When they say you are bad, it means that you are good for your people. The day they say I'm good, that means I betray you guys. So this is the quote from Sekou Touré.
From
But
what I understood, that that's what statement is. If the people are praising, it means he's betrayed his people. This is doing the right thing by them, by the other people, not his people. I mean, that's what I understood it. That's my
yeah,
common understanding is. That's how I understood that statement. That
so he said he preferred his freedom in poverty, right, to riches in slavery. Right. So that's why Guinea did not accept France CFA up to this
that's
time. They said we don't want CFA. We're not going to accept it at all.
but you know,
Yeah, that's true.
you know what the French did, though, don't you? When they brought the Guinean currency, they went around and print millions of fake one and destroyed
Yeah.
the currency. You know, they did that. You know, I
Yeah.
mean, I can go on and on and on. As I said, Africans, we don't like our history. We learn everybody else's history but our own. If we learn our
Uh,
history, we repeat the same mistake, and we are currently repeating the same mistake. Sonko may be firebrand, he may be everything else people have said about him. All the accusations have labeled at level at that man. I don't even know how he's existing, because I think for somehow Allah must love him because he's a very religious guy anyway. Because I don't know
Are
what
you
people are
guys
saying.
are you
we don't
guys
start, don't
aware?
start, you know.
Are you guys aware of this guy Vincent Bolloré, who owned all these ports in Africa?
All our
Abidjan, Tema,
tech,
Lomé, Conakry,
that, that,
Cameroon, Benin,
yeah.
Congo Brazzaville, Libreville, Lagos, Senegal. And he sold it to this group called the MSC Group, which is the Aponte family from Italy, right? This Aponte family has a history of doing seafaring stuff since the 1600s. This is who he sold it to, and now Vincent Bolloré owns the largest media company in Africa, like the
Yes, the
premier media company in Africa. So listen to this. All of the ports, or not all, a major amount of ports was owned by this European. Now he
yeah.
sold it to Italians. Now he owns the largest media company. This is the kind of stuff we have to watch, we have to monitor, we have
Yeah.
to talk about it, because we wonder why we're in the situations we're in, and we don't even control and own our ports.
Unbelievable.
When did he sell the pot though? I mean, because up until recently, I believe he still owned them. When did he sell them?
No,
When
he
did
sold this. Let me see. I'm gonna tell you exactly when. When did he sell? When did
you know that
he
man was in bed with all our politicians. He was
ports?
the best friend of all our politicians. I mean, especially in Ghana. He was in they loved it. The politicians loved him in Ghana, and they gave our pot to him for pittance. They gave Tema pot to him
See?
for
He sold
3.
it for 5.7 billion in 2022.
Really?
Wow.
Everybody's getting rich in Africa. All these white
This,
And,
elites
and we
getting
wonder
rich.
Look,
why
look.
we're struggling.
He
Yeah.
made it.
Look what
It's
look what I
manipulation.
said. Look what I read yesterday. Sorry, sis. Look what I read yesterday on the newspaper, in the British newspaper. The United Kingdom of Great Britain, the British government is missing out of the re
Recognition of
the
Africa. Yeah, I saw that.
yeah,
Recognition of Africa. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they say Britain is missing out.
The new scramble of Africa. The
Yeah,
new
yeah, yeah.
scramble of Africa.
Why is
We're cooked
ECOWAS?
now.
Why is ECOWAS sending a guy again to talk to the AES? What the hell is going on with ECOWAS?
No,
How
but you
much?
see, okay, in all fairness, my current president is doing better than Tinubu. I believe if he was in the head of ECOWAS during all this crisis, it would have been a bit different case. But he wouldn't. I think he would have used a different tactics because he's very close to those in that region. We're very close. As CD saying, we're quite close to those people in the AES. We could deal with the situation differently instead of threatening to invade their country and their sovereignty. And this is what went wrong with the AES. When Tinubu said, "I'm going to invade," and we have a standby force, it's like, who the heck are you to actually do that? With the backing of French, America, it's like, come on, man. That's enough to just put
Where is
everybody
the
off.
standby force now? Where is the standby force to fight terrorism
Exactly.
in Benin?
Yeah, yeah,
Where's
This
the
is
yeah,
this
standby
is the
force?
war. This is the war
yeah,
we're in with the Western
yeah.
world. We're already in a war with them, and we
Mm.
act like we're not, and that it's only our politicians who are complicit with them. And no, this is business is warfare to these folks.
Yeah,
That's what we're dealing
yeah,
with
of
in the
course it
United
is.
States.
It is, and they said it. I mean, I've been in platform, with Principle. Are you on the? Is that Principle? Yeah, my Asian brother.
Yeah, that's me. What's up, bro?
Yeah. What? Yeah. What did Josh? Remember Josh that used to come on Kaiser platform? What did Josh
Yeah,
said to us? Remember Josh is a white supremacist guy. He admits to be a white supremacist, and he's a federal agent, right? What did
oh
he
yeah,
say
Josh,
to us?
yeah.
Yeah. What did he say to us? And
That was one of the reasons I stopped going to that panel. He loosely was indicating that he was rooting for the recolonization of Africa and stuff like that.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
and the lot of the things that he break down, and I saw it coming, and a lot of people was like, "Oh, I don't like this guy." This, well, I wanted to listen to what he's saying because when people like that are speaking, you got to listen. The man is in the belly of the beast. He worked for the system. He's in Vietnam. Is he over there in Vietnam? He's working for this. He's an FBI. He's an agent. These are people that have been sent everywhere to do their job. And he's one of the people, he's not lying about it. He's telling us, he said he's a white supremacist. He doesn't hide it. He said, this is exactly what's going to happen. This is what's happening. This is why what you're seeing is happening.
There
But
are
black people,
2 billion of us, 2 billion with the diaspora in the continent.
it's so crazy, man. It's sad.
Okay,
Our leaders are so ill equipped. Sorry, Sha.
oh,
Sorry.
but I think salute to Dinah, salute to the panel. But I think you
Yeah,
overlook the
salute,
fact
brother.
that the 2 billion is not all like minded. Even during the times of independence in Africa, a lot of people think that Africa didn't resist or whatever, which is very false. Certain people were pro independence, and certain people were pro white staying and ruling or helping them rule or some kind of partnership. So this is not a new battle. I think um Africa, my brother Al, he always tell you that Senegal, I don't think it was all of Senegal, but the leadership there, you got to keep in mind that Senegal was one of the first places that slavery started in Saint Louis and all those kind of places, with the Portuguese, and then eventually the French came. It's that they have a long history with the Westerners. So some of them are very pro independence, and some of them are not. So Sonko represents the Senegalese who want to be pro independent, and Numai Dufai, he kind of is in the middle somewhere. While what's that guy named, the former president? I want
Macky
to say
Sall.
Pakistan.
Macky Sall. Yes, Macky Sall, who's the main guy who put these guys in debt in the first place. He's very pro France. I think he's even going to get a new position as a UN representative,
UN
a leader,
Secretary
or something
General.
like that. You know,
He's a
so
UN Secretary General. Yeah, he might do it. Maybe not.
he's favored. He has a lot of backing, especially in the West.
Wow.
So many ways, This is a battle that exists long time ago. So this is not new. But I feel like it's very dangerous as like a Haitian man of a Haitian descent to see the two leaders fight like that in such close proximity. And now he's taking the helm of the parliament. And if I believe if the leadership, like if these elders, if these senators, if these religious leaders, these those guys, the Mawabu, all these kind of different individuals that have great stake in Senegal, if these guys don't intervene, this could be very messy because these guys are basically battling for power while both in the body of government, which is very unique and dangerous. You know,
Yeah,
so
because
I'm
they also
sorry, go
know
ahead.
each other very well. Sorry, I was going to say that they know each other very well because they've known each other from a young age. So it's a very dangerous situation. So they both needs to let their egos down. I won the election. Well, I
No,
helped get them.
no,
They
no,
need
they
to
don't. Fair, fair is the problem. In other, fair. Sanko brought Fair supposed to be having loyalty to Sanko. Fair is the problem. Fair when he went
He
to
named
France,
he named he
when
named his son after Sanko. I mean, he named
yeah,
his one of his
when
child
Fair went to
after him.
France and Macron
So these
started
are
talking in his
Oh, I didn't know
ear,
that.
oh yeah. Oh yeah, these guys they are very close. I'm talking about very close.
Fair
But
betrayed
So
the
Sanko
line.
But
is
I
behind the
saw this
division.
coming. France will always do this. This is common.
Yeah.
But
This is
right,
common in
but when
African politics.
Faye was supposed to come back
Right.
and talk to Sanko, and they were supposed to make a plan. But Faye's end up talking to Macron and say, "Hey, to hell with Sanko. I'm a go with the Westerners." That's what happened there. Faye did
Yeah,
not sit down
it's
and
been
talk with Sanko and make a deal like how they did in prison. Faye got power, and it went to his head. And
No,
and
Well,
Faye,
Fair is
how much of it
special.
was
Right
that now that
now,
I'm in power, I'm going to
they
make my
want
own
money from
decision? How
IMF.
much
That's
of
the
it was
only way
that?
he can
Faye
survive.
let the
So
power
yeah.
go to his head. And yeah, was the problem with Faye. He don't understand is he made a big mistake. That's why I said, well, Lee Sanko, he made a big mistake because
But where can they get money from? Where
the
they need
people in
money?
parliament, hold on, the people in parliament is not fair people. The people who the party is Sanko party. So when you say you're going to fire the guy who's really your president, you understand, and run the parliament, you made a big mistake.
no.
You
I
made
think
a big mistake.
they were clashing too much, so they needed to have a separation. They
But
were clashing.
but
Something
I
like that was
No.
going on. They
No,
needed.
no, 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 no. You're gonna have a separation when we come up and made a deal of what we're gonna do. Faye and Sanko already made a deal before they
no.
become
Listen, when
kingdom. They
you
had a
the prime
partnership
minister, you go and criticize your justice ministers. At the
because
same time,
he goes away from the
you the
plan.
one ahead of the government. You can't do that. I mean, I
But,
know you like Sonko,
but
but how can you go and say, well, all these people that were arrested for corruption, the justice ministry is freeing them for no reason. But the justice ministry don't find any evidence that these people steal money, and the people that stole money they remain in prison. So he's the head of the government, right? The prime minister of any French country, he's the one that fund the government. So this is common in any French speaking country. They when they want to restructure, they fire the prime minister and they bring in a new prime minister. But you cannot go and criticize your own government that you are ahead of. It
Yeah.
doesn't make sense.
CD, what?
no, but
CD,
today,
I don't know about the. Yes. Sorry,
go ahead,
sorry,
go ahead.
Babaliko.
No, go
Sorry,
ahead, go ahead, go
CD.
ahead.
Oh, thank you, Babaliko. Thank you. CD, I was going to ask, could you know a bit more about the Francophone West Africa, how the constitution works? Can the parliament fire the president, or the president is the high executive? Yeah,
The
you
president
know.
get the executive power to fire the prime minister, right? But in case when
And
something happened to
what
the
about
president, the head of
the head of
no,
the parliament? You have the right to
no,
fire
he
him.
can. He can fire them,
Okay,
except when the head of the parliament be is from the party and they go through some sort of political process. He can. But
okay,
when anything happened to Jomai Far right now, Sonko is going to be the
okay,
president. And the prime minister cannot be the
okay,
president, right?
okay. I got
So
you.
it's almost like Alassane Ouattara when he come in power anytime, he will fire the prime minister and bring a new prime minister, and then he will form his government.
Right.
Right, but he
Okay.
got the executive power to fire the prime minister. That's
It
how it
would take
works.
it would take Senegal 5 to 7 years to produce rice for its own consumption, which it spends million US dollars per year on importing rice from China, cracked rice.
That's crazy.
700. So in 5 to 7
Wow.
years, they could produce enough rice for them. So this is money that they could save if they own their own port. They would make profit on the port 10 to 45 US million dollars a year. That's a big range, but that's how much this company, Aponte family, is making on that port. So these are the things that the IMF probably will not give them money for.
Yeah, because they are in serious debt. They double their
No,
debt.
not even if they weren't in serious debt, because that's the way to finance to independence. If they're not
No, no,
Yeah.
no, no,
importing
no.
shit
There's a
like
lot of
that.
country like that they are not self-sufficient in food. IMF still give them money. They are country like that, right? That's why
No,
Senegal is
wait a
going to
minute. What
be.
did you say? Say that again.
There are countries that are not self-sufficient in food. They still
Right.
receive money from IMF.
No, so what I'm saying though is that there were restrictions on them for producing that up until 2024. They could not produce groundnut or something like that until 2024. There were restrictions on them importing or exporting that out. They could not.
Yes,
But
that's
but that's
true.
not the
So
reason
I'm
why
saying,
IMF is
But
not giving them money. The reason IMF is not giving them money, they have their GDP is almost 132% of their debt
okay,
right
so let's
now.
say that they
So they
were debt
cannot give
free.
them money. There's no guarantee they can
Let's
pay
say they
back.
were debt free from the IMF. The IMF would still not give them money to develop their own rice industry and other things because they
well,
don't want them to be independent like
No, they
that.
can decide what to do.
that's
They
true.
can decide. No, nobody put restriction. Why
No,
Burkina Faso?
what?
Burkina
No,
Faso
That's
is
no, no,
doing
no,
it.
bullshit.
no, no, no.
Are you kidding?
Bank said it the
Listen,
best. The IMF is the cartel, and that's true. The IMF won that oil. That's offshore oil. They
Yeah,
ain't
where's
but
the
eyeing
clearly
that.
oil?
say
Where's
what
the
the
oil,
money's
man?
for. The IMF says this
The
is what the money's
IMF is
for.
eyeing the
The
oil,
money
man.
is
They're
for
gonna make
this.
deal for that.
The
They're
money's
gonna
for
make the deal.
this. The money's for that. And all of those things that they want the money to be for is not for you to be,
Exactly. So
depending on them.
I don't.
That's
That's not how it
101.
works, man. That's not how it works.
what
No,
what
they
what
Nobody.
tell you what the money's
IMF
for,
will
though,
tell
is
you
what I'm
that
saying.
the
not to plant
IMF is
food.
coming for that oil.
They tell you what the money's for, is what I'm saying. It's not like you can just use the money for whatever. They tell you exactly you can use it on this, 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 and this.
Yeah,
Well,
but
everybody knows that. We
what
all
about the
know that.
private sector? The
So what
private
I
sector.
what I what I can Google right now is what did the IMF tell Senegal that it could, the last loan that they got, what was the restrictions on the money? I could Google that, I could
No,
AI that right now, and
Shay
that'll
ain't
tell
saying
you
Shay
right
ain't saying
there
the truth.
Not
exactly
the
what that
restriction on the
money's
loan. We're
for,
talking about.
No,
which
Shay ain't saying
means
the truth. That's true. That's true. IMF puts restriction on what they can use the
All
money
right,
for, what they
Yeah,
can't use the
of
money
I can
for.
course,
That's
of
the
argue
course.
rule.
on that right now.
no, that's it.
You cannot take the bank money and try to use it for food and without paying
No,
the money
but that's
back.
kind of what you
Hey,
are
hey, guys,
doing.
let me pass. We got some new people on the panel. Let me pass the mic. Go ahead, Taraka.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Boy, it's good to see that people are starting to come around to my way of thinking. Rebel. Um, I said it the other day. I'm gonna say it again. This is good that this happened in Senegal because now we get to see which way the people want to take the country. Do they want to remain with France, with Massa? Or they want to go a different direction. They don't necessarily have to go the AES direction, but somewhat of an independent country, fanning for themselves. I don't want to hear nothing about, oh, they don't have this resource or they don't have that resource, or anything like that. Develop the resource. My man Shay just talked about they could grow rice. It could take them 7 years to grow rice, right? They could do it. You have to be independent. Like I said before, New World Order is being formed, right? It's being formed. And Africa better be on the right side. Don't get caught on the wrong side because it's not going to change. It's going full steam ahead. All right. And we may get caught up in a world war, which is almost unavoidable at this point. Europe, France, England, Germany, they're dead. I don't know why people are still going there. It's over for them. It is over for them.
Facts.
Right? Russia might bomb one of them in a minute. I mean, at any time. Right? Russia just told them to move their people out of Ukraine.
Very
right?
true.
Because,
Very true.
right? Because they're gonna bomb that shit. They're not fucking playing. That what they did in that girls' school, they're gonna get it 10,000 times worse, right? And Russia they warned certain countries, they warned England, they warned Germany, Poland, Finland, right? That they might get a resting up there behind, if not a tactical nuke. This is what's going on, right? People are not playing no more. African, get away from these people. Get away from them. They mean you no good, right? They want to get back in there. They want to get back in there and try to control. You see what I'm saying? That's what they're trying to do. Protect each other. Even if you have disagreement, right? Still protect each other. Talk to each other. I see Togo just dropped the visa ban finally. No more argument along the Ghana border and so forth and so forth and so on with Togo. That's the way you have to go. You see what I'm saying? There's no going back. There's no turning back. There's no turning back, period. Right? Anybody don't want to go the line of the AES, they're going to get ass out. You see what I'm saying? They're going to get ass out. Stop the mindset. So it's good that this happened to Senegal, because now the people get to decide which way they want to go. That's what I'm going to say. That's it.
All right, go ahead, God's gift. Let me yourself, God's gift.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you, brother. Yeah, I mean, this is why I have always said that this Western democracy doesn't work in Africa. I've always said that. Ibrahim Traore has been saying it as well. This Western democracy doesn't work. And it's a shame that Faye has got caught up in the trappings, in the trappings of politics. Yeah. And I mean, these Westerners, what they like to do is like they set traps. They set traps for these African politicians. And I mean, once they get you, it's very hard to come out of these trappings, and it's like it's out of your will, it's like you're doing stuff, but you don't even know that you're doing stuff, it's like they got ways of moving you, they got ways of making you do stuff, and it's a shame. So that's why, like, Senegal is on the brink at the moment of going to get an IMF loan. There's a possibility of them going to get an IMF loan because of all these trappings, and it's been happening in the past. It's happening to a lot of African leaders as well, when you get caught up in their circles and they invite you in, and before you know it, they sway you in, and it's like, they got you in locks, in different locks, and there's nothing you can do about it, So yeah, it's just it's a real shame. It's a real shame. But I'm gonna say it again: democracy does not work. It does not work for Africa, and they need to change it up. Especially with this new world order coming into effect. It's the right time to change things up. It's the right time to put new governance in place. You know what I'm saying? And the African Union should be really stepping up. They should be really stepping up and implementing new ways of governance, But unfortunately, that's not happening. We're not seeing that. We're not seeing the African Union step up and implement certain things that, we can see, some type of prosperity and some type of, future, So that's all I have to say on this matter.
Well, the information
You
appears
sound
that
real London, on this matter.
it appears Macky Sall hid in the books $7 billion in debt So their last loan they got was 1.8 billion in 2023. And this was right, I think, right when Macky Sall was leaving. He had cooked the books and hid $7 billion of debt. And that's how the IMF gave him that money, not knowing that they had that much debt. And so now you've got, and then I was reading all of the things that they were supposed to do, and it's pretty complicated. I could read it, but I won't read it. But basically, they're talking about state-owned things, and it's a little somebody with a little more technical background. Nothing that stood out, but the fact that Macky Sall just messed them up bad, left them in the lurches. That's why Senegal's messed up.
Sorry, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
The debt that we have here in America, right? That cannot be ever paid back, right?
Mm-hmm.
America's not worried about. America's not worried about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why should any country in Africa worry about it?
Well, because America prints his own money, and they're they're the petrodollar. They are it.
Facts.
It's different when you're not.
But the petrodollar will not last. It
Many
will not
countries in the
last.
world are in debt. They borrow from IMF.
Right.
I don't know why African countries all this panicking. It's because they actually import more than they export. That's one of the problems. And also, they do not control their own, money, all their money. They don't print their own money. Why do you have to rely, base your economy on someone else's economy? That's the problem.
Because they will mau you. They will come and ride down on you. At the end of the day,
Let them.
I mean,
let them.
Well, I mean,
Let them come.
if we were together, if we were standing together, and Africa's huge, and we were working together, even with the armies, all the armies coming together, it would still be little. But they have so much area to cover, and there's so many. They couldn't do it. They couldn't manage to get us. We would disrupt all of the outgoing
Guys,
resources and shit.
super chat. Daniel just came back, man. Super chat, Africans.
Yes, it's true. Actually, it's true. The Pan Africans are really stingy, If we talk about FBA,
just talk shit.
There's no way that we would stop those extractive processes, and where they wouldn't be able to get their. They couldn't manage that all over where they're getting all these resources from.
Hey, shout out to CD for the $10 Zelle. Thank you, CD.
You gotta support you, bro. Gotta support you. All these Africans on the channel, you're drop shit, man. You're fucking cheap. Especially in the Caribbean.
No. I'll be dropping it like no. I'll be dropping it.
I'll be
dropping.
I don't know what you're talking about, CD.
I'll be dropping money.
Antahaka. Actually, the Caribbean, I think it's the FBAs we need to look out. The FBA things.
We give more than anybody. CD, please.
Yeah, the Caribbeans wrap it up out here, man. They do. But yeah, I mean, to be honest,
CARICOM is a joke.
I don't know how
do you know what? Yeah, do you know what? One thing about the Caribbean countries, they manage to keep up with their GDP. I mean, these are majority black-owned countries, right? You might say a lot about, okay, there's crime and this and that. Well, the Caribbean countries tend to keep it up.
But
the average Caribbean country.
Well, they have been taking over too. Jamaica has been taking over too.
Yeah, they control Andrew Holmes in Jamaica is a sellout. He's a.
Yeah. That's true. But I'm talking about the economy, how it's run, and the per capita.
Yeah, a lot of the country is running pretty good because it's small. It's not like Africa. It's small, so it runs pretty okay. But the West is still up our necks too. They control a lot of the stuff that goes on there in the Caribbean too. So
they still. I know
Jamaica is
I'm
with 2 million, 3 million population. So
Jamaica is
one country, and Mia Modley needs to be running it.
You can't compare these little tiny Caribbean islands.
Exactly.
They have tourism too. A lot of white people go over there and smoke weed. They love weed. They're going to let you go to Jamaica for that. So
they were going to be one united country. The Caribbean was going to be one united, but
America will not allow that.
and Trinidad was supposed to be at the lead
Yeah,
of it, but they stopped
America
that
wouldn't
from
allow that,
happening.
bro. The America
Yeah, they
wouldn't allow
stopped
that.
that.
It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna
Yeah.
happen. It's it's it's
No, it's
it's
not gonna
it's,
happen.
it's too close. It ain't gonna happen. The CARICOM
Mm.
was supposed to fuse all of the Caribbean islands together, and America, it just put a monkey wrench in it, bro. It's not gonna happen. Do you know how long they finally did it? I don't know how, but I know they got permission from America. The Nigerian Airlines is going to be coming to one of the Caribbean islands in Kitts, right?
Oh,
So they finally did it, which is a shorter flight, by the way, from the Caribbean to West Africa. Is a shorter flight. It's like 8 hours, eight and a
Is
half
that a
hours
private
max.
owned? Is that private owned or the Nigerian airline? I don't think Nigeria have an
No,
airline.
no, Airpeace, man.
Airpeace
Oh,
That's what
okay.
Nigerian owned.
Airpeace is
Airpeace is
Nigerian
Nigerian.
airline.
Yeah.
No,
The
yeah, I
Airpeace
know, but
is
I'm saying that like they publicly
it's
own, like
privately owned.
they don't have that.
yeah,
They have a
I
private.
Airpeace
think
is privately
Trinidad
owned.
gets one from Ghana. Trinidad getting a direct flight from Ghana very soon. Trinidad and Ghana.
Listen, that'll be good. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So
they have
you hear
they
that,
have
V?
to get
V,
they,
you're gonna get bad Trini coming over to Ghana. You're gonna have to start learning the Caribbean accent.
Who? Who did you say the Caribbeans? There are plenty there, you know. There are
Yeah.
plenty.
there's
No,
plenty,
no, yeah, I know.
plenty.
That'll be nice. That'll be
Ghana
nice
just
too.
There
But
bought some kind of small plane. Every Ghanaian talking about a very little plane. They say, "Oh, we bought plane."
Who
CD,
did?
stop,
See,
CD, stop, man. Just
and
What
it
is
Senegal.
wrong with CD, man?
don't, don't tie my sister off, man. CD, please.
it was just some people doing propaganda. It wasn't even a plane. It's a cargo plane. It's not. It wasn't
Hey, leave my
or
sister
anything.
alone, man, please.
It's a bird. It's a bird flying in the air. It's a very small plane. Every Ghanaians talking about we got plane, bro.
Can I
Yeah,
ask? Can
CD,
I ask
stop.
Is
the
the one
other guy
the
from
president, the
London?
president's brother boat? Is it the one the president brother boat? Which one? Which plane are you talking about?
Well, some Ghanaian was sending me the picture. I said, bro, we just bought a brand new plane. I look at the plane, some of Alaska Airlines. I said, bro, yeah, I
No,
mean,
no,
Alaska Airlines just declared
sir.
bankruptcy. All these little planes. They
No,
said, we
there is
bought
You know,
plane.
you
a
know what?
country
Yeah, most of the Ghanaians I met, they're cool people in
plane.
general. To be honest,
It's another one
most.
about a cargo
Mm.
plane. So I don't know which one he showed you, but they're just being silly. I mean, what
Yeah, I think
plane?
that's a cargo plane. Yeah, it's a very
It's a
little plane.
cargo plane. Nobody. It doesn't. They don't belong to anybody. It's just somebody else's business. That you know. Nobody talks about it. That plane doesn't belong to Ghana. No.
Can I
Yeah.
ask the other London guy? He said that it was an attack on. He said democracy doesn't work, and this is a proof that democracy doesn't work. How is this proof democracy doesn't work when both these guys came in together? They had their own alliance and agreement amongst themselves, a coalition, and the coalition fall apart. How's that an attack on democracy?
Are you? Who was you trying to refer to?
It was not. It's not you, Al. It was the other guy
Okay.
from London. He was saying that this is some kind of
God
form
gives.
of.
God gives. I think it's gone. It's gone.
Yeah, but his analysis didn't really make sense. And then you said something along the lines that Africa should have their own dollar, but the West kind of is French. The French always give speeches in French about how the Western civilization is heavily centered or based on this contingent relationship with Africa. So why would they want you to have your own currency? That's even with Trump, you see him doing the tariffs. The tariffs is tied into trying to maintain everybody back under the dollar. He's
Right.
fearful and he's aware of the what's that called? That group, the Russians, the China. What is it called again?
The BRICS. The BRICS. Yeah.
BRICS. Exactly. He's aware of
Yeah.
BRICS, even though he doesn't over popularize it in media. He always
Yeah.
his actions, his tariffs, his strategic targeting of key nations was all about destabilizing the connection in the new dollar systems
Right.
that made the merge. So they don't want you to have your own dollar because they know that their dollar and their free spending is contingent on you constantly utilizing their dollar.
Yeah, but
So the
Yeah, I
moment
see
you
what you
here's the
mean.
find,
problem. Well, here's the problem, right? Nobody, including China and Russia, had a problem using the dollar until America started weaponizing the dollar. And that's every president. I don't care who it is. Bush, Biden, Trump, Obama, they all do it. They weaponize the dollar. That's when BRICS was formed. BRICS was formed because of America, right? America is the one who put BRICS together by default because they weaponized the dollar. So no one had a problem using the dollar before, right? Right now they froze $300 billion for Russia when it's all this shit started. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
The companies was operating in a lot of companies. A matter of fact, I didn't know there was that much company in Russia, American companies in Russia and European companies in Russia, until this so-called special military operation, because it's still not a war, according to Russia, right? I didn't know
Right.
there
Right.
had so much American companies there. There was tons of companies there, right?
Oh yeah.
And they
Yeah,
sanctioned them.
they created this problem for themselves. That's true because they cut Russia from the Swiss board, and
Right.
Oh yes,
that's
yes.
the
I
one
remember that.
everybody
Yeah.
used. And once they did that, the people found alternative to trade with China. They
Right.
created all these problems for
Yeah.
themselves. You know.
Mhm. So no one had a
Yeah.
problem using the dollar before, right? Now, from when Saudi Arabia before the war said, okay, we're gonna allow other people people to buy oil in different currencies, right? And of course, you know, America was pissed at that. Um, that's part of the reason why this damn war is going on. But now it is too late, right? You see, Iran
Yeah.
is telling people, you coming in and buy oil, you got to buy in one. You got to buy in Chinese one, right? Um, like I said, Europe, Russia, China had no problem using the dollar until America started weaponizing, and they did that a long time ago. They did it with Zimbabwe, all different type of country. They did it with. Now it's too late. Now the dollar backed by oil is going out. The other day, I see they using Dangote. Dangote say you have to buy oil using US dollars. That's what he said out of his mouth 2 weeks ago. Right?
Yeah.
He's making a extreme terrible mistake. An extreme terrible mistake. Because when that goddamn because you don't need to lose all of the America don't have to lose all of the US dollars function. They just have to lose some of it, and it's a disaster. Just 25-30% of it is a disaster. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because of the economy and the lifestyle that Americans live. You see what I'm saying? So Dangote is making a big mistake, right? He should let people buy the oil, especially the African countries, in their currency.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You can make it equal to the dollar if you want to for now, but using their own currency, right? And don't get stuck with this shit. So Saudi Arabia don't do that no more, right? So
Yeah.
why you Dangote? You just got started, going to do that? Big mistake. Leave these people alone. Like I said, man, leave them alone. It's okay. It's okay to leave them alone.
So
You're not gonna
Dangote
die.
is a
The
private.
problem is they wouldn't
Dangote is
even let
running a
him.
private. The thing is, Dangote is running a private business. So whatever it is, whatever way it suits him, let him do it that way. It's a private enterprise.
Yeah, well, private
So
enterprise.
I don't really put focus on that. I wouldn't really worry about that because private companies they
Well,
analyze things, they look at
but
where the
it's
interest
private.
lies.
It's private, but it's not private. It's private, but it's not private. Until when they were having problems with the Nigerian government, until Tinubu said you because at one point they didn't want to sell oil to Dangote, Nigeria. That's what they're
Yeah,
having all that problem. And
yeah.
Tinubu said, no, you're going to sell them the damn oil. Trust me, the government could do anything they want with Dangote private company. They
No,
can.
well, the government got percentage in there. When Buhari set up Dangote, the
Yeah, they have a
Nigerian
percentage
government
in there.
had 20% in there. That's true. It is in their interest to actually make sure Dangote work.
Right.
That's one of the reasons.
But I'm
Yeah,
saying,
I guess the reason why he's saying that he should buy in US dollar because he buy crude oil from the US too. So he need our foreign exchange. And the naira is not as stable. It's always fluctuate like a river. So he need our US dollar to buy crude oil from the US. And he also buy crude oil from
no,
Angola. So
he buy
I
crude oil
guess what?
from Angola. You don't buy that
Yeah.
much from the US. You don't buy
Yeah,
that
but
much.
In fact,
he does buy. So he do buy from the
majority of the
US.
crude oil that's
He
refined
buys
in
some,
Dangote
but
is
it
coming
doesn't
from.
matter. So use all currencies. Use all currencies, including US currency.
But which
The
currency
Yeah,
thing
I
can
is,
he
agree.
use?
the
Nigerian
thing is, he
money?
will face
Use
problems.
all
The guy
currencies.
will
I
face
said,
problems if
use
he
all
wasn't to use the
currencies.
dollar.
Use
The thing is,
all currencies.
because majority
It
of
doesn't matter
Dangote
what
is
currency it
privately
is.
owned,
Use all currencies.
I would just leave that to him. That's his money and how he run it and how he make his money. As long as he helps the Nigerian population, make and the West African region make fuel cheaper, and he's actually making fuel cheaper for the locals. And I think that was one of the aim of Dangote, the 20% the Nigerian government had in there, is to make fuel cheaper. And if, in fact, if it wasn't for the subsidies removed by this current government in Nigeria, with the Dangote refinery running, that was the intention of Buhari. Nigerians' life would be way better today instead of them running around being chased out of different countries. Their probably life would have been way better because you had the Dangote refinery bringing oil down, and you have the subsidy there at the same time. So you can see that alone would actually make the economy way better, and also put tap on the amount of rice being imported from foreign countries, like what he used to do. Even though they have insecurity, you know, things would have been way better, I guarantee you. But unfortunately, this Tinubu guy came in, removed subsidies straight away, didn't put any cushion for the people, and then the amount of oil that Dangote gets from local oil from Nigeria is quite limited compared to what he was intending to have. Most of the oil that he has been refining in Dangote today is coming from other countries,
But he's
sadly.
getting more now. He's getting
That's
much more
why
now.
Dangote is the
He's
last
get
person that any black person can speak against because he's the only person that we are proud of
Exactly,
right now.
exactly. He's
No one
doing
is
his
speaking
best.
against him.
remove
No
him
one is
now.
speaking
Yeah,
against him, CD.
yeah.
But yeah, I know that there's a business reason why he's accepting US dollar because he
Now,
buys crude oil from the US, he buys
now,
crude oil from Angola, and Angola
He
is
buys
is, is
some. He buys some.
yeah,
yeah,
but it's still
he's
bad. So why is it that? That's why when people say why he's not buying the crude oil from
Well
Senegal, Africa, he doesn't have that technology right now. So
Can I ask you guys a question? Because
Yeah,
you
yeah, go
guys
on.
keep
Please.
saying keep saying stuff like the West is done, the West is this, the West is that. But when you talk about Russia, Russia's still tapped in with France and England and all these different Germany. You talk about China, America just went to China. Marco Rubio was recently in India. So these quote unquote other global South nations, other Western nations are still tied into the West. So
Absolutely.
is your view
the, the,
practical? Is
the,
the same way some people will argue that Sonko, although he has beautiful views, he's probably trying to utilize the fact that there's a more
Listen,
multipolar world that
That's
he's
not what I
trying to
mean by
tap in
the.
and
That's not what
negotiate based on
I
his new
didn't say
terms.
you don't do business with the West, bro. I did not say you don't do
listen,
business with the West.
no,
I didn't say that.
uh,
No,
with
but no,
Africa,
can I finish my question, please?
Yeah, let him
My
finish
point is
now.
this: are we fully evaluating the logical assessment of the Sonko versus Dufay, especially when one is
no,
probably more in terms of what they're demanding, in terms of what they're seeking out from these propositions, in terms of who's in the right and who's in the wrong. Well,
Mm.
I'm past the mic.
no,
Okay,
listen.
Yeah, yeah,
Regarding
I
Jamaica,
understand your point.
regarding, regarding
Go on, V, go on, V.
Africa dealing with other countries, why there is a lot of sort of agitation from the African or people who have a Pan-African mindset is we always come off the worst of any agreement we do with them because of our weak leadership, you see. That is the problem. It's not that Africa shouldn't deal with the West, Africa shouldn't deal with this. Africa should deal with everybody on equal footing. But we have some,
exactly. Equal footing.
Yeah, we have such weak leaders that when they go there, everything they throw at them, they just sign it. I can give you so many examples. There was a years back, right? There was a contract that a Ghanaian delegation went to China to sign. The contract, most of it was drafted in Chinese. The Chinese interpreted to the Ghanaians and they signed it. They go back and they realized that this is not what we were hoping to get. Not knowing that most of them, the when they didn't understand the Chinese.
When you want to write Ashanti, they can write in Ashanti. That's the only language they can write in.
That's why we need to have
They
one
can write
central
in French.
government where we have one diplomatic thing, one embassy for all of Africa, and
No,
then
no, V, don't get
one.
mad.
And when we have that
I'm yet
one
saying
government,
something. You
when we
know,
have that one government, wait a minute, listen to this, listen to this. When we have that,
Please let me finish. I said
Mhm.
Ghanaians should have taken their own person that speak
that's what I'm
fluent.
saying, though.
okay, I
But
got
you
you
know,
now.
the thing about when
Miss
you
B,
have
Miss
all of
B,
these different countries, when you have
Miss
all of
B,
these different,
Miss B, you're not making sense because
okay,
they have translators. This is 2026. They have
yeah,
translators. The
but
guy is talking to
let
the
me make the
president
point though. The point
through a
is when you
translator.
have
How does
one
that work?
central government, you cut all those
No, V
costs
still
out.
talking, bro.
You have
She's still talking. Let
no,
me
she didn't. She acquiesced to the brother. He's talking, and I was trying to interject, and so we're all trying to vibe to interject,
No, no,
right?
no. I didn't cut her off. I was just asking her a question because
And
he's
she
saying that
allowed you to ask the question, right? But I
yeah.
was
So I
talking
asked the question.
too, right?
I
I
asked the
know you
question
were
to her
asking the
though.
question, but I was trying to make a comment before that. The other brother interjected, and so everybody's interjecting. So I'm trying to get my little point in about all of this would be a moot point if we had one government that would deal with all of that. So you have an interpreter for China, you have an interpreter for whatever country that
You see,
represents the whole 400 million people. That's why you have one government because it's cheaper to have one government. Your negotiations would be stronger if you had one government than China negotiating with all these little bitty countries and everything. And
Exactly.
you're not as strong when you have that.
question, please. I wanted to hear his question, please. What were you going to say, please?
To shut that's a gradual process. To my sister, I was trying to tell you that what you're saying, it doesn't kind of fully make sense because this is 2026. When they go over there, they're going with translators. They have even whole African communities in China, right? So
This
how
happened
can you not
years
know what's the terms of the contract when they have translators? My
But
sister.
now they do. They go prepared. But this happened years ago. It's about 20 years ago. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's happening now. But this is the kind of thing. And some of these contracts, when they sign them, it can have a lifetime about 20 years or more. You see, so you have to be prepared. I'm just saying that often we go into these contracts ill prepared. We come off worse. And that is the problem. It's not a question of dealing with I mean, there have been so many instances over there. Some of it happened in Kenya.
And in
But
20
what
years, we could have had one government. We've been trying to have one government for 60 years.
government thing, it will not work in Africa because we're in a mess. We can't even do
But
basic
none of
things.
them are working individually that well either.
They have the
Come on.
blocks, man. They have the blocks. The
Exactly.
blocks.
Exactly.
They have the
And
regional
rich,
blocks and they have the AU.
yeah,
They
we
Can I
have to
ask
have
utilize that better.
Princeps
no
question? Princep,
Mhm.
your question to me in regards to democracy.
Yes, sir. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yeah. So
How is Senegal a proof of a lack or a failure of democracy when they're both from the same coalition? That doesn't really make sense.
no, I didn't say it was a failure. I said democracy as a whole doesn't work for the continent because the reason why I say that because it democracy is Western influence. The democracy we have is heavily Western influence. So as you see, it always leads back into
But
Western hands.
but
Yeah.
what is democracy? Because America doesn't practice democracy.
Yeah. Well, democracy is basically two parties. Two parties.
Well,
You've got this party and you've got this party here, and basically they both bid for political influence. So
We had the first
that's what
democracy
that's
in the
what the
world.
yeah,
West.
but
from one party though.
democracy
They
it
came from
works.
one
It
party.
That's
works. That's
what
why
the
a lot of
West
people go
sells
to
us.
Ghana. That's why Ghana
Hold
is
on, hold on.
stable.
No,
That's why Nairobi is stable.
that's rubbish. You
That's
should
why
be doing
Senegal
better
been
than that.
stable.
That country.
Democracy
We
it
had the
works.
first
Hold on, hold on,
democracies in the
hold on, hold on,
world.
hold on, hold on. That country should be doing better than that.
Yeah, but it's far
Let's
better
face.
than where we have a
So
military
it's a
leader. So
failure. It's a
Ghana is not
failure
a
in that
failure. It's
country.
not.
But
It's not.
It is a
Senegal is not a
failure.
democracy.
failure.
Hold on a second.
Hold
Kenya
on,
is
hold
not
on.
a
Let me
failure.
put
Yeah,
it to you in
but
this way. Hold
democracy
on, hold
it
on, hold
didn't
on,
come
hold
from
on,
the
hold on,
West.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Do you realize that all the Western nations have a higher GDP
than us. So all the
Do we?
Western nations.
Is that a
So
trick question?
imagine,
So what?
listen to
Is
this,
that a
listen to
trick
this, listen
question?
to this, listen to this. Imagine Senegal with a GDP of like, say, like 100, yeah, 100 million, 300 million, going to France with a GDP of like, say, 4 trillion. Do you understand what that is? Do you understand the influence? Yeah. Do you understand the
We know,
maneuver
though.
that
That's
France and
101.
the
We know that.
advantage that France has over Senegal just because of that GDP? Do you understand?
That's
It
why we
gives
were
room for
saying it's better for
movement.
Africa to unite, because if unite as one
Oh yes, yes,
government,
yes. That's what
you
I'm
know,
saying. We need a central. We need a whole
yeah.
new engine. That's what I'm trying to say. We need
And
a
we're the
whole
first
new engine,
democracies in the world.
a
The
whole
first
new way of.
democracies were in Africa. The Igbo have a traditional ancient democracy. The Congolese, the Congo people have one. The Oromo
What
people have one. And
that's
we need to
that's
study. We
that's
need to study
what
those
I'm saying.
democracies if we're going to take
But
on
that's what
What
I'm
I'm
democracy.
saying.
We need
saying.
What's
to
been
use an African
adopted.
form of democracy and not a European one. And that includes communism and Marxism, all that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. The West didn't
To be
practice
honest, even that it doesn't
democracy.
really work. It's not really effective. What's effective is a
But
But
central.
they
listen
got
to
You need
me.
a
democracy from
central.
us.
We're trying to make comparison, right? All these
You need a
countries
central
that seems to be a
governance.
little
Yeah,
bit
that's what
stability.
works.
Is it
Fast,
like
effective.
Senegal, like Ghana, right? Like Kenya. Yeah, it's not 100%, but it's far better than a country that have no democracy. So even Sierra Leone, like all these
Huh?
countries being stable
What I'm
because of
saying
free and
is
fair
the
election being going
governance
on.
of system, the
You
It
know what?
system,
works. It
the
works.
Burkina Faso
democracy
has
system.
grown without a democracy. How much they've accomplished, and with a democracy, how much they accomplished. Look at we could go all over the continent to democracies, and they're dysfunctional, and the people ain't done shit. There's nothing going on.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
What are you
that's based
talking
on the
about?
leadership. That's not necessarily an attack on democracy itself. But
Okay, well, we have an example of a leadership in which it is not a democracy, and they're growing by leaps and bounds. That's happening in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger.
Exactly.
well,
Exactly.
but,
It's
but,
a
but
central.
No, we have
It's a
how
central
listen,
governance.
guys.
It's not a
It's
democracy.
all
It's a
dependent.
central
It's all
governance.
depend on the. It's all depend on the leadership, whether it's democracy or military rule.
It
It's all
doesn't
depend
depend.
on the
Look,
leadership
look, look. You can have a leader that comes on for
and
4 years that has got good
and the people
intentions.
willing to work
Do you
and the
understand? We
people
need
and listen. Our biggest problem in Africa, number one of our biggest problems,
the way
is
countries
It's
is
grow
your
lack of
is by
enemy.
education and
stability.
corruption.
Do
Your
you understand?
enemy is your biggest problem, Africa.
Stability, man. Stability. Yeah. The
That's
way
Yeah,
it. No,
yeah,
countries
no,
no,
grow
100%,
no.
is by
It's
100%.
stability.
your
I agree
enemy
with
that
that.
is your biggest problem. That's why
The
Senegal's
people
not
that
going its
the
own
people,
so
rice.
can I ask you guys a question,
yes,
man? Because
Senegal could be
yeah, no, that's
could be saving $700 million a year. All it takes is 5 to 7 years for them to grow their rice. They're spending $700 million a year on
and
rice.
they have enough arable land, way enough arable
The
land to grow
Western
rice.
world have kept them from
That
growing
means
their
that
own
democracy is
food,
a
just like the
failure.
Western
Yeah,
world kept Nigeria
That
from
yeah,
producing
democracy they've got
steel.
there, it's a failure. It's
yeah.
rubbish.
oh
Right.
yeah,
Because
So
you saying that
if
that's
you ain't got
protocol,
food
yeah.
your
sovereignty,
enemy
what are you
is your
doing?
biggest problem. Repeat after me. Your enemy is your biggest problem. And if you don't see that and you
But
think it's
how do you
you,
fix well how to
you got
fix this?
you
How
Get
to
got
rid
to
of
deal
the
with
keep
this?
the
enemy.
low
How to
life.
actually manage
You got to
Get
to
keep
rid
the
of the
low
navigate? How do
enemy.
life.
you navigate? One mic, sorry. How to navigate through that? That's a big question, also, right? How to
You're
navigate
gonna
through your
have to
enemy
put a
and how to
benevolent
use.
strong man
Uh,
in power. And then
What
once
you
you
have
Well,
get
well,
your
yeah,
stuff,
and
what
how
you
to
have to
use the
do
once you
leverage.
get
what
your
you have to do
benevolent
is
strong man in
change.
power and you
What
got a
you have
check
to
on your
do
enemy, wait,
what you
listen,
have to
once you
do,
got a check, you ask the
simple as
question,
this,
I'm answering the question.
simple
Once
as
you
this, simple as this.
I'm
Listen, simple
asking
as
her the
this.
question. Once you got your
God
strong
give
man
let
in
him finish. He
power,
coming after him. Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
But
God
everybody's
damn.
talking. I'm getting confused. Everybody's talking.
Jesus
Let one person
Christ.
talk.
Don't
Once
worry,
you
we're
get
saying
your
the same
strong
thing.
man in power, then you got
Hmm.
a sense of stability. Your military is good. Now you can go to a democratic process. But you're not gonna your enemy's gonna make sure your democratic process does not work.
Mm, okay. Yeah, I know. Okay, that's a good point. Also, yeah. God gives. What was you gonna
And
say?
Basically,
don't forget the
it's just
religion part. Don't forget the religion.
basically all
Yeah,
it
let's
is.
let. Yeah, God gives. Yeah.
What he's
Hmm.
referring to is just basically a change of the system, a change of the
Right.
system, and basically doing away with what the colonial master has brought over the democracy system. So doing away with that and just generating a whole new system, you know, and
How do you
that's
do that
how
though?
you. It's fairly, you know, you can change it up. There's different types of you know, you can central processing, central governance. Yeah, that's one. There's you know, where you can change up the system for governance to run for consecutive 10 years, you know, 10 years, then you change over, you know. It's just stability. Growth depends on stability. You know, you need to be stable. If you're changing governance every 4 years, it's just it's ridiculous. Do you understand? Yeah, because as history has shown, there is no country which has developed under democracy. It's always been a monarchy, one governance system. It needs stability for you to develop. That's why they're always trying to sell us, oh, democracy, democracy, because they know it brings instabilities.
Do you think Democrats lack you what you're saying? Democrats lack consistency. That's what you're trying to say.
It does. It lacks consistency. It's unstable. Do you understand? Because you've got a government comes on for 4 years,
because
building schools.
Do you think there's other
all this,
factors?
then you get a
Not
next
because of
government comes in, then it's totally something different. It's a totally different thing. You get a next government comes in, the next 4 years, then you're doing something completely different. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't materialize growth.
Do you know what? Do you know what? I
So,
can agree with you a little bit, but do you know what? I agree with you guys a little bit when it comes to this. Like, for example, the Nigerian election is coming, right? And you got Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, you got Tinubu, you got Atiku, you got
listen,
all these
that's
guys
all a
running.
facade. It's a facade.
Yeah, but,
it's all a facade.
listen, let me make my point. 1 second, okay?
Go on.
And I just seen there's a guy that I followed who was a former Texas governor in America. He cannot take his nose out of Nigerian business, and I don't know. I don't know how the heck the guy is allowed to do that. The audacity that he got. I watched him in different platforms. You go and talk against the Northerners. Next minute, you go and talk against this other group. You go and talk. He's actually going on in that. He's used to be just an ex-governor. He's nobody. But the way Nigerians are taking him serious, like he will be the one that decides who becomes president.
What is he? Is he a foreigner? What is he? A Western? Is he a Westerner?
He used to be the former governor of Texas.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Democracy.
No, I think he's from Houston. The guy from Houston, right? The guy from Houston.
That's what we're saying. Is heavily influenced by outsiders.
Hold on. Let me make my point, bro. Come on now. Yeah. So basically, he's basically going around talking all kind of stuff like what he lacks consistency. Okay, and to me, it makes me wonder what is his agenda in the country. What is his plan? Okay, and so I saw another headline today saying Mike Armstrong is against the Obi and Kwankwaso ticket. So basically now he's citing Obi and Kwankwaso. And the same person I saw on a different platform promoting Obi and Kwankwaso, like saying, oh, you know, this and that. I don't know. Sometimes it makes me wonder if people are coming to Africa to create chaos between them.
Tinubu is going to win again.
He will win again. He's not going to win. He will remain in power. The party that he belongs, that party is designed
remain in power, win again. Same thing. He's going to be there again.
Yeah.
Well, this is what I'm saying. It's heavily
it's hard to remove him
infiltrated. Now, how can someone from the outside come in and tell you about your political, agendas and tell you how to maneuver and how to democratize yourself? Do you understand? So this is what we're saying. This is what
and
we're
the people are also following him, exactly, and the people are also following him. So sometimes it's not just the governments that we're trying to criticize; it's the people's mindsets also. So this is the reason why I'm trying to ask you the question I'm asking you. You know, because it's not one solution here. It's not one. We can say, oh, it's just. Listen, I think sometimes we are our own problems also. Until we face that and realize that, and we realize people are coming in, they're looking into our divides, and they're going to play into that divide. to actually continue to divide us, while they got us
Let me
distracted.
tell you something.
Yeah.
All African countries need, is just one good leader, or individually, individual countries, one good leader, polished, clean, has a good mentality and wants to do well for the people, just one for a run of 15 years. I'm telling you, you will see
Selected
massive.
from where? Selected from where?
Well, selected from the people, selected from the
There's
from
like
the
2 billion people.
from the public.
How the selection process?
I'm still struggling how you're making a case here, unfortunately, because it's more bigger than what you think it is, honestly, and it's more complicated. I think
Well,
you're
that's what I'm
looking at
saying.
things from the same road.
Not under democracy, not under a central governance, like system. Yeah, for
What you mean? So,
15
like the
years.
African
Look,
Union
for
initiative,
15 years. Well,
you think African
look,
Union should be
just
leading Africa?
exactly as Ibrahim Traore is doing. You're gonna see within the next 10 years, the next 15 years, you see massive shifts. Yeah, so that's all I'm saying. That's what they need.
Do you think we should have
That's
a
it.
military rule in the entire African continent, or a military guy who rule the entire continent? Or you think, and I mean, what about those
Well, should
northern
we?
Africans? What about the southern
It
Africans?
doesn't necessarily need to be a
So
military
I think you
person.
need to
It
be
doesn't
quite specific
necessarily.
when you
But
say
what I'm
things like this.
saying, someone who is well rounded and who wants to do good for the people, who is
As much as
who's of a pure,
look,
genuine
as
person,
much as
genuine politician that wants to, do good for the general public
Yeah,
and the
but
people.
that's something far in the future. Let's get rid of the borders first. Let's get rid of the borders first. Simple going across the goddamn border is a goddamn problem.
Exactly.
Let's take one step at a time.
It's governance first before the borders, man. It's governance first.
Yeah, well, let's get rid of the borders
Good governance
first.
first before the border, because you can get rid of the
Are you
border.
talking about government?
If
I
there's
thought
no
you said
good
you were
governance,
talking
it's
about
going to be
governor for
chaos.
all of Africa. Didn't you say one government for all of Africa? Isn't that what you
Yes,
said?
of course.
Am I mistaken?
Of course. But what I
Right. So
said,
you can't do nothing for that. It's not government before a border, bro.
Why get rid of the borders?
Yeah, no. We can do a central, governance that needs to come first. Then the borders can be away. While there's no
This guy is
governance in
sleeping
place,
right now. He's sleeping.
what
That's
we doing?
unscientific. That's unscientific. If I can't go
That's not
across the
scientific.
border,
Listen to this.
if I
listen
can't
to
go
this.
across the border to trade, that it makes nothing else make any sense.
No, but they're loosening laws to increase trade and travel.
I think
to the
one
borders. You still need the
governance should
borders
be
for security.
elected. Then that will fall in place. One governance should be elected. That will fall in place.
No, it's impossible.
But
So you're gonna get what about Morocco and Tunisia and all those places? It ain't gonna happen. Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, the rest of them.
You think they're gonna fall in line?
What about them?
That
you
would
think they will
never
be
happen.
falling in line? You think they will be happy to be ruled by a black man?
Well, we're just hypothetically speaking, like at the moment, you know what I'm saying? We're not actually, but
yeah, well, let me tell you what. You listen, right? Let's not waste our time in that sort of conversation, because we know it's just fantasy. Even in West Africa, let's look at West Africa. Let's unite West Africa first. Let's start uniting West Africa. Like
exactly.
that ECOWAS that been destroyed. Let's rebuild something new. Let's start with that first.
I mean,
because
you can't even get.
Listen, there's one thing. Sorry, Taka. There's one thing we all have in common here. Genetically, whether we belong to a different tribe or we are a different part of the world. One thing that we have in common here, we're all Niger Congo children. Genetically, linguistically, whether you're in America, you're in West Africa, in the Caribbean, we all belong to one group of race.
But
we belong to the Niger Congo
go back older
race.
than that, and we're all connected to the Twa, the Benga, the Kwa, the Koi, and the San, right? So we can't
Yeah,
limit
exactly.
To be
But
ourselves.
honest with you, technically,
Yeah,
technically, hold on,
One second. No, I'm
technically,
just
the
making my
African
point. Then you
Union
can
is
come in.
meant to be a central governance. It's meant to be a central governance processing, like, unit,
but he's
which
saying
obviously
start
Right.
at some
Okay.
point regionally. He's saying start regionally. Go ahead, Africa.
Thank you. So now, what we are, I understand where you're coming from, Shah. If you go back to probably millions of years when human beings just
No,
existed,
not
but
millions. That's
we
not millions. That's
no,
not millions.
but
Yeah.
I'm just exaggerating, right? But
Okay.
like we as people, we as people of the West African descent, like those who are the victim of the transatlantic slave trade, and those that you find from current day, Senegal to my ancestors to all the way down to Nigeria, we belong to one group of race. Okay, we speak linguistically, our ancestors speak the same languages, and most of us still speak the same languages. Okay, so let's unite us first. Okay, and AES happen to be in that block. It's sort of people. And obviously what
But
you call
hold on.
ECOWAS.
You have to go back 60 years. Did
60
our
years what?
forefathers, did they not try to do that regionally? Did
And they
they
were
not
stopped
try
by
to
the
unite?
Western world. The
I
Western
just,
world
but
stopped them.
That's
God gives.
because they
Help me.
were too
Let
slow.
me
Like
finish my point. Let
they
me
should have
finish
just
my
done a
point. Let me finish.
one-time union. That's it. A one time, like, put certain
Honestly,
things in place, and that was it.
I think you're a bit
But
blurred. You're a
because
bit
they
blurred
went
in the
to do
conversation.
regionally, it made it easy
Mm.
for the Westerners to pick them off. Do you understand?
Right.
So
Well,
that's why
okay.
we're at
We are running out of
the
time.
stage where we're at the moment,
And what
because we
stage
went
is
to try
that?
and do regional.
What stage is that we're at the moment?
The stage we're at the moment is where we're trying to unite after 60 years, when it should have been done 60 years
Okay,
ago.
we can't talk about should have been. We can make analysis and say this is the
I
mistakes and
think it's
let's not make them.
honestly, I think God gives
But
you a
the
little bit of wisdom
time
out of the conversation.
where we are at this
No, I'm not.
time is we're at a potential
Mm.
civil war in the United States with 50 million African Americans with these European Americans. We're possibly at facing a potential civil war. Africa is about to
That's
be
true.
recolonized.
That's true.
Africa is about to be recolonized
Not
by the
not
United States,
actuality.
Europe, and
Not
the United
actuality.
States, Emirates, and Saudi Arabia. You don't agree with that point? What I just said? You don't.
No, it's not,
Who disagrees?
I agree with it.
I disagree with you.
Okay.
No,
I'm
I
Okay.
gonna tell you
disagree,
Why?
why.
brother.
Why?
I'm gonna tell you why. It's recolonized if you allow them. Simple as that. You're saying that it's going to definitely happen. That's what you're saying.
I don't mean to say that though. I don't mean to say that.
Yeah, but if you allow them, you see what I'm saying? They're not getting past the AES. You might as well forget that. It's liberty or death. You see what I'm saying? If you allow them, right? It could happen if you allow them.
I like that because
See?
I'm definitely working on. I believe in the positive thinkers. Trust me. Ireti Alaje,
Yeah, but
calling on the positive thinkers.
any
Ireti Alaje.
any country that allow the West to do that to them again deserve it. Okay? They deserve it. That ain't gonna happen.
I'm with you.
Okay?
I'm 100% with
If
you.
African Americans allow that to happen again, they deserve it.
Yeah, you're right.
You see what I'm saying? They deserve it. People talking about, oh, Trump is gonna do this to them again. They're gonna do that. All kind of fucking bullshit you hear around these stupid people talking.
I hear it all the
You're
time.
gonna allow
You
them
hear
to
it
do
all the
that?
time in London.
So then let me rephrase that and say we need to be ready for that potential. We have to be ready.
Yeah,
That's what
exactly.
I should have said.
That's different.
Thank you, brother.
That's different. You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying? That's different.
Do you know what my
That's the
worry
time
is?
that it is.
I would love to see somebody come around me talk about they want to do X, Y, and Z to me. Okay? All my
But
guns
the
in the house
problem
be
is,
talking.
my worry is that since from the wars we've had in the past, and since from the Atlantic, like slave trade and everything else, we've not built up our inventory, our military inventory. Do you understand? We got some of the weakest military inventories in the world, and that's a cause for concern.
Well, that's what people are trying to do right now. That's what the AES is trying now. You see what I'm saying? They are trying and they're doing it, but they
But it
have
can't
other
just be the
people trying to
AES though,
stop
you
them.
know, because what is we need to stop listening to these Westerners about these, you know, they've got all these laws, rules-based order, you know, rules-based, you're not allowed to have this type of weapon, you're not allowed to have this. We need to start moving like these North Koreas and these other places where they tell them, listen, like just, you know what I'm saying? Like,
But that's a fight right
F
now, bro.
off, you know what I'm saying? Let's just, you know what I'm
But
saying?
that,
Start building our inventory, you know?
but you're having that.
That's happening right now, though. I don't
It's
understand.
happening now. It's happening now.
Yeah.
Nigeria for the last 10, 15 years has been asking and requesting for more advanced technology, more advanced levels of technology
But you
sharing.
got to start
Some of
doing
the
that
stuff you're talking
yourself,
about has
though.
already
You got to
happened.
start implementing that. You got to start building weapons yourself. You get me?
That's true.
Nigeria's
know?
building weapons. Nigeria
No, but
building
they
weapons.
have partnerships with Turkey. They have partnerships with
Princip,
like
Oh, that's
They're
good.
building
Princip,
to
weapons.
build
That's good.
technology in
tell him,
Nigeria.
tell him during,
That's what we want to hear. You know, that's what we want
Yeah,
to
but
hear.
some
look,
stuff is
during
happening. Some of
during
those
the
things already.
yeah,
Because we've
Princip,
got
tell
some of
him
the
during the
weakest
last president.
inventories.
Well, listen, my friend. During the last president of Nigeria, late Muhammadu Buhari, when he was trying to fight Boko Haram, he wanted the equipment to fight them. What they said is, "Oh no, you're committing human rights crimes in your country. We can't sell you those weapons."
They always
It's
do
like
that.
what? They find ways
They
not to
Yeah,
sell him.
always
So
do
we've
where
that.
done
did
They
that
he?
a
always
bunch
got
of
Where do you
something to
think?
times.
say.
Where did he think he had to go and get his thing from Pakistan?
Well,
And then
Proforce is a company.
1 second.
Uh,
Let me finish. Okay, so eventually he's think right. Okay, if you're gonna treat me like this, I might as well start building different sectors and start making weaponry. So that's why Nigeria
Mm, mm,
make
mm,
their most of the weapons there and their tanks, and they make a lot of war tanks. They make a lot of their vehicles, and also
Mm-hmm.
even last week, I saw a guy called Admiral Abbas, who is the chief navy officer. He's the one that deal with the sea,
mm,
you know, like the down
mm,
delta.
mm.
They're actually starting to build more ships
That's
because the
good.
ships that they use for
That's
those,
good. All,
yeah, they're
all,
building
all
it.
African
But
countries should be doing it. They should be
let me make my
collaborating.
point. However, yeah, I agree. However, they need to work with more advanced societies because they cannot make some feeble, little weaponry
True.
that's gonna be get wiped out by the state.
right,
So whatever they're doing, they need to be doing it rightly. They
Mm,
right.
need to make
And
mm.
sure they
all
actually
these
Do you
make it
know
up to
all
what?
date
these
Do you know
weapons.
what the
Nigerian
Iran wars
engineers and
taught me? Yeah. Do
scientists.
you know what the? Do you know what the
Yeah,
Iran war? Yeah, with the Israel
yeah.
and USA. All that war has just taught me is that
Mm.
all that matters is who's got the biggest. You know, who's got the biggest gun, who's got the biggest bazooka.
That's it.
That's it.
Mm.
That's why they need to
Mm.
quickly. Africa needs to get nuclear weapons. You get me? Because
Well,
really and
They ain't
truly,
go.
at the end of the
well,
Hold on a
day,
second. They're not reached that
at,
far yet, bro. That's
yeah,
that's a
what
long
they
ways
need
off.
to. We need
and
to.
Yeah, but need
yeah,
to and
but
actuality is
AI
two
We
is
different things.
need
becoming
to
more
reach that far. You know, we need
AI
to
is
Need
reach
to
it
and
becoming
quickly
as
actuality is
because
two
dangerous.
different things.
that's
AI is
all that
becoming
matters in the
as
world.
dangerous as nuclear weapons. AI is. The potential that
Mm.
AI can do. I'm gonna tell you right now, just from my experience of how these new algorithms are moving and what the stuff that's going on, I'm having a hard time distinguishing between natural, spiritual synchronicity law and the AI. It's
Mm,
like, wait a minute, is that the natural stuff that I'm used to happening on its own? Where you be thinking of something, it'll start showing up, or is that AI because they either listen to me or they understand me so much that they know what I'm thinking and when I'm thinking?
that's true.
You see how
Mm.
that works?
Digital.
Yeah,
There's digital colonization as well, which is coming. You know, with digital
yeah.
colonization. So that's that
So
aspect as well. You
we
know.
have to
Listen,
factor
they
that
all are
in.
they all are this. They all are there. They all are there. I'll give you a good example. Even though there are bodies, right, in Africa, we know that we are good partners with Russia when it comes to defense. Russia always have been there, in helping African fighting colonials like the West. We always get weapons from them. But let me tell you one thing, like Wagner owned the biggest trolling platform in the world. These people are very good at information warfare, and
Mm.
they're very good at manipulating the algorithm. A
What you
lot of
said?
these things that you see
You said
online,
Mac?
like
Who did you say?
Wagner, Wagner
Why?
owned
Why?
one of
Wagner?
the biggest
Wagner?
trolling platforms.
What is dissolved though? Wagner's dissolved.
I know. But before
It's
they
integrated into the
dissolved,
Russian military.
Mm.
And exactly, and that's going to be more sophisticated because the Russian military is going to get hold of that now. It's going to be more sophisticated. So they basically they are in control of a lot of this stuff, man. And the Russians are good at it. Even in the UK during the World Cup, I don't know if you remember when England missed those penalty. Remember when we missed those penalty when those black players got abused, right? And a lot of racism during Brexit. Those racist algorithm were coming from Estonia, somewhere in near Russia. It was a Russian platform who were trolling. Yeah, during the Brexit time. Okay, they trolled the UK so much. The UK population got sucked in it, and they actually went for Brexit. They buy into it. Russia was behind Brexit. So a lot of these countries, America, Europe, they all do this. They all do this propaganda,
Oh yeah,
online
they all
propaganda.
got
They
heavy
manipulate the
influence, you know. They all work the
yeah,
propaganda, you know. They all work the
yeah.
psyops.
So a lot of our people that you see online today are going, oh yeah, this, oh yeah. Sometimes I just sit back and say, guys, this guy's been actually caught. They have been caught big time. You need to look after our mental health in this world that we're living in, man. If you don't look after your mental health, this online thing will suck you in. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
big
I
time.
mean, one thing as well, I just think to myself, why are China, Russia so reluctant to pass over that technology? Do you understand? Like they're a bit reluctant to pass over that technology that
Honestly, in the next
gives
few
us
years,
that military security that we need.
They're
You
doing that
understand?
right now, bro. They're doing it right now.
In what
in the
way?
next
In what
in the
They
next
form?
few
passed.
Tell
years,
They
me.
passed it. Part of this war is because of what's going on in Africa. Okay, I mean in the end, the big prize is Africa for the entire
Of
world.
course, yes. That's why they keep saying global
Right.
south, global south.
Right.
Because
The big prize is Africa.
that's it.
You see what I'm
yes,
saying? That
simple.
that is the
Hmm.
prize, right? When
Yep.
Burkina Faso was getting close to Iran, they was ready to make some deals and stuff with weaponry. Iran was gonna come there and teach them how to build, drones and missiles and all different types of stuff. Boom, that shit cut short. All this, in the end, all this have to do with Africa. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That is it.
That's true. It's always had to
You see?
do with Africa. The World
Yep.
War, First World War, Second World War, it's all to do with
Yes.
Africa.
All
It
to do
always
with
comes
Africa.
back to Africa, you know what I'm saying? Because that's where all the goods are, you know, that's where the diamonds, that's where all the things
And
are. And
and not
without that,
only
you
that,
can't
not
move
only that,
forward.
all the knowledge base is from Africa from day one. They know it.
They know
Only
it.
Africans don't know it. They know it.
Yeah.
You see?
So
I
anyway,
told you, I said that before.
I'm just
People
saying,
like
I'm
in
just
Spain,
saying that big bazooka, that's all that matters, man, at the end of the day. Yeah. So that's what they
yeah,
need to
hundred
be.
percent.
African leaders need to be working on that security, you know.
Yeah, but
Security should be first
yeah,
on the list.
security should be first, and also
Yeah,
I shouldn't with an American passport have a easier time traveling in Africa. That is just ridiculous.
yeah, it's
You have an
ridiculous.
English
It's all,
passport, you have a US passport, you have a Europe passport. I could travel much easier in Africa than somebody that live right next door to the country.
exactly.
All these
That's
things
it.
have to stop.
Yeah.
You
Exactly.
see?
That's all got. It's all got. All this colonial ties. There's all these strings attached to it as well. That's why certain people don't want to let that go. Just there's people benefiting, big corporations. Airlines benefiting massively from this. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna take a big push for
Mhm.
it to,
The corporation
and
comes
the
with it.
people needs to
The
start
corporation
putting
comes.
pressure. The people, the general public, need to start putting pressure
But
on on,
my
on, on the
brother,
government.
the
You
average
get me?
African people are very uneducated. These people are not informed.
Yeah,
How what pressure is
the
going to be put?
problem is, what I'm saying, because it's just a bit of pressure. You know what I'm saying? If you really want something to happen and you're not happy about it, general public are not happy,
How you going to fight for
and
your
you
right when
you
you don't
you
know your
push for
rights?
it,
When you don't know what
it
to
will
fight for?
happen. it will happen. You know what I'm saying? They will have to get rid of it. You know what I'm saying? But it's just where
Bro, I think
maybe the people are not clued up enough. Maybe most of the people they don't even have the capital to
look at countries. Look at the people in this.
That's what the problem is as well. They don't have the capital to fly, to get on the
look
plane.
at those
They
people
don't
in
have
the
that
Sahel
capital.
who have those people in the Sahel who have a great history. They are educated in a different form. Might not be Western way, but these people know well of their ancestors, what their ancestors built, what their ancestors done. Look at those tiny bit of educated countries in West Africa, like the coastal ones like Senegal, and so on. When they stand up, they come out because these people have self awareness. Okay, they will stand up. But most other African countries, they are not educated. They don't know their rights. You have to know what you're fighting for. These people being so dumbed down. They only just care about going to the farm, doing a bit
No,
of farming, have enough
most of
money.
what they care about, is going to the church or mosque or something like that. It's mostly
Yeah,
religion
well,
they care about.
that's also
And that's a rule.
Basic
That's a
necessities.
psychological
That's
rule.
what it is.
all that also. If you want to add it up as well, I'll add that up in the list. Okay,
That's the
for you.
main core. That's the
But
main thing.
yeah, and well, they got to feed themselves, don't they? And and the
Yeah.
family. So that's what they care about. So they're gonna have to go. What they care about is going to the farm. As long as they got enough yield, they got like a bit of palm wine. They can, like they get together. At the weekend. Because I grew up in African villages, which I see how it works. Okay, and there's enough yield. Maybe end of the month. Everyone will get together. They beat drum. And they drink enough palm
Africa,
wine.
it might be changing. It might be just a bit,
Listen,
generalizing there. It might be actually changing, like where people are
if you go to
more.
most rural, if you go, listen, let's be real. If you go to most rural Africa, not in the urban cities, this is how the normal people live. And these people don't know about shit that they voted
What's
for.
wrong with that, Al? What's wrong? It's not
No, but there's
it's the
nothing wrong with it.
leadership job.
No, yeah, but what I'm trying to say is the politician would not go there until when it's election to come. When election comes, they'll be like the chief will be like beating the drum and everyone is coming in. They might dash out a few bag of rice, and you know what I mean. They just fool the people, just sit there talk run nonsense, and then they get the vote and they don't come back again until another 4 years. They dumb these people down.
What I
So
think
it's
is
like
is
our
this.
people need more. Our people need more political education. They need to be educated.
That's
What's
true.
their rights?
That's true. Yeah.
What is their human rights? Stuff like that. We don't have that. That's a problem. Most of these European countries already had a different what they call enlightenment. They know what. It's just listen.
So
We got a way to go, bro.
And we need a historical education as well, because if you don't have a historical education,
Can I ask you a question? Al,
Absolutely,
you're telling me,
yeah.
you're telling me rural England is very educated. They know what's going on down in the main cities and all that kind of stuff like that.
Yeah. I can vouch for that.
They do.
I can vouch for that.
Not just in terms of like news. I'm talking about in terms of like policies, politics, everything like that.
Yeah,
I can vouch for that. 100%.
These are the ones that care
they
more
know the
about
difference
policies.
between Marxism, Leninism, and
No, I'm not talking about all that. I'm just talking about the simple policies,
Okay,
the day-to-day
listen.
stuff like
Rural
that.
Rural England care more about politics than this.
There isn't no rural England anyway. There's no such thing as, because it's all kind of developed anyway. Like there's no
No, but there's people literally in the city, in New York City, in Philadelphia, in the city that don't know what the hell's going on in the city. So you're telling me that somebody in the rural areas, they're gonna know everything?
They know. It's mostly the rural areas. It's the other way around. It's mostly the rural areas who are educated.
I'm more
They're the ones that go to the Oxford.
Because those
They're
are
the
the
ones that
wealthy
go to
people.
Oxford. They're the ones that go to Cambridge. Do you understand? So it's the other way around.
You're not talking about those type of rural areas, though.
The gentry lives in the rural areas. The gentry.
There isn't that type of country. There's no such type of country. There's no such.
Are you talking about the
England.
suburbs? Or are you talking about the rural areas? I'm not understanding. You talking about the rural areas?
All of them.
I don't think you're talking about country. England don't have no rural areas as such like that.
That's what I'm saying.
America does. America does.
It's not even big enough
Yeah.
to have them type of
Right,
rule, like
right. They
kind of
don't, they don't have
area.
that type of rule
They
there.
don't have it. They don't have
But
it.
They don't have
also,
farming
also
areas
The
in the
main thing
countryside
is
somewhere. They don't have
historically,
that.
if we don't have an understanding of history, we will start out with, and this is no shade on you, Africa, but we will only develop a connection between regional areas. We have to have a story that includes all of us, that we are connected genetically, historically, which we are. We are. That story needs to
yeah,
be the anthem for Africa that will
Exactly.
unite
Yes.
us.
That's it.
yeah.
That's
You
it.
Especially
keep
West
saying, but
Africa. That's what I'm trying to
you
say.
don't think
The
the
There's
problem
problem
is,
is, the
but you don't
problem
think the
is
problem is
there's
religion.
coordination
one
and
thing.
leadership?
Yeah,
The
The problem
there's
problem
is
on
one
the
thing
religion.
that
The
continent
main problem is religion.
is
Right.
religion. The main
It's
problem
Right.
is religion.
how's a
It's
religion, man?
deep
How's a religion?
indoctrination.
I don't know why I
Abraham,
don't know
show
why
us up.
I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know why
deep
you guys always use the
indoctrination, which has
religion
led us
as a
to
Okay,
led
Abraham
our people
tore us up,
to not
y'all.
be
I don't
critical
know.
thinkers.
for let me give an
I don't
example of
know.
religion. Right? They know,
Yes, please.
like for instance, they know who white Jesus is. I don't care which deepest part of the country, in any African country, in any Caribbean country, anywhere, they know who white Jesus is. They know who Muhammad is. They know, because that's what's indoctrinated into them.
That's it.
Religion is the
That's
main
it.
problem for
It's
black
the main
people
problem.
all over the world.
It's
That's
the
the
main
problem.
I
problem.
don't listen.
But
Okay,
my
And the
point,
worst
listen.
thing
can
is,
I
yeah,
I'm
just
glad.
start here?
the worst thing is
Yeah,
you
go on.
see like the Pope, yeah? You see the Pope was traveling around Africa, like, you know what I'm saying, traveling around certain, like global south countries. I'm thinking, why in all the places, like, would you want to choose, like, would you want to choose Africa, like, to come and, like, do, you know what I'm saying, to go around and do a parade and everything else, that's because
Yeah,
that's the continent which is most
That's
affected
most
by
religious,
religion at the moment.
and they have the most religious people in the
We're
world.
the believers at the moment. You know what I'm
That's
saying? We're the most
colonization.
influenced.
That's
Yes,
colonization.
yeah,
Even Abrahamic
yeah. Prince, you're
colonization.
gonna
that
ask a
is
question.
So
it's
what's
a
the
form of
corrective though?
colonization.
How do you correct that though? Is the question.
Hold on. You guys are saying that this big, just because they went to those things as Catholics, they went to that. These same people show up to political rallies. They show up to social, cultural rallies, and by the thousands as well. And they have these the local leaders that wield a lot of power on a day-to-day basis. You guys are trying to make it seem like this all the issues is just that the religion is this is that. What is the role of the
No,
local
Yeah,
leaders,
it's not
connecting
all
them to the
religion.
higher
that's
leaders,
that's
and
It's
the
all
saying
the
main
stuff we've
problem
expecting
been
there.
talking
change
about before you
and
even
more
got here.
coordination in the nations? I don't understand that.
We're talking about food security. That's not religion. We're talking about
Yeah, but
IMF loans, the
who has
predatory
more power
loans.
over that?
We're talking all of
The
the stuff
Pope
we're
or the
talking
local
about.
leaders?
Wait. All the stuff that we're talking
I think
about.
yeah, it is very simplistic using religion as the base.
Wait a minute.
That's the
All
reason
the stuff
why.
that we're talking about, including these Abrahamic religions, and for me, the solution is, for example, going to Ekiti. You guys know that state, Ekiti?
Yeah, I heard
I
It's
of
heard of
very
Ekiti.
that state.
traditional. It's very traditional. Starting a traditional school that has all the latest. You got the heavy science, literature,
Yeah.
humanities, all of that. Plus, but it's a Ifa, Yoruba, Orisha centric school, and it's going to teach that. Now, you could be Muslim, you could be Christian and go there, but they're going to be teaching about Orishas and Ifa at that school. And then when you go to Urobo land or Benin land, they're going to have their traditional schools that have all the latest science and history and whatever. We're going to have that in Fulani land as well. So all of the areas is going to have their own traditional spiritual thing, worldview. All of that is going to come out of each ethnic group is going to have their own, and they will
Yeah, but
interface with the
Yeah.
basics
who
of.
whose job is
Yeah.
that? Isn't it the
So
local leaders and the local people job
No, that's the
to garner
revolutionary.
interest in
That's
it?
the revolution.
so
That's
what
the
Yeah,
that's
but
we're
the
you
saying,
dictator, the
dropping
benevolent
yoga on the Pope.
dictator.
what we're saying is
Benevolent
that
dictator is going to impose that on the country. And if
yeah,
you don't
Who's going to
like
keep
it,
the
you
hold
get
on,
the
hold on.
fuck out.
Who's going to keep the benevolent dictator in
If
check? Is
you
it not the
don't
local
like
leaders and
it,
chiefs?
you gotta get the fuck out.
Even the
That's a good
look,
situation with
question.
Sonko right
all
now
we're saying, is that is
Demi
the
Five.
awakening of the general public.
One mic,
Do you understand?
guys. One mic.
Like
Yeah.
giving them like a opportunity to fight for their equity, to fight for their rights and everything else. So it's just the awakening that and religion is hindering
Right.
Religion
So
is
we're dealing with
hindering that.
culture,
That's what
right?
we're saying.
Right. So
Religion is hindering
culture.
that awakening.
Right. So
But
you're
what
going to
is the
deal,
role
but
of the
you're going to
local
have
leader?
you're going to have a spiritual worldview that will. They're basically the same. All these traditional African spiritual systems, they all have their different focus and twist, but they're basically the same. And so everybody has their own cultural cosmology and worldview. That'll becomes part of the education of the students. And they work together. There'll be magnets that deal with engineering. Some magnets will deal with biological sciences. Some magnets will deal with other arts. And so those will be all of the schools that are in Nigeria and all throughout Africa. And that's it. And we move forward.
So, but basically, we just need a curriculum change.
Shay,
Yeah.
what if I tell you? What if I tell you that here in America, people are starting to get away from religion, including white people. Okay,
I mean,
including
religion is
white.
becoming less
They are
popular in the
starting
world,
to
to be
get.
honest.
They are these
Yeah.
churches and stuff that used to be packed. They are diminishing, and
There's a
like I
lot of
said,
cults out here too, man. Don't forget that. A
including the
lot of
white
cults.
people. Everything.
Look,
That's why they
Christianity is a cult. Islam is a cult.
Oh yeah,
They're
but
all
it has
cults.
hold on. But those Christianity, Islam, traditional, they have established creeds, principles, and morals. Some of these
Yeah,
people are making
they
out.
cult.
They're
But they
making
cult.
up
So do
morals and
traditional
cults
African
They
religions.
cult. So they all
I think,
right
look,
out their ass,
it's
man.
all bullshit. All of them was forced upon us. Okay.
Again, but
okay,
again, if everybody make your own little code of
I
50
think we
people,
need to
50
take
people, you have a
emotions out of the
modern
Yeah,
argument.
society.
but they all cults. They start small and they got big. They all cults.
Okay,
Yeah.
All bullshit.
we got to take emotion out of this argument, right? Because the reality is, for example,
Why should we take it out the
Europeans.
argument?
Okay, let me just no emotions out. I'm not saying no. I say emotion. If we look at Europeans who adapted to Christianity, if you look at it, they wasn't really Christians to start with. Christian came to UK. Like for example, look,
Came from
Christianity
where?
came
Came
here.
from where?
Christianity came here
From
from
where?
listen. The Berber Tuaregs brought Christianity here. The Romans, the guys that actually conquered this country, is a Tuareg. The country that I live in called England today.
You're trying to say Christianity came from Africa?
So what are you saying?
It came from
Why are you
Israel. It
saying
came
that
from
we should
Middle East.
take
It came from
Islam
wait,
out of the out of the
Let me speak,
content?
man. I would like to speak, so please let me just make my point. Then you can interject.
Go on, make your point. Make your point.
Okay. So basically, yeah. So in the UK, the Romans came here. The barbarians brought Romans. They basically I don't know if you know what they call barbarian. The barbers from Africa.
Yeah, we know about the history. We know about how they colonized, like England.
Yeah. So they thank you, man. Please, God, give just chill, man. So yeah, they brought this religion over here. This religion never belonged to English people. English people are naturally pagan people. They always follow their own old Anglo-Saxon ways. If you look at most of the churches, how they actually build them, you can tell this is not really, Abrahamic. You can tell straight away. So they managed to make use of Christianity to develop themselves and advance themselves. So why can't we Africans find, whatever? Listen, I don't care whether it's Abrahamic, Ife or whatever. Why can't we find a
good.
religion that actually that would develop
So
science?
since you don't care,
if you make a point,
right? But since
that
you
would
don't
develop
care, what's your
science.
ethnic group? What's your ethnic group?
Me, my ethnic group, I'm a half Fula and half Mandinka.
Okay, so you Fulani and Mandinka. So we can take the Mandinka cosmology, and that becomes the spiritual system of your region or your area, or your whatever, your schools and your area.
Hold on, but
Since you don't care,
shot. How does that affect politics? How does that affect regional growth?
okay, let me tell you how. Let me tell you how.
Yeah,
Let me tell you how.
I'm
gonna tell you how. So basically, the political structures of African cultures are communal, right? So we can take that basic principle of communalism
I agree with that. The
and
communal,
apply
yeah.
the social parts of it to the economy or to the economy and to the politics. So we're naturally socialist in nature because we're communal people. We don't need communism. We can make our own shit up as we,
I
whatever
agree
fits
with that.
us. It could be a mix of a little
Okay.
capitalism if that's what we want. So it doesn't have to be one
I
thing. and that's
Okay, well,
a cultural foundation of
the
African
political.
culture.
I don't think this is why I don't think I don't think religion is our biggest problem. It is a problem, certainly.
It's the
We know
biggest
that,
Our
and
problem.
biggest
No
problem
matter what you
Huge
decide, it's
problem.
a problem.
okay. That's
it,
your opinion. That's the opinion.
because it
It's
Based on
not
my
stops
opinion,
studies.
the
it's a
general
fact.
No,
public,
based on my
But
yeah,
why does
studies.
he think
Based on
that
my
from
though?
studies.
thinking
Let me just.
outside the
Okay.
box.
Hold on,
Why,
Do you
one second.
understand?
Why? One mic,
'Cause
please.
that's why
Based
we're
on my
having so much
studies.
problems on the
Oh
continent,
God.
because we're not critical
Why
thinkers.
does Africa
You need
think
to
that
let people
religion is
speak,
not a
bro.
problem?
religion is
Based
not the
on my
problem.
studies.
Let him explain. Let him think. Let him speak.
God.
Because
Based on
Religion is
my
a
studies.
problem, man.
Oh my God. Based on my observation, I think religion is a problem to mainly Africans. We're the only people that religion have been a problem to, compared to other race. Other race have made use of whatever form of religion, whatever that came their way. For example, if you've got
this
Hinduism,
was forced on
Buddhism,
us, Africa.
That's
It
what
was
we're
forced
yeah,
on us.
saying.
It was
That's what we're
beaten
okay,
and
saying.
let me
forced
just,
on us.
It's a problem.
It was
yeah, so,
beaten and forced on us. That's what I'm
But
yes,
saying.
yes,
but
yes. But
Tahaka, hold on. Let him finish.
yeah. So it was forced on us, but it was also forced on other people. But they managed to. Do you know how much the Romans chopped head when they came here? They all was quite
But it's
brutal towards
there.
the people over here.
It's
That's
there.
what I'm just trying to say.
So
Let's not
Africa,
ignore
you
this
said
fact.
that you didn't think religion was a big problem, and then I
No,
said,
no, I
okay,
know. Listen.
Africa, why do
You're
you
just
think religion's
contradicting
not a
yourself,
big
Africa,
problem? And
Africa.
you said it's not a big problem for other people, but for Africans, it is a big problem.
It
Is that
is a
what you just
problem
said?
because it is a
You're
problem
just
because of
contradicting
how we.
yourself, brother.
I'm not. No,
No,
you
he's
can.
right though.
No, God.
Hold on. Let me help you out real quick, man. Because he's
Oh
right.
God.
There's proof throughout history where Islam helped black people, traditional religions help black people, and Christianity helped black people. So you
How
can't just
did
say that
Islam help
No,
us
Nation
no,
of
when we didn't
no.
even
Islam,
need
Nation of
Islam?
Never.
Islam helped resurrect a
What
lot of
did
people
Islam
mental
add
state
to
from self
African
hate.
culture?
Islam
Bro,
or Christianity,
Islam's
none
just
of them
been
help
there
us. None of them.
pillaging
No,
us
I'm saying
for
the instances. I'm not trying to say.
for
Go
for
ahead.
for 600-700 years. Islam has been there pillaging
So,
us.
so what religion? Say,
What are you
do you think
talking
we?
about?
No. But no,
Okay.
the elders and chiefs allow some of these individuals by cutting deals to pillage us. Even to this day, you got people like Tariq Nasheed, Dr.
Chiefs.
Umar, whoever. They're not doing their jobs as leaders and
No,
chiefs to
look,
organize the
If you
No,
let,
people.
bro.
The same way, hold on. The
if
So
you
same
ask
way,
me
the
who
same way
destroy
the
Africa
Sonko
are the
issue.
chiefs.
it
Hold
was
on.
just it
So
was
even
a
with the
form
Sonko
of
issue, where is
No,
the
religion.
leadership? Where is the chief?
Religion on the
Where's the
God gives.
spiritual
continent.
You need to
leaders?
Listen
let
to
people
me,
Where
yeah.
speak,
is the
bro. You
intellectual
keep
to
interrupting,
lead
Listen to
brother.
this?
me.
Please, man. No, God gives.
Listen.
Let people speak. God gives. You interrupt people. You're making the conversation very, very
Come
let people
on,
speak. Then you
come
can
on.
come back.
Look,
No, man, no,
I
come
let
on, man.
people speak in it. I've
No,
let
but
him.
you're interrupting people, bro. It's not nice.
I let him
And,
speak. I let him
Yeah,
hold
speak.
on,
go on, principal. Yeah.
if we're a communal people, I'm gonna ask you right to the other London brother. If we're a communal people and all this kind of stuff, that means that we answer to chiefs and leaders, etc. Right? You go to Haiti, Jamaica, they have chiefs. They got not chiefs, but they have like social leaders, people that almost are damn near like chiefs. They have preachers, whatever. These guys garner a lot of power, similar to that of a chief in Africa, right? As a spiritual
Not
leader in
all,
Africa.
not
All
all.
right.
What are they doing? Hold on.
Igbo did not have chiefs. The Congos people didn't have
Oh, what?
chiefs.
Well,
The
You're right.
Romo
is that
Okay.
people
why
didn't have
Igbo? Is
chiefs.
that why the
So
Igbo
there are
never
other,
built an
not
empire?
all groups had the
But
chief system.
Well, that's the reason
they
Look,
why
had
Igbo
spiritual
never
leaders
managed to
though. They
build
had
an
spiritual
empire.
leaders, correct?
look.
Go
Let
ahead.
me
I'm sorry.
come in.
Yeah,
Let me
but they
come
were the
in. Yeah.
first to smelt iron. They were the
Look,
fucking
religion
head
has
of
just been a
technology
form
of
of
all
control.
humans.
If you
But
ain't
the
noticed,
Igbos who never had
if you
chiefs,
ain't
they never
noticed,
built
then
an
you're just
empire. They never
silly.
built a
Yeah, but they were the
civilization.
first to have smelting of iron. They were the first
Look,
high
No, no,
technology
no. The people
look.
people
from
in the
Benin, the
fucking
people from
world.
Benin,
So
the
far,
people
No,
from
sir.
Benin, the
No,
people from
no,
Benin,
no.
so
The
far on the
Benin,
oldest,
Benin,
continent,
bro.
the
yeah.
at this point, the
Benin,
oldest iron smelting was done in Igbo land, somewhere in one of the Igbo lands. That's what
Benin,
they're
Benin,
saying.
Benin. All right, okay.
No, not Benin. I'll Google it.
So
I just
look,
Google.
look,
We were
look.
arguing about
What
this
it
the other
is, yeah.
day. There
I
is
think
a controversy of whether or not the radiocarbon dating that Sheikh Anta Diop invented, as opposed to the there's another system of telling age. Is I can't remember it, but it's another way
So
to
you're
do it.
mixing tradition and religion now. Now you're bringing tradition
No,
and religion. We still
what
have
I'm
tradition.
saying is that you're saying
Well,
that the Igbos
you
didn't
are mixing them up.
okay, but
that's
No, I
let me
said they
say.
didn't create an empire. I
I
didn't say
know, but I said,
civilization,
but
an
they were the
empire.
first high technology of really human. If you're the first to smell smelt iron in the world, then that's what is that? That's high. That's like having AI before anybody.
Yeah, but Al, what empire are you talking about? What about empire
Igbos.
Kush and ancient Kemet and all that? What are you talking about?
We're talking about Igbo land in West Africa.
No, I'm talking to Al. I'm talking to Al. Al said it didn't create traditional stuff. Didn't create empires.
No. He said a chiefless society.
Local empires.
Chiefless society didn't create empires. That's what he said. He didn't say. He said that chief. Shah was trying to imply that Igbos didn't have chiefs. They didn't have such quote unquote structures.
And he said,
but they had elders.
They didn't have empires either.
They had elders. Correct.
First of all, chief is a European word.
Or obas, you know, a one king.
Yeah, we had leaders. Listen. There's a reason why. A lot of Africans stay away from some of the African religion eventually, because one of the reasons was human sacrifice, and that cannot be done in the modern.
Bullshit. Okay, bullshit.
Here it comes. Africa. You see, you don't care about religion at all. It could be anything, but now you're saying what it really is.
Why are you getting all triggered? Can I listen? I'll give you a good example. I'll give you a good example.
Come on, don't bring that Muslim shit. Nah.
Where's the factual evidence of that happening in African spirituality?
That existed.
Yorubas did it. Yorubas had human sacrifice for the Orisha.
That existed.
They stayed outlawed
Animal sacrifice.
They stopped practicing it though. They stopped. So now what?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So what?
Yeah. Exactly.
So they had human sacrifice. So
what you're saying?
They don't anymore.
What you're saying is we need a reset of methodology.
There's still human sacrifice now.
They have.
Let me finish. Sierra Leone on the news in Sierra Leone. Don't tell me what I know. On the news in Sierra Leone last week, a child got missing.
That is not human sacrifice to the system of Mende.
That's murder. That's not human sacrifice. That's murder.
That's for organs and for
exactly.
money rituals.
There's a documentary recently.
Exactly. They know human sacrifice.
That's for organs and money rituals.
Stop. There's recent, as much as recent, a documentary done in Sierra Leone about human sacrifice. People who are practicing certain type of religion in Sierra Leone. He actually made it. I can actually bring it to the link and then when Diana's open the show next time. It still exists in Africa. You must be so dumb.
That's like a fringe. That's a fringe element, though.
Come on, man.
Yeah, exactly. But so what I'm trying to say is, I'm not saying it's happening. I'm not saying. Listen,
let me tell you something. Hold on.
Stop protecting these fucking religions.
You see, you guys are not letting people
protecting these fucking religions. You're protecting Muslim and Christianity, bro.
Hold on. Every religion has its aspects of some type of sacrifice. Even Christianity, even they got every religion has got some type of aspect of where they've got some type of a branch of the religion where the branch is it's of some type of nature. It's of some type of maybe you could call it demonic or satanic. Do you understand? Every religion has that.
There's no such thing as satanic, bro. That's all made up.
Okay. Well, you know what I'm trying to say. In Buddhism,
bro, you see when you're talking about people are not interrupting you. Try not to do that to other people, yeah?
What do you mean?
Thank you. People are letting you speak, but when people are talking, you interrupt them a lot.
Come on, man. When I let you speak, and you see me like being like patient and letting you speak, and I've come up obviously interjected, and it's my term. Simple as that,
Okay, go on.
But all I'm saying, every religion has got that type of aspect. Do you understand? Buddhism, Christianity has got that type of aspect as well, where they do certain type of practices.
I'm in Ifa, and we don't have no Satanism.
It's not Satan. I'm saying I'm putting it in the wrong way. I'm putting it in the wrong way, but it's got some type of some type of
demon negative.
Some superstition, some type of sacrifice element. to it
No,
or
the
some
the
type of.
whole principle of Ifa is based on sacrifice as part of it, and the sacrifice is material objects, and sometimes it is animals like chickens or goats or sheep or ducks or
But
Exactly.
there's
turtles.
different aspects to
So
the
we
religion, yeah.
sacrifice those animals, but we don't use human anymore. And then there are other aspects of the spiritual system that
Exactly.
involves folk. What do we call it? Metaphors or allegories, folklore about certain types of beings that
Yes.
exist that are not human, and they move in a certain way, and they have a relationship with human beings. We need to be clear about exactly what it is. They have a relationship with human beings that can be adversarial, and there's a story about why they are adversarial because humans did something to them, and so as a result, so now the thing that we have to do on this side is we have to stay on their good side, those particular forces, and this is the female forces, for example, in the Yoruba
Mm,
cosmology,
mm.
that every woman that is a woman has this power, this female power, that part of it is pregnancy. And part of
Mm.
it has to do, is connected to this ancient
These things have never
female
got back
force.
anywhere in life.
Right.
Mm.
So
But
if you
anyway,
come from a human, your mother potentially is very strong in that power. It may be very, very strong in that
Mm.
power.
Mm.
And
But
so she
what
needs to
I
know about her spiritual
yeah
depth in terms
yeah, but
of
that we
what she is made of.
yeah.
And
So,
don't
we
need all the
lost
name
that.
part.
We lost
I
that when
don't
we
need. I
dealt
don't
with
need.
these Abrahamic religions. We lost that connection. And what they've done is they've maligned our spiritual understandings into witchcraft, devil
Thank
worship,
you. Thank you.
uh, just negative shit
No, but we
because
listen. We still follow.
Exactly.
Listen, we
they're
still follow.
So we,
anti-African.
We
we need
still
a
follow
reset of
alongside.
mythology.
I don't
We
know
need
why.
a
I don't know
reset
why
of
I have to listen
mythology.
to other people telling me about my religion and my traditions and stuff that we follow. We still follow these things in West Africa. Majority of West African Muslims still follow their tradition. You are talking about traditional religion.
Where they
These are
hide,
not the.
right?
They no. Okay, yeah,
They
but
do it
they
in the
still follow it.
background. They do it in the
They still
background.
no, they don't have to. A lot of people don't hide. Some country, depend on the country. You see, this is the problem
how
again. When you're
Islam
no,
was
no, no,
forced on
I
black people, bro. It was forced and beaten
yeah,
to black
yeah,
people.
In
yeah.
some
I
cases,
understand.
yes.
Islam was
Not in
terrible
all
at the
Exactly. You
cases,
beginning
but
of
in
it.
some
understand?
cases,
Christianity was
yes.
terrible. I am not here to defend Islam or Christianity. I want you to not to have your overall place in judgment on me, thinking because I'm trying to say traditional religion also had human sacrifice. That means I'm defending Islam or Christianity. I am not. By doing that, it just kind of makes the whole conversation not
The
really.
Zion is sacrificing children
But all
right
I'm
now.
trying to, yeah, yeah, exactly. So they
That's what I'm
all
saying.
they
Every
all come
religion
to their
has
own.
their aspects.
They all thank you. That's the point I'm trying to make. They all come to their goods and bad. Let's make that clear.
But
And
Yeah,
also,
what we're saying on the continent is
what I'm
our
trying to
religion
say,
has been
Al,
what I'm trying
distorted.
to say is, whatever religion that advances to modern day science that
Al.
can lead us to the next. And let me finish. Whatever religion that would advance us to modern day science and take us to that leap, I think that's a religion maybe that we should be
Yeah,
following.
And
but
what
it's not
religion is that
Christianity or
then?
Islam. It's not Christianity or Islam.
Yeah, that's what
Right.
I'm
It's
saying. What religion
Okay.
is
that's
that?
much more in
All that
alignment with
That's
science,
why
African
we're saying religion is
cosmology.
a
All right.
all
All
that
failure
right.
as a
science,
Okay.
as
all that
Quantum
science came from
So
us.
physics, quantum
that's why we're
physics is
saying
much more
religion
in
is
alignment
a
with African
problem.
cosmology.
yeah,
Oh.
I'm still waiting for your evidence
Right.
that the first people who melted iron were from the Igbo tribe. I can't find that anywhere. The
Oh,
what I know
the
is
first
I
iron smelt.
I
Oh, I'll find it. Oh, y'all
I
go
knew
ahead and
on
talk. I'll
what's
find it.
it? Oh my god. The knock,
the
yes.
knock people. The knock people of leisure. These are the people who melted iron, not Igbo. Okay,
Are they
the knock
not a
people.
part
They're
of
not.
Igbos?
They're not their region. These are people of different different groups. They're not just Igbo people. These are people of a certain region. So I mean, some
Yeah,
tribe would
people
like
of
to
a
say
certain
That's
region.
what I know
these
them.
are
I know that
yeah,
as the knock people.
I
knock
know
people.
What I
they're
The
know.
not
people
That's
that
what I
made
people
up.
learned.
to be
Yeah, thank you.
You see?
associated to Igbos.
Yeah,
That's what I know in some type of form
they
or
come.
way.
Listen, there's no such thing as all these things that people know name today. Igbo, this dude, or this. These are all new names like Yoruba. These are never
Yeah,
one. These are never. This is why people come up here and just call the names. We got. Listen, we got ancient names for a lot of tribes before the Europeans. These are all names that are named by
There's no
other
such
tribes
thing as
and
tribe.
Europeans.
There's no such thing as tribe. That's a
Exactly.
European word.
Exactly.
yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
True,
So
true.
it's just silly when people come here and try and explain to us our history. But anyway, the reality is that anyone that bring us civilization, that bring us peace, that enable to leap us to another, centuries of advanced technology. Let's do that. We can
But
always
that's not
finance
coming
it
from
and make
But
it
religion.
work.
the West
It's not
learned
coming from
technology
religion. That's what we're
from
saying.
Africa. I don't understand.
Yeah.
They learned
I mean,
everything, mathematics, all science. It came
yeah,
from
yeah,
Africa.
yeah, yeah.
So I
Look,
mean,
look.
I don't
I am.
understand.
Listen.
So I just AI and it says yes, the archaeological findings in Igbo land, specifically the ledger sites, rank
Yeah. I think you're just
as
obsessed with.
one of the well, it says one of the earliest, oldest, and most significant independent iron smelting sites in the world. However,
These are a
whether
group
the
of people.
ancient
Mm.
ancestors of the Igbo were the absolute earliest globally or across Africa depends on ongoing debates among archaeologists regarding concurrent timelines.
No, people are good. Listen, some tribe like to claim other people say, "Oh, it was us, or it was that, it was this name or that." Listen, we know in West Africa the group of people who were in certain region and who were the earlier people there. That's the reason why anytime I come here, to debate, on this historical event and place and time, you always cannot prove me wrong because I know exactly my in-depth study of things. But
Okay,
the
so
Yeah,
what's
but
reality
I
happening
is,
mean,
to the not people then? What's happening to them? Africa,
yeah,
Africa.
but you're saying though, even with this, is not saying that it's up for argument. But I mean, even it goes on. It says that the radiocarbon dating in iron slag and ledger to 2000 BC places the dawn of Igbo metallurgy centuries ahead of most other civilizations, ahead of Europe,
I'm
concurrent
telling,
with
I'm
Anatolia,
Forget
telling
about
you,
Europe.
no
Don't
study
even put
races
claim.
Europe.
early
Look,
as
look.
Africa. Within
Forget about
African
Europe. Don't even
Look,
mention
continents,
Europe.
universe recognized as part of a
Sharp,
tiny unique
sharp,
cluster.
Yeah, but don't even mention
No
Europe,
mention
bro.
Europe.
Don't mention
sharp.
Europe. Don't even put Europe in.
Nothing wrong with mentioning Europe. Sharp. Our people suffer from a lack of organization and leadership. You're making it seem like it's a religious issue. Even with this
No,
guy talking about the one
no,
Africa concept, who's going to hold this one benevolent leader accountable when we have nations full of
It's a
millions of
simple
people
mindset. That's
who
what
so
it is.
these
are
Simple
you
these
saying you
mindset.
local
don't trust
leaders, these
that we could
chiefs,
have a leader
these
like the
priests.
Chinese have a leader? Or is that what you're saying? You don't
All right,
trust
but
that
that's what
we
I'm
could
China has
have
a
saying.
like the
council
Didn't the
Chinese
Chinese
have
have a
or
different
like
behind
Russia
the
dynamic?
has?
Ginseng
Speak.
King.
Why
There's a
are you
council of
interrupting?
people.
This is not right,
Man,
man.
these
Come
people
on.
got no
Be patient.
belief, You just got
They have a
no belief that
council.
you can do anything
If
you know what I'm saying?
other
That's the
countries can
problem.
have a one leader person, how come Africa can't have a
No, no, no,
one
no.
leader person?
China has a council behind Ginseng
Yeah,
Ping.
but we
It's
would
not
have
just
a
him by
council
himself.
too.
Yeah,
We,
but
it,
Simple as that.
hold on. But you don't want to hold
China is
your
not a
local
separate
chiefs
country,
and
though.
leaders
China is not a
accountable. How you
separate
gonna have a
country. That's the
council?
problem.
Anyway,
That's the
this
problem
You're
with
saying
pastor
South
likes
religion?
talking
Africans,
about religion because anytime you bring religion, people get so
but
emotional.
it's not about religion though. Africa. It's about culture. It's about
Yeah, I mean,
worldview. Listen to
yeah.
this. I'm in a space, right? And we're talking about what we're talking about, the existence of God. And
Hmm.
everybody, in terms of talking about the existence of God, everybody that's in the room is from Africa, and the only thing they can talk about of the existence of God is coming from an Abrahamic perspective. And I said, wait a minute, y'all from Africa, you mean there's no view of God's
Oh yeah,
perspective?
I
Talking about it
understand that.
from your own traditional worldview?
exactly.
I
No,
understand that. I
that's
understand that. I understand
problematic.
But
that.
That's what we're
who
saying. Our
But you
religion's
know why
been
that's
distorted,
problematic,
mate.
Africa? Do you know why that's
No,
problematic?
yeah.
The reason why is it problematic?
No, the way it's problematic because it's a lack of that self being and who you are and where you come from, and also number one, African
Exactly.
people are the first human race on the planet. It's a known fact. Okay,
Right.
and we shouldn't be told who we are, where we came from, who actually brought us to this planet. If anything, we should be the people who telling other people our story. I understand that.
Right.
And even the middle, even listen, even if you read some of the Middle Eastern people text, which is not the biased one, they will tell you most of these people that you call prophet today, they all have African lineage. They all
So
have,
if all right, so then
all of them.
right,
we
so
are
wait a
our
minute, wait,
own
but let me
God.
say this. This is important. Let me say this. So if we are in Abrahamic religions and our view of God and the beginnings of the universe and science comes from because really that conversation about God really has a scientific base to it. If you can, kind of see through the allegories that if your view of that is going to be from Muhammad or Islam or the
Christianity.
Bible, then you miss the rich cosmology of your own ethnic group that is much more in alignment with the with science
nature and science.
and
That's
science.
it. That's
No,
it.
Yeah,
we understand that.
our
We understand that.
cosmology
I agree with that.
explains the
I
Big
agree with
Bang.
that. I agree
You
with that.
understand that, man.
I
And,
know,
and,
but
and,
wait,
and
I
wait a
religions
minute.
are foreign, man.
Furthermore, quantum physics can be explained really well through Ifa system, through the Ifa cosmology system, from the binary mathematics that Gottfried Leibniz got from a Portuguese diviner in the 1500s, and lied and said he got it from the I Ching in China because his Jesuits came to Paris, where he was a student in the 1500s. If you follow the descendants of him and Bull, and more so him, he's supposed to be the father of calculus, and all of the major students underneath him were the computer mathematics and computer science began through his line, and that began with the binary mathematics system that's in E5. Then you talk about other aspects of African spirituality where we're doing these things on one level with these physical things, and it's making other shit happen. That's all kind of ramifications
But
is in that.
but what is the role of the chief in the leadership in those communities in pushing that? Because some of these people listen to the chief more than they listen to the Pope. They listen
The
to these
chief
preachers
is
more than they listen
in
to
the
the
case
Pope.
of the
They listen to
Yoruba, the chief is subject to the Ogboni society, and he has to be in a
So
line with what
where
that
did that got
society,
us?
with that council of elders.
Where
they
did that
listen to
got
the
us in modern
imam
day
more than the
advancement
Pope,
and
man.
So
science?
where that got us, let me
Where
tell
did
you
the
where that
Yoruba
got
ever
us.
got us
Let me
in
tell you where
African
that got
history
us.
when it comes to
Where
advanced
that got
science,
us,
technology,
I'm gonna tell you
and
where
even
that got us,
development?
because
Where did that ever
everybody
got us
always
nowhere?
comes to, when you start talking about our culture and our spiritual sciences, well, if it was so good, how come we messed up today? How come the Europeans was able to do that? That's
Oh, I don't want to waste my time in
disingenuous.
this gibberish, man.
No.
Right.
Please.
Nobody's
That's a
saying
very
that.
disingenuous, because you take away
Shot.
from the point. You
You
take
gotta stop
away
kicking
from
the
the
can, bro.
point
This guy is
of
only
what we're
Stop
talking
kicking the
decidedly
about.
can.
going to
Stop
come up
kicking
with
the
this
can. Answer
rubbish
my
again.
question.
Please.
Stop
I'm
kicking the
trying
can,
to
Shot.
answer it. So the
I'm
king
You
saying,
don't
kicking the
just
can. That's the
king.
problem.
no,
You
you're
The
keep
going
kicking the
Oba
can
you're
does
going
and
all
not
the way around the
just
world
have
rather than
carte
this
answer my
is what
blanche.
he's
question, man.
doing. He kick the
The
can down the
Oba
road
does
and
not
then he
have
start
carte
talking
blanche to
and
do
he
whatever
start
he
down
wants to
he start
do.
over
He's
you.
subject to councils. Right.
No, but you even hold
The
on, Shot.
Ogboni council is one of the councils that keeps him in check. If he gets out
Oh
of
God.
line, they bring a
Yeah.
calabash.
What,
They
what,
bring a calabash to
Where did you
him.
start me,
If they
Rob?
bring that calabash to him, his life is
Sha,
over. He is
Sha,
executed.
Sha. Let
That's
me
what
ask you a
happens to a
question.
king
Let me
in
ask you a
Yoruba land.
question. Well, let me ask you a question because you said IFA and such, right?
Mhm.
So what technology and science did they use thousands of years before that? Say in ancient Kemet,
So Kemet
ancient
is
Kush,
right. So
and stuff
Kemet
like
is
that.
old, but what we're beginning to find out is that Ifa is as old. Like, even they're saying archaeologically in Nigeria, they're dating Ifa at 10,000 years just on physical evidence.
Okay, well that make more sense to me because the science they may not have called it IFA or anything like that,
Right.
but the science have to be the same because some people say Egypt is 3,000-4,000 years old, but it's 10, 15, maybe 20,000 years old.
Yes.
And then
Right.
and then they have even before that in the Uganda area, right? Which is this is like 100,000 years old, right?
They
In
have
South
record of two
Africa.
great years.
In
They
South Africa, over 100,000 years old. You
Well,
see what I'm saying?
in Kemet,
It
they
goes
have
that far
record
back.
of two great years. You know what a great year is 26,000 something years, and you actually have to observe the cycle. You can't estimate it through science. They tried to say that in the AI. You have to actually observe it. So in order to observe the great year, the what do they call it, the period starts with a P. The what is it called? Anyway, it's the great year, right? It's 26,000 something. It takes the world
I don't know where
a
this is
wobble.
This
taking us.
this is
Takes
like
the world wobbles, and in order to see the constellation in the space, the world has to wobble. They'll do that 26,000 year wobble in order to chart the constellation in the heavens. If you don't go through the whole procession, oh, it's called the procession. If you don't go through the whole procession, you don't get to chart Cancer and Leo and all of these things. We're in the age of Aquarius. I think it lasts 2,000 something years, right? So this is what they have record of. Two of those. It's on papyrus paper. How could you record it if you can't see it unless you go through it?
That's beautiful. That's a lot of beautiful history. But we're talking about on a day-to-day basis. People listen to these
I think he's kicking the can down
traditionalists,
the road, isn't he?
these
He's just when I ask him a
imams. We
question,
have
he go
Ousmane
around and
Sonko.
around
No,
until I
so
fall asleep.
what question?
I was
Usman
asleep
Sonko
then. I just
and
waking up.
Demi is beefing right now. Where is the imams? Where is the
Where is
political
all this?
social leaders to make peace? South Africa, they got chiefs down there inciting violence on foreign blacks. Where is the chiefs and leaders to
Our
make peace
traditional
among the people?
systems are not they're useless.
You're pointing your finger at the Pope.
They don't
And
have
we have
political
black
power, brother.
leaders here in
No.
America,
And he
black
got
leaders in
They don't
Haiti,
have
black
political
leaders in
power
Africa
because of
and
respect
colonization.
more than the Pope.
You're aware of
and
that,
they got
right?
Tinubu, and they got Tinubu, the
There's black
Nigerian
leaders that these
president,
people respect
You're
way
you're
more than the
to
aware
Pope.
engage
that
in
the
his president
traditional
future.
political system is not operating at all. You're aware of that
It's
because we were
distorted.
defeated by the colonial powers.
So
That's it.
just
It's
leave it alone.
distorted, you
So
know.
leave it. So it's just as bad. It's just as bad as the others. Then so just leave it alone.
So
If
No,
you
it's
cannot
not.
fix
It's
it,
when is the
not.
last time you listened
It's
to the
not as
Pope?
bad. And you know what,
When is
though?
the
Let me
last time
tell
you
you
listened to the Pope?
something. This is something that you don't know because you didn't take Black Studies, Africa. My teacher focused on melanin, right? And I even remember people saying, "What good is learning about melanin? Y'all wasting y'all time in college learning about melanin and history." Well, white folks have been meeting in private
Yes,
conferences since the
that's true.
1940s.
That's true.
Every 2 or 3 years they meet, right? They have developed eumelanin that coats electronic parts that is a superconductor. That's called eumelanin. So that's only one aspect of melanin. They were doing melanin research in Kemet and is written on certain walls and in certain papyrus paper
we know
that they
Africa
were
had
doing that
advanced
research.
civilization.
Right.
We know
So
Africa had advanced
but
civilization,
we're
and
bringing it
there are
back
still
though.
remnants of it.
We're
There's still,
utilizing it
yeah.
and
Okay.
bringing it
Okay.
back for
Okay.
practical
Okay.
purposes. Africa. It's not
Let's
just
do it.
some
Let's do
relic
it.
to,
Let's
to,
do it.
to observe.
Let's do it. Let's do it. But it's
No,
not
we're
the
doing
topic of the
it.
day. We should make. Let's
We're
do it.
doing
Okay.
it.
Good. Good. I mean,
You.
I'm all for that. I'm all for that. 100% all for that. Any way I could help, I will.
Shot,
I will
shot,
help. And
shot.
yeah, I'm not against
Obama's
my
building a
own.
library in Chicago while we need his leadership on housing and education and medicine and all that. Why you point your finger at the Pope? Where's the black leaders? Where's the
He's not.
imams in the
Well,
Sonko
Obama's
and
not
Where's
Demi
the
actually building the
Sir,
where's
library.
the
you are the black leaders.
Obama's not
You
building.
oh,
need to
Obama's not building the
you talking about
locally
library.
He's
organize.
not
Ifa
building
got
it.
priests and leaders. Where
You
they
need
at?
to locally organize and then regionally
see
organize
how
in
this guy
America.
argue? Yeah, this guy.
Because the electoral process,
Obama ain't no leader, bro.
the
He's
electoral
not building the
process
library.
is
He's
not
not
going
building
to
it.
help you. And that's where we are
Yeah,
because
you
they
guys
just
are
rolled
funny
back
to
the
that.
voting rights in the United States. So all of the gains that we made during civil rights is gone.
That's crazy. That's
And
crazy.
so
That is crazy.
but it tells you
That
what
is
time
crazy.
that we're in. And I'm saying it's not only the time in America, in Africa, it's also happening in America. And if we don't wake up and realize what time we in, we got black folks calling themselves Indians. They're not even, they look like they're from straight out of Congo or somewhere, and they Indians. That means we've been again, once again, we've been what have we been, Tarka? We've been hoodwinked, bamboozled.
Yeah,
Bamboozled.
Hold on, shot,
Malcolm X.
shot. I like that point right there because you was preaching against the church, but the more you see these people make these fake ass cults, is the more that they create these new histories and these revisionist histories about how they're Indians and how they're Chinese and how they build everything. Right? When they were in the church, they were more Pan African. So you don't see the problem that people leaving the church or people leaving established institutions, they leaving African traditionalist custom, they leaving Islam and creating their own fake cults and they're creating new fake
Okay,
history is a
well, they're
problem. You don't
all
see that as a
coach to
problem?
me, but they're all coach. But let me tell you what I always tell them. I grew up in the church. Okay, I grew up in the church. I know all about it. Let me tell you what I always tell people. Right, there was a church in Brooklyn, New York. Right, the preacher he's dead now. Reverend Youngblood. Right. Um, I will, even though I don't believe in the bullshit anymore, right? But that particular person, I'll tell anybody this: if you do right by the people, right, I will support your organization. You see what I'm saying? And I mean churches. I will support you if you do right by the people. I would support you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are. But if you do right by the people, I will support you. So it's not, my mom is a minister, right? I'm not, it's not that I'm against it. They do not do right by the people. They do not. You see what I'm saying?
But
So
it's not
that's the
only
thing. It's not about it's not about religion per se, right? It's not about religion per se. We know all the religion was forced on us. You see what I'm saying? They got it from our beliefs, change it around, and use it for them. They created this. That's the part I don't like. The part they created, they gave it to us when they got it from us in the first place. They got all the shit from us in the first place, right? And we create, like what Shah was talking about. We interact with nature and science, and that's how we create these beliefs, this belief system. It had to do with science and nature. Ain't no damn somebody over there looking over us, right? And that's it. We
Or
created
a
this for us.
woman being born from a man.
You see,
What kind of shit is that? A man's rib.
all kind. It is so. Sometimes when I talk to different ministers, right, about it, my mom, other ministers that I know over the years, and I said this thing contradicts itself. But what is repeat and contradict all the time? It's impossible to even believe this thing, right? And if there was some being looking all of us and in control of everything, right? You're gonna tell me that a being that's in control of us is looking at a child getting raped and killed, allow that to happen, and then the first thing black people say, "Oh, it's the devil." God allowed it. 10 people in a car crash, one person survived. Oh, God was looking over this person. So what about the other fucking 9 people? We gotta. This is the mindset I don't like. I hate about religion. I hate it. You see what I'm saying?
Abrahamic
That's
religion.
true.
And
So
look
see,
at the beauty of
that's why
ours. Look at the
we
beauty
don't
of
get
ours.
respect.
The
That's why we don't
woman,
get respect around the world, because we don't worship God in our own image. You
right?
know,
And look at
that's
the
the
details of it though. The first woman had the power of the word vibration, and
Mhm.
she also represents subatomic energy, just like Ma'at did. Odu does the same thing. Ma'at is order in the universe. She
Right.
represents these principles:
Yes, yes,
righteousness,
yes, yeah.
truth, justice, reciprocity. Odu is the Yoruba equivalent of that. She is the thing
Mm,
that is matter and antimatter. That's the
Right.
Odu.
mm,
That's the
mm,
signs
mm.
we mark down on the thing. Those
The
are
deities.
they're bigger than that. They're like
Mm,
galaxies. The Odu are like
mm,
galaxies. They're huge. They're bigger than that. And
Absolutely,
so
the
she
mm,
African life.
represents that.
True.
She said,
Yes.
God, you gave Ogun the power of technology and war, clearing the way. You gave Obatala the power to shape and mold human beings. That's DNA. Obatala is DNA. He represents other things. What do you give me? God said, I give you the power of the word. She was the first woman to come to the world. Look at that allegory. It's beautiful. And when you know what Odu is, it's even more beautiful, because it's like, wow, that's a feminine principle that's dealing with
mm,
subatomic energy. And
for the cosmos.
when we do with when we're dealing with quantum mechanics with physics, quantum mechanics with Ifa, we're doing our divination and we're using superposition.
See,
Mm,
Todd, that's what I mean by
that's
religion
great.
is what's holding black people back. You see what I'm saying? Anything the average religious person do, anything. Oh, um, it's God. You see what I'm saying? If you're poor, oh, God keep you poor. You see what I'm saying? If you make money and rich, oh, God gave me the money. You see what I'm saying? Everything they are turned to this goddamn thing. God, every damn thing, right? So that's what's holding you back. No, get up off your ass and do some work.
Yeah, but
right?
the Bible says that itself too, though. It's preach against the lazy man. It doesn't encourage you to just sit there and wait for God.
Yeah. Well, they leave everything up to God. Bro. They leave
Well,
everything up to
that's on them. That's how they're again. That goes back to how people are educated, and it goes back to the leadership and the priests and how they're preaching it to the people. When the preachers were, there's preachers that take their organizations and they build houses, they build schools, they build a lot of stuff. The same way there's traditionalists that do the same thing. I'm not trying to condemn African tradition culture. I believe in that myself, but I do believe in duality. I believe that as African people, we have to try to find ways to coordinate these different three religions to create a new understanding and a new form of
Yeah, but
change.
one religion. I mean, two religion was forced and beaten into us. You agree with that?
Some people accepted it on their own. Some people were forced. Yeah, absolutely.
No, it was right. It was
Many of us were forced.
It was all. When I mean us, I mean it was forced on our first ancestors. That's what I mean by us. So what of course, people accepted later on, but it doesn't matter. The damage was already done. It's forced on us, and it's forced us to accept it, or else. Just like it was forced for us to accept their names, right? Their languages. It was all forced on us. Their way, their culture, everything was forced.
But can I ask you a question, big brother?
It was forced.
But who upholds like the same way we were talking about Al? Who's upholding these religions? Who's helping demonize these religions in the present day? It's many of us, right? So it's up to us to demonize our traditional religions and cultures, as well as
how do you do that? How do you do that?
Brother. It goes back to the leadership. It's about how it's preached. It goes back to how the priests, how the traditionalist leaders, how they coordinate to change the dynamics.
So now you understand why we're saying religion's a problem.
Education. You have to understand the psychology of your people. And once you understand the psychology of your people through observing them and understanding principles of psychology, now you can employ that in your educational system, in your curriculum. This is what Amos Wilson, Wade Nobles, Joy DeGruy, and what other black psychologists that we have been saying, that we have to deprogram our mind because we have a colonial mind. Go ahead, Africa. You can go ahead, interject. Because I can't hear you. I'm talking.
No, sorry, my bad. I said I'm back. I was listening, but I was away from you guys. Sorry, Anisha. Go on.
No, I'm just saying that you have to know the psychology of your people, and this is the whole thing about trust. About these, even the Abrahamic religions could work for us as long as it's we use it to liberate us. If Islam or Christianity is a liberating force for us, then okay, and that includes Ifa and any traditional religions too. Those also have to liberate us too, or otherwise throw the shit out.
That's my point. That's my point.
100%. I 100% agree with you on that, Asha. I mean,
but are they doing that at the moment, though?
Yeah.
No, they're not doing it at the moment.
They're not doing that. That's why we're saying religion's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we're saying that, because they're not doing that. They're not liberating us. They're not making us think critical, outside the box. You know what I'm saying? Challenging things. Do you understand? So that's why we're saying.
But how do you do that when they have How do you do that? How do you do that when they have the image of somebody white?
That's what I'm saying. They're not. It's not empowering us.
Yeah.
I mean,
I understand that.
For instance, if it was the other way around, we can use it to benefit ourselves.
Right. You have to study history.
We can't.
The more that you study history about your ancestors and you dealing with your ancestors, the more you can combat those things that are imprinted in your psyche. You have to learn how to release those things and put in good things. That's going to be like, I see a Kopanochi or Imhotep or Orumila. That you begin to see them as the God instead of Jesus Christ.
But here's the
irony. Jesus Christ to me, I see a white boy with blonde hair, blue eyes. I don't care how much I read the Bible and it says woolly hair and bronze skin.
Exactly.
I see a white boy with blonde hair and blue eyes.
Exactly. But in reality, who does the Pope worship? What image?
The Black Madonna and
the Black Madonna. The Black Madonna. You see the irony?
That makes sense.
You see the psychiatrist dumb? You see the psychiatrist the other day, 2 years ago.
Aset and Haru.
Right, exactly. 2 years ago, what did Putin do? What did Putin do?
He showed the real. He showed the real. Did Russia got the real image of Jesus? The
Not
brown skin
not
brother with
only
the curly
showed
hair.
not only showed the real image, he told the
Yeah.
Russian people. This is what
Mm.
he said. This is his own
Mm.
words. He told the Russian
Yeah.
people, "This is the
Yeah.
Jesus we're going to worship from now on." That's what he said.
Yes. So how come?
Right? No,
Also,
you would
also, why
think
do you
black
think?
people.
Can I
You
ask you a
would,
question? Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Do you know why the Arabs would kill you if you try and draw a picture of Muhammad, or in fact describe how he looked like? Did you ever wonder why?
Because his image was
He's a
black.
black man. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah. He's a
my
black
thing
man.
is, but getting back to black people now, why they why the Pope, right, and his
Yeah.
people, right,
No, we're
is the
getting
immediate
somewhere
people
now.
I'm
We're getting
talking.
somewhere. Where
Why
I agree.
why
This,
why
yeah.
and then and Putin bringing this out on national TV, right?
Right.
But black
Hmm.
people, but not all, not every last one of them now. A lot of black people
Hmm.
that change, but
Hmm.
especially in Africa, still have this white, blue-eyed, faggot-looking Jesus. Why?
Man, they have
Throughout
on
Nigeria,
Go easy on
throughout
my, go
Ghana,
billboards
easy on
in
my
throughout
Christian
Ghana.
brothers.
Kenya.
Go easy.
Why?
Go easy on
They
my
have
Christian brothers.
billboards with white Jesus on the
All over
billboards.
Africa, all over Africa.
This is
You see what I'm
Mm,
crazy.
saying? All over the Caribbean.
mm,
You see what I'm saying?
mm.
So if that's what I'm saying, the white man is telling you that God and Jesus is
They are
black,
God. Is in the image
but
of them.
you don't. I don't. You see the psychological damage this shit that done to us, bro. That's what I'm saying.
100%. I agree. I agree.
You
I
see,
mean,
that's what I'm saying.
great
You cannot help
conversation.
us.
You know. You know, but you
So,
see one
but
thing
then
about me though. You see,
imagine if
one
that's the
sorry, sir. One thing
psychological
about me.
damage, if that
One
is the
thing about me is
psychological damage, imagine what we have to do in order to move forward. I mean, it hampers a lot of things. It hinders a lot of things to have that as your God. Your God is a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes, basically.
yeah, I understand that.
There was a Catholic I don't know what they call him, minister, priest, or whatever in Nigeria and in the Congo tore the. I don't know if you guys saw the video. He tore the Bible up and burned it, and said this has been our problem. You guys saw that? They did it in the Congo
No,
also. Some religious people.
no.
Yeah,
They cut that shit in Nigeria quick time. Okay,
No, but
but
you see me. One thing about me, I believe in religious freedom. Okay, I mean that is something I always had in me deep. You know, it's my upbringing, it's the country I come from, and the culture I grew up in, and you know, it comes from my family background as well. Okay, we believe that anything that you believe in, as long as you're happy, you're not
no,
offending
no.
somebody else, you're not
But
hurting anyone else.
yeah, I
You
agree.
know,
I agree with you to a
yeah,
point,
yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
believe in religion that are tied to you, that look
Oh
like the
yes, oh
deities
yes,
look like you. You see
yeah,
yes.
what I'm saying? That if an
yes.
No, that makes
alien,
sense. That makes sense.
right?
Yeah,
It's
that makes sense.
If an
so
alien come down to
important.
Earth, and the alien is green with polka dot, right? And you say, oh well, this look like God. I'm gonna worship. The first thing you do is get a paintbrush, black paintbrush, and start painting in black.
Right. So God, so Jesus
You
should
see
have
what I'm
been
saying?
looking like you a long time ago. The minute that you said, "This is my God," he should have
Right.
started looking just like you.
Just like you. You see what I'm saying? But that's the key. That's the key to our liberation. You see what I'm saying?
Mm,
But you cannot
Make
tell the average
yeah,
person
change.
that. You can't tell the average
yeah.
Christian that. You can't tell the average Muslim that. You can't tell them. They don't want to hear that.
No,
You see what I'm
no,
saying?
they don't. They
That's
don't
why the
want.
shit's
They don't
so
want to
hard.
hear it. They
You
want to.
see?
They listen. Look, these people have hijacked everything
Ignorant.
that's belonged to us. They hijacked how they're trying to hijack our mind, our mineral resources, our wealth, how we think, what
Oh
we
man, you
worship.
breaking up, bro. You
Listen,
breaking up.
yeah. So I said these people have hijacked. They hijacked everything from us, from our
You
minds.
broke up all the way. You just broke up all the way.
Can you hear him now?
So, can you hear me now? Can you
No.
guys hear me?
I
Yeah,
hear
I
you.
No.
can hear you, bro. He's
I
clear
hear
on my
you. I
side.
hear you.
Okay.
I hear him. Taharka, you the
Okay.
only one that can't hear him good.
Yeah, yeah.
Must be me
So
breaking up then.
yeah, it must be you. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, they hijack everything from us. They want us to believe what they believe. They want us to believe that they are the image of God. They hijacked our religion, our land, our mineral resources, everything. Basically, you can see is plain sight robbery. Everything they do to us. But
What did they use though?
how do we? Huh? What did they
What did
use?
they use to do it?
Force, brute
Force.
force to do that. Yeah,
And what
force.
else? Religion, innit?
That the force come first. The force come first. These people came brutally first. They came with brutal force. That's how they came to West Africa. However, I will say in West Africa, in the group of people we come from the Manding and the Guinea coast, we use religion to fight them because at that time we was quite divided. We was fighting each other based on tribalism, based on cultural differences, based on trade routes. Different based on, oh, you helped destroy my empire. How dare you? And these are the times that they came. But then, because of Islam, like most of the people who liberated West Africa from the Europeans were Muslims, like the Almami Samori Toure, like the guy that we talk about earlier, Sheikh Bamba, who my man was quoting, and Alpha Jallo, Baibure, Sengbe Pierre, all these guys. I think Baibure and Sengbe Pierre, one of them was African traditionalist from Sierra Leone. But however, yeah, we did use different, religion other than Christianity to fight them. To galvanize people, we use Islam and the native African religion because these were the people who were the
Hey,
victim of
guys,
trans.
let's pass the mic to Jagoon. We got a new
Oh
caller.
yeah,
Go ahead, Jagoon.
Jagoon, what's up, brother?
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
I've just been listening, and I've been
You've
quite
gone missing.
horrified. I've been quite horrified with the way the conversation. I'm sorry about if I'm not able to pick up all your names. There was somebody who was speaking about the slag mount being found in the eastern part of Nigeria, which is accurate. And I don't know why one individual had so much rhetoric against what is accurate. And he didn't even want to learn from somebody who knew. Yet he's always speaking historically. It disturbs me because this is knowledge being passed to you and you rejected it out of hand. You didn't look at it. You didn't ask any questions. You just rejected it. You asked, what did the Yoruba people do? If you know what Ifa is, if you know the history of what the Yoruba people are, you won't ask such silly questions. Then start speaking about the Guinea coast and Fulani why is it so comparative? Why is it so comparative? Wait, let me finish. Let me finish,
This guy
please.
got such
Let me just finish. Let me just
Why
finish.
can't you just
Because
make your point and leave my name
I'm
out of your
gonna make
mouth
my point.
and just carry on?
Let me just finish because
Yeah, please
I know
carry
you're
on.
gonna be triggered.
You're
I know you're
very
gonna be triggered.
intelligent and very
Well, let me
bright.
just finish therefore.
Well, do it. Don't mention my name. Don't make my. Just
I've
make your
mentioned
point.
your name already. That's past tense. That's already past tense. We're moving on.
Oh,
Because
dear.
you're triggered. Because you're triggered. Anyway, the way I'm listening to this, and people are saying things that are tangible, and to reject them without any level of sophistication in asking questions. That's what questions are for. These level of communication, if they're not for us, who are they for? You could for the amount of people who are listening, to the amount of people who are speaking. Are you speaking round and round and round, or are you just looking to win arguments? Are you teaching? Is this a broadcasting position to make a speech? You have to decide what it is you're actually doing, because you can't just knowledge can't be coming to the table and then people are just rejecting it because it doesn't fit in with their own world point of view. It's very poor, very poor. So I personally, when we're speaking about West Africa and such, I would much prefer that we're having real conversations, and not saying I agree and then robbing the last person's conversation and then having nothing to say about it. I don't think that's a conversation. So the person who brought up the fact that the Igbo slags are the oldest found. There are people who are prophesizing over this, who are coming across with different information. But as far as Nigeria is concerned, after the knock, which is largely terracotta, even though they did smell iron, it wasn't as grand as what was going on in terms of the numbers of smelted objects in the Oyo Empire, Yoruba particularly, in the Benin and in the East, in the Igbo. Theirs is dated now to the 9th century. They're saying that the Yoruba is between 7th and 12th. That's the argument. And they're saying that the Benin is more like 11th century. 11, 12. Having said all of this, it is factual, as has been agreed, I think, that these things began in Africa, and they didn't begin because of the Stone Age, Iron Age, blah blah blah, and we go on like this. No, what I've read recently is that it's about what people's needs are and what materials they have around in order to do certain things. And the way African culture worked, especially in North, West, and parts of East Africa, there was a great relationship between them all, and a lot of movement, like people are still doing, where people traveled and do travel
Yep.
to mix with other cultures and grow their own culture. So I just wanted to underline that you got it right, my friend. I don't know your
The
name.
knock culture wasn't exclusively Igbo culture. The knock were the people who first
I didn't
melted
say that.
iron
I didn't say
in West
anything
Africa.
about the
Thank
knock.
you. That's my point. So if you're coming here to say any other thing else
Look,
that I
look, look,
said,
look,
you're just
look,
making
look, look.
yourself look
You're
like
just
a
trying.
fool.
You're just trying
So
to save face now. You're just trying
you're
to save
just trying to
face.
make me. You're just trying to misbook me just to make your point.
No,
It's
no,
a shame. It's a
no.
big
This is
shame.
what was
You
said.
know,
This
for
is
a big
because
man like
I
you,
know
it's
you
quite
don't like
embarrassing.
learning. I know you don't like
No,
learning. You know.
you're not allowed to learn because you like to misinterpret people and talk
All right, all
nonsense.
right, all right. You said that
Simple as
now.
that.
Thank you very
So
much for your
you just
poison.
said exactly what
Yeah,
I
yeah,
said.
yeah,
You just
yeah,
said
yeah.
exactly what I said. The
I didn't
knock
say what
culture
you
is
said
not
at all. I
exclusively
said that
the knock culture is
before.
not exclusive. It's not, exactly. They're not exclusively evil. That's what
The
I
knock
said. That's
aren't
my
evil. The
point.
knock aren't evil at all. We don't know who they were.
Exactly.
So what do you
Okay.
mean?
So they're the first people. So
You didn't
they're
say
the
what I
first.
said.
No, evil.
You said that they're not
No,
able.
listen, listen.
You said that they're not
No,
able,
no.
which is to say that
They're the first people who melted iron. They're the first
no,
people who melted iron in Africa. They
no, they
were.
weren't actually. They weren't.
They knock where?
There
They
were
knock
people
where the
in
first people.
Central.
They
There
were
were
the
people.
first people. You cannot come here
Wait,
and lie and
instead of
make stuff
arguing,
up. They're
you've
not.
made a comment. You've made a comment, and I'm saying that you're wrong.
Knock are the first Africans to melt
You
iron
saying
in
it
that
3 or
region.
4 times isn't going to change the fact that you're wrong, because there were people.
No, you are wrong. You're
Let
just
me
making up.
finish. Let me finish, and I'll tell you how I'm wrong. There were those in Merowe, and Central African, what the area that we call Central Africa today. There, if you research what's happened there, as far as iron smelting is concerned, it is before anything in Nigeria. It's before. So, you're just talking. You're just talking, trying to.
Exactly my points again.
I'm trying
I
to tell
think you're
you. I'm
weird,
trying to
bro.
tell you that
You're
the guy.
weird.
I know I'm weird. Of course, I'm going to be weird to you. I will be weird to you. I'm trying to tell you that the guy who mentioned. I'm trying to tell you that the guy who.
He only came here just to come and
No,
counter what I said. And he's
I already
actually
said
totally
that.
wrong. And he's just making my point.
Look, I've already said that, right? I've already said that. I know it's
All
only
right,
you.
all right, Mr. Cleverman.
I haven't finished. You're not gonna irritate me. What the guy said about eastern part of Nigeria and the slag heaps that have been found there are older than Benin, older than Yoruba. I'm a Yoruba person. I know. I've done this research when I was 10. You understand? You just coming into it. But that's not to say anything. All it is I don't know why he didn't let that guy speak. I have no understanding.
Oh, okay. So here you guys go. Thermoluminescence is the other dating technique. It's radiocarbon biology, which Sheikh Anta Diop developed, and then thermoluminescence, which is more for inorganic things. It's more for dating stuff like iron and that kind of thing. And the radiocarbon is, I think, more better for biological stuff. So, which is why when the argument now, the controversy is that they radiocarbon dated the sites in Legia, I think, in somewhere near Eboland, and
Correct.
the argument or the controversy is that thermoluminescence dating is dated stuff earlier than that or something. So that's one of the little
You see,
controversies.
what was found in Igbo? What was found in Igbo land? It may not even be Igbo. You know, because
Thank you. I
as I
clap for you,
said,
Gadu
people,
Jago. Jago, I
people.
clap for
Wait,
you.
wait,
Thank
just let
you.
me finish, bro. Just let me finish, please. You know, I don't need your voice in my line at all, really. anyway, anyway, um,
Thank you.
people were moving around a lot, and there's a lot of discrepancies between these three regions and tribes as to who was where and who went where. And I tend not to take it too far to heart. But when you do look at these three, the ironworks from these three, there is a difference in sophistication between the three of them. And you could even largely see the characters. When I say the characters, how the people behave, the cultures of the people within their design. Yeah, you can see that. It's clear. Mm.
Thank you. I maybe I should have let you speak, Jago. Carry on speaking. I agree with you.
But Jagu, can I
Seriously.
ask you a question?
Sure, please.
On the topic though, what is your opinion about the Ousmane Sonko Dai file situation, and what role do you feel that the elders and leaders play? Because a lot of people like to point the finger at the common man, but the elders are often praised and worshipped, but they're always absent
Actually,
when it's key situations like this.
yes. I think it's a great question in terms of not even the actual specifics of the individuals involved, but it's about responsibility. And I'm at the point, you know, I'm 50-something years old now, and in my younger days, I've always been doing business. I haven't worked for anybody in 30 years. I worked in corporate London, and I came out of it to start my own business. When when I got the taste of business, I started to do for myself. It's a shame that we who are not necessarily politicians have to all become somewhat political. We all have a responsibility to ourselves as African people in the diaspora. And we have a greater responsibility to the diaspora, the Africans back home. The what's going on in Senegal can go on anywhere. It's politics, and you know, individuals are greedy, whoever they are, in whichever level they're involved with. I've put forward. I'm sorry if I'm going slightly off track, but I'm just trying to say that each of us on this platform can't really be using it as play. We can't afford that. We have to either be using it as real knowledge seeking and how to make clear decisions of our own. Because we're involved. I'm afraid we're involved. There's a lot of people that think, I'm in London, in New York, I'm in New Zealand. I'm too far away from the action. I'm not involved. No, no, no. That's not how to look at it, I'm afraid. You know, we like pointing the finger. We like telling each other off. We like all these kind of things. But contribution, collaboration, this is what is actually needed at this time. I don't know if that answers your question in the way you want it, but I need to put across that we have responsibility. We can't shirk it.
So are you
Yeah.
are you saying?
Okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Principal.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Principal. Let me tell you one thing, right? What's going on in Senegal, as I said to you in the past, you know, is all. It's there's nothing. It's nothing. It's just what you see is what it is. You know, it's all a realignment. That's what's going on in Senegal. But you know, my only worry with this current situation is they came through populism. You know, when you come to populism, you know, most of the time you don't have policy, and it's very dangerous, you see, because the expectation of your supporters can be quite high. So you know, it's about delivery. If you cannot deliver, you know, with that high expectation, the letdown is very big. And if they continue like this in this trend, eventually the support is going to see through them, and they might not like what they see, and they vote them out. And I think that's what might happen if they continue in this trend. That's my current take. But someone on the chat said they know a lot about Senegal. They might want to come on. I don't know if Dan is there. They can bring him on. Well, there was a Senegalese brother yesterday that was here who knows quite a lot. He
And he should
actually,
come up. He should come up. But Africa,
yeah,
if you claim
yeah.
it's just a simple reshuffling or whatever, if that's the case, then
Mhm.
why don't they make that public to create a more cohesion and a calm amongst the people rather than trying to make it seem like a major divorce or a major split. You know what I mean? The lack of communication of this quote unquote like gradual chair shifting or political positioning shifting is causing a
Mhm.
rift within the community. You don't think that's a problem that can lead to a further problem down the line?
Yeah, again, I'm not Senegalese. I'm just speaking on based on what I heard because I do go to the restaurant a lot and I socialize with them, and what I heard that is nothing. And to me, looking at it from my point of view, I think it's they're trying to adjust some policies. The thing is, one thing I know is between the two. Sonko is very is put like more of this Pan African mindset compared to the president himself. He canceled loads of mining contract when he came. And when he do that, the income is gonna be low, right? Because obviously there's not gonna be enough money, to go around. So by canceling those mining contracts, and you have big debt, and also you have big expenditures because they want to run a big government. It's gonna be it's contradictory, and
Uh,
he probably gonna be there. Sorry.
Dan, is you still there?
You think Sanko's going to want to join if he
If
becomes
you don't,
president? You think he'll want to join the AES?
No, I feel it'll be 50-50. I don't know. That's one question I cannot answer because I don't know. But I
I think it's
think
a stretch. I think he might
it'll
want
be a stretch.
to
Senegal,
show some
yeah.
camaraderie, but to align with them, I don't know if the Senegalese people.
it depends on
Allow
the
it.
people. It depends on the
Yeah.
people.
Let me
Right.
let me
Right.
ask you a
And
question, if I may. You see, I see where the questions are going. I'm trying to work out everybody's point of view. Um, but do we, or two things? Do we really believe, as much as the signs have been good, do we really believe that AAS are going to be the ones that lead West Africa to a political platform that makes sense? Do
well,
you,
it's not going to be ECOWAS. That we know.
oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. I asked about
Yeah.
AAS.
Okay.
And it's not
I
going to be
I
the
believe.
AU. It ain't going to be the AU
Yeah, I
either.
believe. Yeah, I believe the AES is a direction where Africa could be or should be in the future. It is pointing the finger at the direction where the rest of the region should follow. That's how I see AES. Okay, sovereignty. Even though it's tough, put your head down. Get a lot of what they call voluntarily the volunteer services. Activated because there's not a lot of money to go around. And use what you can to some extent, the only bit I don't agree on, but that's my own political ideology. I don't believe in nationalization pro max. You can nationalize some sectors like water, electricity, like some of the mining contracts, mining companies with like the critical minerals. I believe that should be nationalized. If they can actually continue the consistency in keeping those mines,
Al,
working and making money. Yeah,
can I ask you? I don't know if you seen what's going on, but in
yeah.
particularly Burkina Faso, they have a
Hmm.
lot of private investment there from other Burkinabe that came
Yeah,
from different parts of the world. There's some of the big
diaspora.
companies, real estate, some electric car company. Those are private companies,
Right. So
right?
you
So
see exactly.
I
So
don't see there's no problem in it.
no, I mean exactly. So public and private partnership can work, really good if it's well managed. That's not a problem. But all I'm saying is, yeah, I missed my thought there a little bit. So all I'm saying is the AES, they how they are and how the direction that they go in terms of sovereignty. I think that's where the entire African continent or the region should be following. And if we want to be free, because as I said, I couldn't believe it myself, and I'm still trying to get this, sink in that um, the UK, the Telegraph newspaper, is actually warning the UK government that the UK is missing out on the news scramble of Africa.
Yep.
And these are the
I
things
saw
that
that.
you read. These are the things that you saw that, yeah. These are the things that
Yes.
you read in back in the days, like in 100 years ago. The paper is telling the paper is actually telling the government you are missing out on the news scramble of Africa.
So,
Man,
so
man.
they're blatantly saying what they're doing. I mean, Rubio said that in Germany when he was
Well,
telling it.
this is why I wonder about our thoughts of urgency. Because if we really understand what time it is,
Right.
these things are all predictable. The writing is on the wall. It's been on the wall for an awfully long time. That
Mm.
we as Africans, uh, we stand the risk of being re-enslaved. And if you look at what's happening in Venezuela and Iran, then you can see that they're using power without the law. They're just using power to do exactly what they want. So who is it that can be?
They're not getting
Wait,
past Iran, Shagun. They ain't getting past
no,
Iran.
no,
They
no,
might,
no. Don't worry,
that's out
wait.
there.
Look, hear my analysis. Hear my analysis. Look what they have done. Completely illegal. It doesn't belong anywhere. It shouldn't be in our history. It's like they went there and did that. But they've now done it more than once, more than twice. So when we look at ourselves in Africa, the more power and sovereignty we gain, the more defense we actually need for ourselves to make sure that they don't run roughshod again over us. Because it's going to happen. They're positioning themselves for it to happen.
As
Sometimes our
long as we
discussions,
It
wait there,
is Shagun.
as long as we're
Shagun.
divided by religion, by tribes and regions, it will happen. That's a fact. As long as
Any
that's going.
African country that allow that to happen again deserve it.
again, I don't take away
Okay.
from what you're saying. I don't take away from what you're saying. All I'm saying is that if we believe that anything other is going to happen than what we're already seeing, then are we deluded? I'm looking at us and how we think as individuals. It's all very well to speak about any of these characters that are in global positions, but you see, for any of us, especially here in the UK, especially in the diaspora anywhere, really, especially America and the UK, if we make a move, the fact that we speak English, if we make a move back home, we can, if we're smart, we can gather pace and gather position.
So
And
do that.
go. Sorry.
I'm actually waiting for. I'm actually waiting for you to actually start the process, Shagun.
Well,
To be honest with you,
I'm doing my thing, brother. And what
to
I've
be
noticed,
honest with you, yeah,
I tell you what I've noticed. Sorry, my brother, you go ahead.
yeah. To be honest with you, the way we're gonna prevent what you've just said from happening is by making the AES more stronger, by more countries joining and making that alliance much more stronger, So yeah,
I
I think
agree
that's
with
the
you.
blueprint, that's the blueprint for the whole continent to follow. But it's like it's on a test run at the moment. What's going on with the AES is like a
I
test.
tell you, I mean,
So we
everybody
have to
would
see if
agree.
it's gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Because I think a lot of African countries are just a bit apprehensive to to join that the AES.
They wouldn't be. They wouldn't be if Nigeria had a proper leader. Nigeria, all that they need to make AES, or forget these names, to make West Africa and the Francophone countries make sense. If West Africa, if you take the geography of West Africa and you include those Francophone countries, Gabon, Central African Republic, and Chad.
Yeah.
Now that geography is the size of China, the size of the US. in
That's
terms
true. Yep.
of lands. And then it has a great population potential in that region in its whole. I one region would be one of the fastest moving economic regions in West Africa, in the world. I'm sorry.
That's true. That is
If
true.
we've
You
got,
know, I
you
don't
see,
disagree with that.
it's process. It's all process, and whether or not people are actually thinking about what they can do, because there's the amount of money that we need is enormous. However, in Europe, in America, we've got the money. We just don't realize it. We've got the money. I've got.
Yeah. So
Let me put this.
How can you develop? How can you have the problem we have in Africa at the moment is lack of, we don't have, number one, we need to enroll what they call national army service. Young kids have to go in the army. They need to learn they need to learn skills, like they need to learn trade. They need to learn about
that's something I
technology.
agree with.
You're saying that like it's an impossibility. All that
No,
is
but
just
I'm
practical.
not saying. I'm just saying, right?
No,
So
it's
these
cool.
things
I'm
need to
just saying all that is just 1 and 1 is 2. You have to,
Yeah,
as I've said it,
it's a
that
must.
you firstly you're going to need a strong economy, and then
Mm.
as that economy grows, you grow your security and all your security measures. As that is
But,
growing, you make sure education is in
but
place. As that is
yes,
going,
but the thing
you
is,
make sure that there's
yeah, but
health.
the thing is that there are other countries out there that are making sure you don't have that strong economy.
We
There are
we
other
know
countries.
we know
To be
this. You
honest with
see,
you, we don't have that
So how do
time.
you do? How do you
We
deal with that?
don't
That's the
really
thing. How do you
that
deal with that?
time that time
One second.
is not
How do
on
you
our
deal with
side.
that issue? How do you deal with that issue? That's the
wait there.
question first. Because
Time is wait there.
you can actually try. No, one second. You can actually try to build a good economy. We haven't been short of building good empires, very wealthy empires in the past. Okay, in
No,
West
no,
Africa, throughout the
we
region.
can't look.
Right,
It's something
right.
you say
Wait
that a
one
lot,
second.
and I don't know
No, but
that's the.
listen.
No,
Okay,
no, you said it to everybody.
we had in the
Everybody's
past.
heard it.
Yeah, yeah. So
I think Turkey and
what went
Cuba are going
wrong?
to be the next countries to fall.
What went wrong? What went wrong is that we did not defend our empires. So you can build wealth if you don't defend your wealth in this day and age. It's irrelevant because you're gonna have someone else that's gonna come and bully you, take it off you. We know what's happening in the world. It's happening globally. We actually just narrated it
I
earlier.
can't follow.
There's
I
a
can't.
sense of urgency then.
What is
There's a
irrelevant?
sense of urgency, basically,
Huh?
where we need to
You said it's
make
irrelevant.
movements
I didn't understand
the
what.
Sahel Alliance. There's as
Not just the
basically more
alliance in the
African
United
countries joining
States.
the Sahel Alliance.
We might be facing a civil war in the United States with these crazy white folks here. So it's not just Africa.
Yeah.
The
It's
whole world.
wherever we are on the planet.
Look, it's here in London as well. It's here. The far right are taking,
They're taking
they're
over.
really
They are
taking
taking
over. Do you
over.
understand?
See,
So
They are taking over.
it's here in London as well. It's not just
it's time for Africans to throw down or sit down.
Well, this is it.
Yeah.
This is it. And
And when
I
listen,
feel.
what's
I
going on in
feel.
Africa, people can talk, people can say what they want to say. And when that battle line is drawn, we know what is what. And I know for a fact, some part in Africa is more vulnerable than the others. And some people have a different mindset.
For me, we can't fight no one. We can't.
Yeah.
We can't fight no
We
one.
gotta make a cup of tea.
Yeah. Might as well. You might as well go and do
Let me
that.
go.
What do you mean we can't fight no one? What do
We
you
gotta make a
mean?
cup of tea.
You said that now. Go and make your cup of tea. I don't know why you have to disturb everybody. Anyway, I can't see there's any one African country that has the level of planning, fortitude, character
sophistication
as Iran. None of us have
the
it.
military sophistication. You're saying
we don't have it.
We don't. That's true.
Africa is bigger than Iran, and
It doesn't matter about
coordination.
It's not the size. It's
in terms of our
there's
technology.
There's no country that could have stood up to USA bombing as the way
the LGBT
Iran has just done
mindset.
it. None.
These are weak. Some mindset. Some people are just weak.
What are you saying that
If
for?
You understand what I mean?
Back up
if
what you're
Haiti,
Because
saying.
the reality,
if
the reality is the reality is
The
we had the
reality is that
USA.
the Fulanis can do it.
We
the
had
You
reality is if
idiot.
oh
Haiti could
god.
beat
See,
Napoleon's army,
you're so low
I
IQ
see
Yeah,
when it's
right,
fighting
it
them.
beat
all right. Make
Napoleon's
yourself happy.
army,
Make yourself
right?
happy. Damn
Shogun,
You're
fool.
so low
If
IQ.
what,
You
Haiti
what
can't
he
you
could
was
can't wait
beat
to
saying,
bring
yeah.
Napoleon,
tribalism in there.
if Vietnam could beat United
Listen.
States,
Hey, listen,
then
hold
we
on,
have a chance.
listen. What he was saying in terms of military technology, that's what he was saying. Not in terms of like the will for the people to fight. Yeah, we can fight. We know that we can fight. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of matching
Thank you. At least a man is
capability,
speaking, not a
Yeah,
mouse.
but it's okay.
in terms of capability, yeah, that's where
Mm,
we
mm.
lack. Yeah, in terms of military.
Until
That's it. That's
Let
what
me
we're
t-
saying.
that's built
let me tell you one thing.
with the help of some
Let me
little
tell.
friends that we have, it could be
Yeah,
done.
Yeah,
it could be done, but
yeah.
we need to do it
Thank you,
quickly. There's
Tahaka.
a sense of
Exactly the point.
urgency. That's why I said there's a sense
Thank
of
you, Tahaka.
urgency.
Thank you. That's the mindset
It's
I
not going
know.
to be alone. There's people out there that will sacrifice for African people.
That's it, blood.
Right.
Okay,
That
Thank
can
you.
be. You know, we've
Thank
got that
you.
there. We know we got that
and
spirit. You know what I'm saying?
we either defend ourselves
Thank.
or we die. It's as simple as that.
Simple as that.
Defend
Simple as
ourselves or
that.
die.
That's why I never see since I was born. I never associate myself with cowards.
Hey,
I never
I got,
challenge
You,
myself. Never.
let me
you're a
read the super
coward.
chat. Gerald
You're a
Stevens, thank you.
verbal
Hold
coward,
on,
me.
Jabu. Hold on, Jabu. Thank you for the $5 holla for Gerald Stevens. Go Dogs. Alabama sucks. Babalico 9354. Thank you for $10 holla. Shout out to the panel. I don't think the host like AES. I like AES. All right, go ahead.
Go dog.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yes, Babaliko. Yes, we love it. We love the. He was talking about the some of the panelists earlier. The AES is here to stay. As I said, it's a direction that most African countries going to follow,
Are you
and
gonna repeat yourself?
we know the type of people that are against the AES. We know their mindset. We know everything about it. They will actually, pretend. They're pretenders.
Oh,
And they're not born. They're not born.
wonderful
The
submission.
testosterone level is very low. Emotions are very
Wonderful.
high.
Wonderfully said.
Pass the
Excellent.
mic.
Excellent. Jed. Anyway, you see, guys, what I've got out of this conversation are a couple of things that a couple of people have said that makes sense to me. Somebody spoke about urgency, and I like that word because it means that one is aware that these things are in planning. They're in planning, and the plan that they've got is much further than our discussion is. Yeah, our discussion isn't near where their plan is. So the fact that people have planned, and we all know, living in the West, you can't do without planning. We're adults, and we live in the West, and we know what our lives is. Those who went to school and studied, that's a part of planning. It meant that when they left school, they had the papers that they needed to tackle the craziness of living the life in the West at a different level. Those who didn't plan, and in their not planning, they can be found on most street corners of our localities. So all these things are just 1 on 1 is 2 at the end of the day. But if we're going to argue that without planning we are going to achieve anything, then I think that what are you lot talking about? You should stop talking. You're not going to achieve anything. You're not going to wait. Please. I just want to put this across, if I may. We're not going to achieve anything without a plan. And the way these discussions go, that I listen to from time to time, I came on board, as I said today. Normally, I don't really come on this platform. I'll listen. You know what I mean? You guys can squabble, but sometimes it's trying to get things accurately in place, because you can't go from zero to hero. It doesn't happen. We know it doesn't happen. What you have to do is plan. You get me? And if you haven't got the people around you that you can plan and grow with, then there's no point. We come on here just to have a great chat.
But Sugar, let me ask you something. Is you said we, right? Is the AES country plan?
I believe they did something very strategic. And when you're doing anything strategic, you have to put planning into it. Yeah.
Right. So they are planning. They are
There is
planning.
no we in West
The
Africa.
other
There is
plan.
certain group of people, and there's other group of people. I know for a fact. Everybody got their own agenda in West Africa.
Why didn't
But
you
for a
let him
fact,
finish? Why didn't you let him finish? Before
can you just me? Can you? I'm
No,
not
no, but
talking
he
to
was
you,
talking
bro.
and you
Why
interrupted
are
him.
you so? Why are you so
All right, fair enough.
emotional?
Do as you please. Do as you
Why are
please.
you so emotional? Why are you actually so
It's not
emotional?
emotional.
Listen,
I put a
I know
question
your
to you.
level of hatred. Listen, I know you cannot hold your emotion at the level of hatred you got towards me,
Whatever
bro.
that means, I
It's
don't know
not a
what that is.
secret, right?
I'm just
Yeah.
saying that
But
why are
it's
you
people like
Who
talking
are
you
like
over
that keep me
somebody?
friends?
breathing
Y'all
every
act
day.
like y'all been friends
It's
forever.
I don't know the guy
You
anywhere,
too.
but he just got some personal issue, man. Like I'm his fucking like I'm his
Where,
brother.
so
Are you
where
gay or something, bro?
You
Are you
you
gay?
don't know
A
yourself. You
man,
don't know
where
yourself.
are
come up.
we?
Are you gay, bro? Are you gay?
What does that
You
mean?
behave
Oh
like
God,
You're trying your best.
honestly.
You're
Jesus.
You
trying your
behave
best.
like some chichi boy, man. Grow
Only
up.
only you
Oh,
would
Let's
know.
get
Only
back
you
to the
would
You
know
say
the
you're
topic.
answer.
Let's
50
get
years
back to
man.
the topic.
You
brotherly
Only
said
you
you're
would
love,
50
know.
years old, but
brotherly
you behave like a
love.
child.
Yeah, all
Come
right.
on, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
Grow up. If you got
you
some
act
children,
like
if
brothers.
imagine the children are listening to you right now, they'll be embarrassed of you, bro. Come
Yeah, all
on,
Oh
right.
God.
grow up,
Yeah.
grow a
Okay,
pants,
so here's
You
grow
the
up to
said
point
a
of view.
man.
Here's the
you
point of view. Can I give a point of view? Point
wasted
of view.
one's time.
So
You
here's the
just
point
No,
of view.
because you
Here's the
keep
point of view.
interrupting. I'm talking
you
rubbish
was
when
the
you
one
when
who
I'm
I've been quiet. I've
talking.
interrupted.
been
I
quiet.
was
Let me
asking you
get it.
why
Let me
you
get a
Okay.
word in.
interrupted.
Let me
I
get
was
a
listening to
let me
that
get a
guy.
word in. Let me get a word in.
Guys,
I was
All right.
listening to you,
You're
bro.
letting a young
Get a
Carry
word
on.
in.
can you
you're letting
stop
a young
Let me
it?
man
get a
like me
word in.
speak to you
Guys,
like that, bro. You're letting a
guys,
young
look,
man
let me
like me
ask you a
speak to you
question.
like
Let
that.
me ask this
Don't
question.
Can I
tell
get a
don't
word
tell
in?
what
Africa,
type of man
Africa.
you are.
Africa,
Yeah.
Africa. So listen,
Can I get a
listen.
word in? Can I get a
Listen.
word in? Can I get a word in?
Let the guy
Just
So
quickly,
finish
so
what he was
here's
saying.
an
two words,
analysis.
two
Here's an
words, two
analysis.
words. Then you can come in.
Two
2 words.
words.
Okay.
Turkey
So
and Cuba. Those are going to be the next places that they invade into. Is Turkey and Cuba? It's happening. It's going
that's
down.
true. That's true. So
And
my question is,
Not
my
Turkey,
thing is,
bro.
yeah.
It'd
Look,
be a
look,
world
my
war with
thing is,
Turkey. It ain't
how
gonna
do
happen with
we?
Turkey.
Just two things, yeah. How do we, yeah, as people on this panel, how do we plan and contribute, yeah? And how do we, how do we contribute to our
Good,
security?
my
Yeah,
brother. Good question. I
our
think.
safety and our security. How do we do that then?
Look,
That's my question to you lot on the panel.
I
How do
feel.
we start? How do we contribute?
I
Is
heard
it
you, man. I heard you,
how
bro.
how
I heard you,
is
bro.
it the little
think
that we
tank.
do? How
Bro.
You can start by
Stop.
supporting the AES.
Well, that's one. But
That's
Bro. The man that is calling for my
you know
road,
what's
man.
interesting? What's interesting is that one shouldn't overly repeat themselves, man. When you say how and you put the question, I heard you and understood you, and I believe it's a good question. You see, it depends on who you can rely on. Who can you rely on? It doesn't take an army or 20 people to create a plan. Normally, it would take about 2 to 3 good people with good people who you can rely on. And if you work in such a team like that, you get shit done. I'm telling you, you get shit done. Firstly, as in accordance to planning. And if you're planning, understanding that you're in a place like the UK, then you have to understand that UK is going to a position where within 5 years we are going to be living in a cashless society. That's how we're going. And unless you've got a plan for that, you talk because you know that they're trapping you here where you are. Yeah, what's going to happen to Africa would happen in the West first when they're going to lock the place down. You know, during COVID, it was easier to be in a country like Nigeria than a country like this, where so many people were following the rules. It's very difficult to follow those rules in Nigeria. You have to come out. You have to. If you haven't got a mask, you have to walk about and do what you got to do. Otherwise, you're not going to eat that day. That's how drastic it is. You understand? So ivermectin as well, which is something that is actually good for all these diseases, is available back home. It's not.
I'm still waiting for the answer.
What I'm putting forward is solutions right about now. You know
I'm
what I'm
still waiting
saying?
for the
England is
All these
answer.
done. England
discussions
is done. Stop talking about England. They done. They're
from
All right,
all
crazy.
from all
all
these
right, all
I'm
right,
still
discussions.
guys,
waiting
I'm
for the
guys.
coming out.
They
answer.
make
I'm
they
talking about
make it a
solutions,
they
mate.
make it a resting up the behind by next year. Okay.
Okay, okay. Guys, now tell me this. We're being practical. We want to know how you can support either AEF or you can grow from where you are now in the UK, particularly to being able to be back there. Yeah, financially, you're gonna need money, a lot of money. You're gonna need money. You know, I don't want to expose my plan or what I'm doing necessarily, but I'm going to tell you, you're going to need money.
Just make sure you get out of England, bro. That's
Yeah,
all you
don't.
know.
You see, I'm tidy back home. I'm tidy. What I'm
Okay,
worried
good.
is that financially, can you please don't
England is
financially being here in the UK, I know where there's financial gaps, where we have to do what the world is doing, which is literally to grab money. And when I say grab money, I don't mean stealing. I'm telling you that there's money in this country. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. I'm telling you guys, if you don't have a house or a mortgage, go and get one. And don't get one, not to get yourself in debt. No, to have a vehicle where you can pull money out of, where you can pull money from. You need a vehicle. £10, £10,000 ain't to do shit.
buy gold and silver.
We know that. We know about that one.
If you have that kind of financing,
we know about that one. We know about that one. But what I'm saying, yeah, in terms of what is it like, basically, you know, passing information to certain individuals within the African elite society, you know, like, you know, in terms of joining their infrastructure in Africa, you know.
They're not your friends. They are enemies, mate. You see, where Africa's concerned, where Africa's concerned, the reason why I wanted to be there now, I wanted to, you know, I had my plans and they didn't necessarily work for me the way I expected. I would have been in Nigeria 5 years ago, at least. Having said that, the plans are still on and my properties are still there. So I can make that move. It's just that I haven't finished doing what I'm doing here. All I'm saying to you is that the amount of enemies, the amount of backstabbers.
Oh, there's a lot of them.
Yeah. And you'll find more of them when you go back home. When you go back to West Africa, there's a whole heap of them. Having said that, I'm back there with the army. There's a few of us that are there back there already. But when I'm going back with an army of brains, not fucking assholes. Fucking assholes. I don't want fucking assholes near me at all. There's enough of them.
No, you want to take the critical thinkers, you know?
Yeah, man. What am I doing with bloody idiots? You know what I mean? What am I doing? So you have to know, all it is that it's going to be a great effort. And that's why I would come on a show like this. Because when I hear people who are talking sense, I want to show them that, look, your mind is in the right place. You're talking sense, brother. You'll think, and think with your boys, them. Because them man there, one, you know them better. Two, they've got your back. In these days, yeah, you don't know who's got your back, Starsky. There's going to be so many backstabbers. You see, before COVID came, and I'm just saying this as an example, before COVID came, I knew it was going to come. And I knew it was going to come a good years before it came. When it did come now, everybody was panicked around me, apart from me, because I knew what was going on.
So you was well prepared, basically.
Yes,
just
mate.
be well prepared
You
and
have to
well
be.
planned.
Yeah, because it will happen. And when it happens, you know, I was coming to the point of view, I was thinking, I don't believe it's even going to happen. You know, that kind of thing when you're just living your life. Because the first time I found out that the world is lying to us, a big, fat, dirty, stinking lie, I think I was 14. I was dazed for between 14 and 16. I can't even tell you what happened in terms of memory and monging around and overthinking and not really understanding what was going on. And then I read the Bible.
But look, this is what I'm thinking. Yeah, if they did say attack, like, you know, a place such as Africa, wouldn't they be like retribution here? You know, because obviously where there's a lot of diasporans out here, wouldn't they, like, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, let me give you these figures.
There'll be retribution, wouldn't there?
Let me give you the figures, brother. I used to operate a company called UK Black Links. It was a black business directory. And within this business, I did the research that told me the population differences within the UK.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Black people at that time were 1.2 million. I couldn't believe
Yes,
that
yes,
number.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
1.2 million to me was small. Now we're only about 2.5 million. Now, at that time, 1.2 million, we were spending 10 billion pounds a year. Do you know what that is?
10 billion pounds, yes.
Well, at 1.2 million, that means 1.2 million people were spending 10 billion pounds. You know what that means? That means those 1.2 million people have no business being poor. When I checked
True.
what the Indians were doing, the Indians, they were about 3.5 million at that time. They had 50, they had a 50 billion backup fund, and their
50
spend
billion.
power, 50 billion.
That's their purchasing power.
What? They can tell you just
Wow.
they can slap you in the face in the middle of the street and just keep walking, me, and you got nothing to say to them, Starsky. That's the difference between them and us. That's why when ourselves talking rubbish amongst ourselves, I don't like it. When I find ourselves looking at boasting and creeping around like kids, I don't like it. I think we haven't got time for that shit. We've only got time for structural thinking and structural belief, structural understanding. People have done it. We believe that we're watching TV still. You're not watching TV. This shit that we're doing is real. It's real
real
life.
now. It's real, isn't it?
It's real.
Yeah.
You don't be here pretending and talking shit. Nah, man. You see,
It's true. It's true.
of course it's true. Brother,
Yeah.
I don't know how people think. I really don't really understand the way people think generally, but they're not thinking based on heartfelt realism, truism, honor. Most people they speak from their ass. They're not speaking out of honor. People don't even know what it is to be a man these days. But I'm not your generation, so I don't talk shit, and I don't mean to be nasty or rude. But your generation has been through much more confusion than mine. Much more. Much
Well,
more
in
misinformation.
terms of economics, and everything else, I would say so. Yeah, and in terms of how economics has played in terms of purchasing power, then yes, I would say it's been a bit of a confusion. It's been a bit, But in terms of maybe certain generations from the 60s, yeah, in terms of where their dynamics were a bit different in terms of you acquiring assets. Do you understand? You getting assets like properties and everything else. It was much more easier in them times.
No, well, I could, yeah, I can say that. All I know is that all them youths out there, I don't know how they're doing it, but they're getting money. I don't know how they're doing it. Me, I think that how to operate in this.
So what you're trying to tell me is easier to accumulate.
No, I think it's much more.
Yeah.
I
There's
think you're
much more
right.
different ways. There's different
No,
ways.
hear me out, brother. I think you're correct. You are correct in understanding that it's much tougher than in my day. Well, in my day, it was still tough. And we weren't British, if you understand me. You guys who come in now, your Britishness is at a different level. We didn't count ourselves as British. Well, we would say British. We would never say English. When someone like me, if someone asks me where I'm from, I'll just tell them I'm a Nigerian star. Ain't got no time for no bullshit. I was a confident person as a Nigerian. I wasn't confident as a British. I didn't know what it even meant. So I came up to the point of understanding that when I've got a British passport and I can go where the fuck I want in the world. That's about it. So it's a club. Britishness is a club. But I can never be English. Just like an Englishman can never be a Yoruba. Never. So I don't want to claim what is his. I have what is mine. You understand? So this is why I'm saying it's more difficult. You guys come under more confusion than my generation. My generation, we kind of know who it is that we are. We were the first generation in this country, if you know what I'm saying. The firstborn generation from Windrush or whatever. The Windrush.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So we landed. I was born in Nigeria and I grew up here. Just to give you an understanding. Yeah, and there are people who are older than me like that and younger than me differently. You see, so what I'm trying to get is that for the 2 odd million people here in the UK, somehow get yourself a property, bruv. You know, most of the women I know, because the women have done a lot better in my generation. The women have done a lot better than the men. Most women have got a good job, black women, and they own their own homes. Most black men who are on their own, they're living in some council place talking about run-ins. Nice people, but that's what they talk. So, yeah, man, I just go out and do our running down the road. Fucking shit.
I
I mean,
understand what you're saying, you know. Understand. It's
when
a
I've
dynamics,
got
you know.
listen to this. I've got 7 girls out there, not girls, women. They're between 50 and 60 years old. All of them own their own house. All of them house is between 1 and 1.5 million each. All they need to do is bring out £100,000, and I've got a big plot of land for them in Nigeria, which we can build their house on. They don't even have to finish what they're doing. We're all heading back. We've got 5 years to make money in Nigeria.
Where's that? Is that in Dulwich or where's that? Stockwell?
What do you mean?
Where's that?
The properties.
Yeah, it's Stockwell, isn't it?
No, it's all over the place. People have properties, mainly in Southeast London. They have properties.
There was a bit of a boom with properties in Stockwell at
it's
one
just
point
like
where you could purchase for quite, you know, a reasonable
no.
amount.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about people who already have property and they've paid on their mortgage off. They've got no debts.
Okay, freeholds.
They can take 100 grand out of their yard
out of the equity.
Yes, and then take that back.
Okay. I understand. I hear you.
Because you need money. You need money, and you need serious money. You see me? Serious thing.
I understand what you're saying.
Do you God gift? Are you talking about those yards in Dulwich? Yeah.
Yes. You know what house I'm talking? Them Victoria houses.
You know.
Victorian
I got family. I got families up in Dulwich. I got families Sierra Leone. A lot of few Sierra Leoneans in Dulwich. Yeah. I was in West Dulwich last week. Yeah, I go there.
So you managed to? Did they manage to purchase some of the properties? Because them properties were going for quite like. I think
they used to live in one of my
back in
uncle
the 60s.
That's what I'm saying. You see in Peckham there are a lot of Sierra Leoneans who are one of the early settlers there that came there back in the days, isn't it? They managed to get opportunities. They bought some of their yards in Peckham, but then time think got worse in Peckham, innit? And Dulwich was the place where you can go and cool your head off, innit? And get away from all the dramas. You get me? So one of my uncles, he's a bus driver. He had like few daughters. You get me? You don't want to mix up in that situation, so he just went up there. He bought his yard up there, and today, boy, it's a lot of money.
There's a lot of money, because a lot of people bought properties in it back in the 60s, 70s, 50s, and it's they've really made a lot of money from it, but but it's all about contributing, contributing to the motherland, and definitely. We all know what's coming.
That we have. Yeah, you see the problem that we have, right? I work in a precision engineering sector in the UK, and I've been doing this for years. And the reality is, when we talk about moving to the next stage, we know, for example, that's the backbone of the West. Is the backbone of the West. Most of their jobs, when they talk about small companies, these are like the tool makers, people that make parts, bit for like they use the average lathe machine, and that's what I'm doing earlier. These are the sectors that I was saying earlier before people mimic me. These are the sectors Africa need to focus on first. Okay, if you can get all these young youths to go to these vocational sectors and learn how to use a lathe machine, learn how to cut, and basically do a bit of engineering work to start with. You can start from the army, take them in there and make them learn how to do some of these things. Trust me, bro.
Manufacturing. We're trying to say manufacturing weapons.
Yeah, quietly. Not manufacturing weapons, manufacturing things in general. Quietly, not loudly, quietly. Do it in the yards, in the back house, in the kitchens, just These are the things that we need to start doing. And I've been in this sector for like, let me say, nearly 9 years, right? And I go to different colleges. It's hardly any black kids in there, bro. All white kids. And
Really?
that's when I know, we're way behind.
Mm.
And the
Is that
reality
what?
is,
Would you mean the
sorry,
apprenticeships and what is it?
yeah, apprenticeship. Yeah, my oldest one is doing it now because
But
I
they've been
actually forced him to go
they've
into.
been doing that for quite some time. They've been marginalizing, like like
They'll marginalize
obviously,
you. They will marginalize you. Do you know the funny thing
yeah.
is, right?
But
Even the
they've been
old,
doing that for time,
yeah,
though. They've been doing that for
yeah,
what I'm saying.
the,
When I
yeah,
was
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah,
when I was
yeah,
growing
yeah,
up in academia, like
yeah,
like there's certain certain courses and opportunities, like it was obviously given to the
yeah,
that
yeah,
the
yeah.
group, what I'm saying, to the white people and
Bro,
everything else.
bro,
So
brother, brother,
exactly. So
brother. Let me just say
yeah.
this to
So
you.
basically, what I did, yeah. One
Let me-
second, Jacob. So basically, the this this is the direction. If Africa is going to even have one leg to stand on to deal with the issues that we're talking about today, is where they have to start. A lot of these kids need to get their hand dirty. They
Mate,
have to.
you
Is it
you
them?
you can't afford to say things like they didn't give it to me. You shouldn't say those things anymore in your life.
No, 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 no. But me,
No,
look,
I don't
look,
mean to
me.
rebuke you. I don't,
Look. I'm
my
not
bro,
old. I'm not
bro,
old. I'm
bro.
a mid-age kind of man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying
You can
when
tell
I
me.
was.
You can tell me. You're younger than
Hold
me,
on, hold
bro.
on. Let me say this. When I was
You should let
growing
me
up,
finish.
yeah, in terms of that opportunity, yeah, it was marginalized. Do you understand?
I'm not.
We was
We know. What I'm trying to put to you, and I think the other guy as well.
because I'm
Is,
past them stages there. I don't. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying to you, when I was growing up, sorry to give you a story. The bad man on the road, it seemed like he was in charge and he was running things. It seemed like that. But as a young man, I was involved in things. I had to educate myself, otherwise my parents won't talk to me. You know how it is. So I went through the system. And in going through the system, when I ended up in a boardroom and I saw how people in the boardroom behave, it was much worse than any bad man on the street. It was much worse. That man in the boardroom, they're the real bad man with a pen. And I'm suggesting to you that you're a man of intelligence. Africa was speaking about what he does and how he's skilled up and how he can probably train people. And this is what is needed. You need an army to do what it is, a personal army. And I say for him to speak about going into colleges and finding beer white people there, obviously it's England. You're going to find that. However, at the same time, I bet you there were enough Indians in there that he came across. I bet you there were enough Chinese that he came across. The Nigerians largely in the world, what our system is. We have to be educated. It's a parent's prerequisite. You don't get out the door without having some nous. So what is on offer to you out here? Just take it, brother. You go out there and you take it every time. Just make sure, because that's how we behave. We just go out there and take. There's no point in sitting around. That's mine, that's mine, that's mine. You're not going to win every war, but the more you skill yourself up in taking, the better you'll be off. Simple. The more you'll be able to build your plans, the more you'll be able to adjust when the right plan ain't there. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you just have to change your mind. Sometimes you have to change tact. You know what I mean? There's a lot to this. I'm coming to the end
You
now.
know, you know, you know, you know, you know what? What also held us back in the UK as black community, the roadman was looked up to as the man of the community. Instead of looking at the guy who went to university, who
Yep.
went and skilled himself up,
Yep.
like the girls, they will not look on you like you back in the days. Like when man was look at us a geek. I mean, most of the man them like you're a geek, bro. You going where you going to do white man business, like I'm thinking,
Well, this
nah,
is why
listen, I'm
this is
going.
why for us who are two parented, You know, we who have mommy and daddy there, you know, however poor your parents were in bringing you up, and they weren't all good parents. I would like to look on the brighter side of my parenting and look to where they were both very good. I can tell you about the rough side and the disgusting side and all. I can tell you. That's why I always say to any African that if you want to find out what's going wrong in Africa, look at your own family because all the answers are there. Don't have to ask me about shit. They have to don't point the finger at me. Point the finger at yourself, at your own people. Don't point the finger at me. It ain't got nothing to do with your upbringing. Nothing. You understand? If you're a lousy individual, you're a lousy individual. I didn't make that happen for you. You know what I mean? If you're fantastic, you're fantastic. And again, I didn't make that happen for you. However, it is important that what our parents gave us, and I know what most African parents gave their children, we have to hold that and build upon it. That's our job, not to spend our lifetime blaming our parents for our misgivings. We can't do that. We have to have adjustment where, you know, sometimes we behave like we're not. When I hear too much blaming on one side or too much finger pointing, I'm thinking, for fuck's sake, man. Because that's not how to operate. There's nobody's life who is perfect. Not one of us. This has to be accepted. We're men. We're not kids. And we've got a war on our hand. And
Anyway,
stand
what
to
I was trying to say, what I think what Africa was trying to say is that the new generation coming up, yeah.
He was he was speaking correctly for once.
Yeah.
Being that rudely. I don't say he was
he's saying that the new generation coming up, they're not in the colleges. You know, is that what you're trying to say, Africa?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he's saying. And it's true to a large extent.
I see them.
So if they're not in the colleges, where are they then? Where?
They're
This is a question. I mean, a lot of them want to go. You know, a lot of them are at home. You know, or a lot of them trying to.
They're looking for the quick money.
Quick money. But the thing is, right? Because I got my youth now, and I got my.
The problem is it's YouTube. Like everyone's on YouTube nowadays, isn't it? Everyone's online.
It's all about diverting them away from the bad friends, right? Like it's all about diverting them away from the wrong crowd, also, and guiding them to the right place.
I'll tell you this.
As a parent, if you can stick to your responsibility most of the time, the rest of your life and the kids' life will be easy instead of having to leave it to the teachers. You know what I mean?
Especially when you got kids.
I was brought up by my mom and dad, and you know I come from a big family. You get me? And I come from a very, very known family in Sierra Leone. My family will not count, you know, more than a few people in Sierra Leone that don't know my family. There's not one single government in Sierra Leone that have been to power that haven't been in my family home. Even the head of the military chief of the ECOMOC military troops who came to Sierra Leone from Nigeria. I remember as a young child, he used to come round. You know, I used to see him. I come from I come from a family where I can't afford to go wrong. You know what I mean? It's like,
damn, you know, son, you got some connections.
Yeah, but
you got some connections there, man. Africa.
Yeah, I come from I come from different background. So the thing is, I always have to watch over myself and what I do, and my children. I want to make sure they follow that step because. You know, some of our African families, they do talk. If they see you going astray, they will talk and they will demonize you. But sometimes it's not a bad thing because that keeps you in check, right? So, but over here, like some of the kids who are born here, you know, who are born in, you can see why the African kids are doing better than some of the other kids because of that tradition that lived on. You know, like my uncle that live in Dulwich. If you see his kids, bro, different to some of the neighbors. I don't want to go into, you know, but some the neighbors that he grew up with, like the kids grew up with a different mindset, even though they hang around, but they got their own mindset. Because I socialize with them a little bit. I observed them. Because I lived in Peckham. I actually lived in London. I decided to leave London for a reason. Because I don't want to associate myself. It's all to do with association. And One thing I must go back to, we need to get our kids to study engineering. We need to, like, send us in the diaspora, because in Africa you can say, you know, you can talk about all kind of stuff, right? In Africa, there's not a lot of universities in Africa that actually have the right equipment in there. Even if you're studying engineering, to actually teach you how to do these things. So you need to put your kids into engineering. If you have like 3 kids, make sure one of them, he doesn't have to go to university. Even this CME machine today, you don't need a lot. You can only go for like few weeks courses, and you can
You
actually
mean
acquire
stem
one.
cell? Yeah, stem cell.
Yeah, the CME machine, the machine that you can program, you can put
Yes,
as
yeah,
long as you know
yeah,
how to
yeah,
cut, measure and cut, you put them in there,
yeah,
you
yeah.
program the machine. It will make you got the pattern.
Mm.
You can make
But
any
anyway, I
piece.
understand what you guys are saying and everything else. I
Yeah.
understand, I mean, I've got like kids myself, you know what I'm saying? So I
Mm.
totally understand where you're coming from. But yeah, I'm just thinking that we need to prepare for this war that's
You need to
coming,
prepare our kids. We need to
Yeah,
prepare
yeah,
our kids
yeah, that's it. We need to prepare them for this war that's coming, you know what I'm saying? Because it is
for
gonna
whatever
come.
it is. If it's
It's
a
gonna come
war,
on a
if
continent.
it's,
'Cause You
you
see,
think
you
so?
already see what's happening with our
Mm.
political, our politics in this country. You know what I'm saying? You
Mm.
already know it's already messed up.
No,
Do you
yeah, it's
understand?
it's. Listen,
Yeah, yeah, and
I,
and
I
you know what's coming, man.
right.
You know, you
Do
understand?
you know
Yeah.
during the BLM
Jargon,
match?
you
Yeah,
know as
during the
well.
BLM.
You know what I'm saying? So we have to
Yeah, do you
prepare,
know?
even on the continent. Right now on the
Yeah,
continent, we're sitting ducks. You know what I'm saying? Because
yeah, yeah.
our
God gives.
infantry is
Sorry to
poor and
interrupt you. Yeah,
everything else. What
yeah,
you say?
yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. During the
No,
BLM
good.
match, yeah, when the BLM, yeah, during the BLM match, the mayor in this city is my good friend, yeah, and he's no longer the mayor, but he used to be. Now they promote him to the House of Lords, and
Okay.
his life was really threatening. Okay, people were
Who?
like, because do you know Marvin Rees? You heard about Marvin Rees?
I've heard of him. Yeah, yeah, I've heard. I've heard of that
He's
name.
a
Yeah.
mayor for Bristol. The mayor for Bristol. Yeah, he's a good friend of mine.
Mm.
I know him since you know I was young. You get because he used to date a girl. That's my friend, and also where I used to work. He used to come there all the time.
All right.
And so me, yeah. So when this BLM thing happened, because Bristol is one of the cities where they brought the Colston statue down, isn't it? And the people in the
Mm.
city were really mad at black people and the entire southwest.
Oh yeah. Yes.
I
Yes.
know. Remember? Yeah.
Yes.
You
Yes.
remember? Okay. So
Yeah. Yeah.
okay. So I actually because his neighbor is one of my friends. Geff, and Geff is a senior British military officer. And I used to go there and chill out. We used to have a drink and laugh, and sometimes we go to the
Mm.
local pub and stuff like that because I know the entire family. But
Mm.
I know exactly the what I saw during that time, and I know from that time it was around the lockdown. Okay, to now, I know this country. Okay, is no longer the same.
It's not.
The people's
It's not the same.
mindset is no longer the same, bro.
It's not the
I'm
same.
telling
It's
you,
not the
it's no
same.
longer not the same.
That's why.
You know,
That's
and
why I'm telling you that war's coming.
I've always been prepared, to go back to Africa a long time ago. But since then, I became more prepared. And before that, I haven't been to Africa for years. And after the lockdown, I went to Africa and I went and planned myself, and network around the region. So it's like, and I'm ready. You know what I mean? It's like you have to be ready because this
Mm.
place is gonna kick off one day. Because they right now they're gonna try and get that what's his name Andy Bonham in there. If he gets in there, okay, he might try and jiggle things around. But
Yeah.
if that
Yeah.
doesn't
Yeah.
work, if that doesn't work, they someone like Rupert Lowe, forget about Nigel Farage. The harder far right will get in. I guarantee you. And
Mm.
eventually, it'll be hell for us. It's gonna go back. It's gonna go back to
It'll
the
be hell, blood.
70s.
It'll be hell.
Yeah,
You can already
yeah,
feel it's going back to like the 60s and the 70s, the way
yeah,
that they used
yeah,
to, the way they used
yeah.
to operate and the way they used to
Mm,
do stuff, you
mm,
know what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
But yeah, there's a bigger, we have to look at the bigger picture as well, on the continent as well. I don't know where like America is gonna, move to next. Like, what I'm saying? So
You know, I I
it's
go to
either
America.
Cuba or
I go
Turkey,
to America now and
then it
again.
comes to us.
Like most of my family live in America. Oh, most of them. In fact, my late dad passed away in America, and because we left, most of us left Sierra Leone, you know, because of the war.
Mm,
And my mom, she's always there because she always travel there for treatment. She don't like. She used to live in America, but she moved back to Freetown. My mom don't like it over here, And
mm,
the thing is, when you live in these countries for too long, it's not good for you neither. It's not good for your mindset. It's not good for you, your kids. Like one big regret I ever made is to let my kids, the school throughout over here. They haven't break off and go to Africa and go to private school for a little bit and come back. Because most of my brothers and sisters in America, that's what they do. They send their kids to Freetown for like few years in a boarding school or go to private school, and school and come back. Because then
mm,
they get to see both sides of their culture, and they tend to have a bit more discipline. The
I
reality
see
is
what
we
you're
need to
saying.
get them, yeah, we need to give them that transition. If we can't give them that
Mm,
transition there, we're gonna fail them. And you gotta look at yourself as a parent, man.
mm.
It ain't gonna
I
be
mean,
easy.
to be honest with you, that's why a lot of kids nowadays are lost because they don't have that transition. You understand? So
No,
that's why
no.
there's been that type of problem where a lot of that like the generation like the generation after me, the
Mm,
ones that are like 18, 15, you know what I'm saying? That new generation that's
yeah,
coming out. That's why they're a bit
yeah.
lost because they don't have that transition, you know what I'm saying? That transition is kind of mad, you know. But yeah, I mean, yeah, totally understand what you're saying, You gotta there's certain things that
It's gonna
you have to
happen, bro.
implement, you know. But
It's
yeah,
gonna
so
happen. The right wing is growing fast, and the only help we might get, the only luck we might have, if to go back to the EU, and that's it. If this country remain out of the EU, bro, we're doomed. I'm telling you, bro.
you think so? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Mm,
crazy, you know. It's
yeah.
crazy. It's like them things that are going on. It's really crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Because
mm.
lately you've heard of all them like black women going missing and everything else, haven't you?
Well, in the
You've heard,
UK,
yeah, you've heard of that, haven't you?
yeah, of course, man,
Yeah. So
of
there's
course.
these
Yeah,
things there. You have to link it all up. You have to kind of
yeah.
link it together, like with what's happening
Mm,
in politics as well. You know what I'm saying? Because
mm.
their morals and equity is all going down. Do you understand?
I mean, look at
All
that.
the morals and equity is
Look at that.
going down.
Look at those twin girls that was killed in the park during the mixed race girls during the lockdown time. Around that time, remember?
Mm. But in
That was
the worst thing as well, most of these cases go on, they go missed. Like they don't even like, you know what I'm saying? You don't hear about
yeah.
them. You don't hear
No,
about them. So
no.
that's the bad thing, you know. But listen,
Yeah,
I'm
trust
gonna
me. Yeah,
Africa. Look, I'm
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
call it a day.
You gotta bounce. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna
Dennis,
call.
you there? Dennis,
Yo,
brother
Dinus.
Dan.
Dinus is
If Dennis,
sleeping, man.
if he's not there, stay for a little bit until he comes, because otherwise his shit is gonna be I don't know.
What,
Dennis, you
it's gonna
there?
be kept running.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's it. Yeah. To be honest with you, I think my best advice. You from Jamaica, innit? Your family. You said you
I've
got
got
Caribbean connection.
I got two. I got two. But my mum and things were like they went to school here and they grew up here. So you know what I'm
Okay,
saying.
so you got Nigerian connection. You said, innit? I think you or Ghana.
I've
I
got
forgot
one of
now.
them ones. Yeah, one of them ones there.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, bro, right now. We don't have a lot of allies in this country, but the
There
only
isn't.
allies that we have now, we have been shattered, bro. And I see a lot of black people joining the reform, and I'm thinking, what are you doing to yourself, bro? They vote like just this local election went past. Everyone is like, "Oh, the Reform Party." Do you think it's only
Yeah,
I'm black, so why can't I
that's
not?
because they're not well educated. They don't know what it is like. You know what I'm saying? They don't really know until like the day comes when they turn around and they switch on them. You know what I'm saying? So they don't really know. They don't know. They just
They,
think it's just a next political party. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Which is not just, it's not just any political party like this. This is a party who are gonna make implementations that is not in any foreigner's interest. Do you understand? Or any migrant's interest or anything like that. That's what it is. You know, but people, they don't understand, innit? So that's what it is. But they'll find out. You know, they'll find out
yeah, they will.
when.
Yeah, they will. You see, the problem is right. You see that woman, what's her name, Priti Patel. She was a Home Secretary, right? She was so distracting the white people about the boats coming over. When they know the boats that are coming over here, they're small compared to the legal migration. And what she was doing, she was letting so many Indian people coming from our country come to the UK, and
Is that what she was doing?
yeah, that's what she was doing, man. She blew off the whole fucking thing, and that's why this government that came in, they're like, oh, hang on a minute, you brought so much of your people here. Now we cannot really give them nationalities like that. That's why they extended the period. They can stay here before they
Mm,
can apply, for indefinite or their passports.
I
Because
see, I see, I see.
yeah,
But
yeah,
Indians are always doing that though. They're always like, they
bro,
always look after themselves first, you know. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. And I've
That's
seen the similar
that's
trend in
their
America.
business mentality.
Yeah,
You know?
but
Dynasty
you see,
there.
bro, Dennis. Yeah,
Yo, Dynast. Hello.
I think it's probably gone. It's probably gone somewhere. It's probably gone out because it's different time. See, that man got different time in the UK, in
Oh
America to us,
yeah,
innit?
yeah, they got a different time.
Yeah, different time zones, man. It's probably gone
I think
shopping,
it's
innit?
is it afternoon there? It must be like afternoon or
Yeah, yeah. Atlanta to the UK is like
time
about
zones.
6 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
6 hours,
time
isn't
zone.
it? Six, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, 6 hours, bro.
six,
Yeah,
7 hours, I think.
they got a big airport over there, man.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Have you been there before? You been to the States?
No, my family. I got family in Florida. I got family in Brooklyn.
Uh,
I got family. Yeah, I
okay,
got family all over the place. Like
okay.
yeah, like
Yeah, yeah. Most of my family lived there, man. My brother was down here,
what
but
in Atlanta?
yeah, Atlanta, Philly, Maryland. Well, Maryland is where a lot of the Sierra Leonean people live in.
Oh,
Virginia.
okay.
Yeah, I go there like sometime maximum every 2 years, but like most of the time every year I go there. You get
Well,
me?
you go to Atlanta.
Yeah, I've been to Atlanta. Yeah, quite a while ago.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I go
Yeah,
there
the
quite a
black
while
black
ago.
metropolitan.
Yes, yes, yes.
The Atlanta is black metropolitan, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know if it
Yeah,
still is. I don't know if it still is. It might be.
yeah.
It's
Someone said it's
either
only 9:30. Someone said it's only 9:30 in Atlanta.
yeah. There you go. There you go.
Maybe he needed to step away for a
Yo,
minute.
he's
Yeah,
got his kids, in it.
yeah. It's
He's
true.
got his kids. So like,
He
he's
does that
probably
sometimes too.
yeah.
He,
He's got his
he
kids.
does
So
that
like,
sometimes.
he knows he's, he's gonna go and do his
So,
thing, innit? He's gonna go and do his
so,
thing.
yeah,
So.
yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah,
So
that's
what
what I
do
was
you
saying.
reckon?
It's either
Yeah,
that black metropolitans either like now. I don't know if it's still Atlanta or is it Houston? Has it changed to Houston? You know what I'm saying?
yeah. There are a lot of black people in Houston there.
There's a
Apparently, I never been there.
demographic. There's a
Yeah,
huge
my mom says
demographic of black people.
Yeah, my mom's sister lived there, but I've never been there. Apparently, a lot of black people move to Houston, isn't it?
Houston, yeah,
Definitely.
Houston.
Yeah. I don't blame them, man. It's nicer and warmer, bro. The South is more appealing. If you live in the
No, they
UK
got.
under the rain,
Come again? What do you say?
I say if you used to live in the UK under the rain, bro, you want to be under the sun, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yo, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yo, for
Trust
real,
me.
yeah, man. You
Right,
get
bro,
me?
right now it's hot, bro. It's hot in the
But you
UK,
can't
man.
really,
Jeez.
you can't blame them, innit? Like, what's his name? 21 Savage. Like, they done that type of
Oh
transition. You
yeah,
know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah, 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 yeah.
When his dad
He left
came
soon.
from, like, and yeah, I think he's
He's from is it from Woolwich? Somewhere in London, isn't it? He's a London boy, isn't it?
he's what his dad.
Yeah, his dad is from London. I think his
I
dad is
don't
a
know.
Londoner.
I think he might be. He
Yeah.
might be from. Yeah, he's from the southeast though. That's what I know.
Yeah, Southeast man. Yeah, Southeast man.
Yeah, southeast.
You know what? Yeah, Southeast man. Yeah.
But I think
You
his
know
parents were born here, innit? His parents were born here, and they moved, innit?
I see.
Then they
Yeah, yes.
moved to. Yeah, they had him. Then they moved to Atlanta. You know.
And he was there illegally for years, isn't it? He was there as an illegal immigrant.
Supposedly he was
Yeah,
there for. But
yeah.
there's a lot of artists that have done that. What's it? Is it Slick Rick?
Okay,
Yeah,
yes, okay.
yeah, Slick Rick with a patch on his eye.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Even though I
Slick
don't
Rick.
follow UK, yeah, I don't follow them man too much, but
Yeah,
yeah,
Slick
I
Rick. Yeah, he like he grew up here as well.
yeah,
Like
that's
grew up here
it.
and made a transaction. Yeah, made a transition over to the States.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's easy to make it over there for some black brothers. I ain't gonna lie. But my cousin, he didn't like it. My cousin, he was like, please, help. He asked my brothers to help him, and to go over there. It's like, and my man went over there, got his, he he was only there for a year and a half. It's like, now I'm coming back.
Is it? So he said he's coming back to the
yeah,
UK.
yeah, yeah.
Really?
He live in Gloucester now, bro. He's lazy, bro. He's one of those guys
Where
that
was he
like
living?
work. He was living in Maryland, fam. He
Oh,
came back.
okay.
He came back and he went to France. Yeah, he married some girl over there, and he moved to
Is
Gloucester.
it? Yo.
He moved,
Okay, I see.
yeah,
I see.
man, fam. He
What was
had
it? What
enough.
was it? Was it what the weather or what? Why
Nah,
didn't he
man, he's
like it?
lazy, bro. Listen, the hours a man have to put in America, you can't afford it, bro. It's too much. It's fucking hard, bro. Man have to work for hours, bro. You see,
Yeah.
over here you can do over here in England, you can do like you see, let me tell you, see, sometimes we take things for granted, yeah, but if you've got a decent job, like when you can just clock in 37, 40 hours and you're blessed
Mm.
over here, right? As
Yeah.
long as you got decent money, you can pay your mortgage, you can pay your car finance and all the
Yeah.
bills, and if you still got pocket money left. In America, man, you have to do like 60 hours, man, like 50, 60 hours for them thing, man.
Yeah.
You know, it's,
50, 60 hours.
that's like they have to clock in the hours, bro.
There's 0
And he doesn't
hours.
like that. Yeah, you have to clock in the hours. He don't like it. And
Yo.
my mom was, yeah, he came back. He's like, I can tell he said he was so bored, everything. Life is more
Mm,
easier in Europe, man. Hey, let me tell you one thing, yeah. Even though man take things for granted sometimes, England is one of the best places, man.
mm,
If you got a decent job, you already
mm.
got your
I'll
mortgage
say,
done,
you know what?
almost done.
It used to be that type of place. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
it still is in
Where
a way. It still is in a way. In a way,
yeah,
it still
man.
is.
But
But because of the
there's been a lot of changes. You know what I'm saying? There's
yes,
been.
yes, that changes that we talk about earlier. I think that's what is making man feeling uncertain. All this
Yes,
reform
yes,
and all
yes,
these things
yes,
coming up
yes.
because
Because
they bring in laws. They bring in laws to make it harder for you to actually exist in this country. Man.
that's
And
what
the funny thing is, The funny thing is, I was expecting that to come from Reform or Conservative, but it's actually coming from the Labour Party. And I'm thinking,
That's what I'm
God,
saying, man.
if the Labour
So
if the Labour Party
they're
can
under
do that,
pressure, innit? They're under
yeah,
pressure because where, like, they've got that the reform, yeah, and reform are obviously winning votes, yeah, because they're against like immigration, and you know what I'm saying. So that basically lets like Labour, like it lets Labour know that, look, oh, you know what, we have to transition our like policies like into
right, yeah,
anti-immigration, anti-this, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so
yeah,
basically that's what it is. It's just that reform have put pressure on political parties like Labour for them to make silly policies and silly type of reforms. Do you understand? That's all
yeah.
it is. They're just putting pressure
No,
on the other political parties. Because they're seeing that, oh, you know what, their policies are gaining them votes. Do you understand? Just these local elections, the local elections where that was a telling. That was a lot, you know what I'm saying? Because they got lots of votes, so it makes Labour wanna like change real quick. They have to change
mhm.
for the general public.
Yeah,
Dynus, what are
I
you
see what you
doing?
mean.
Is Dynus, what's happening? Is he around or what? What's happening, Dynus? Yo, I'm gonna drop out.
Yeah, all right, Jay. Well, hopefully, is Dennis, are you there? Yes, because we still got 23 people live. You get me? Should have given him like 5, 10 minutes and see what I got in.
Uh,
Yeah. What do you reckon? Do you think Anti Bonham is gonna do it then, or no?
to be honest with you,
You
it looks like it, because
you think
Keir
so?
Starmer is kind of weak,
Yeah.
Yeah, Keir
And also
Starmer
the
is like, his outlook and everything else, his popularity is absolutely, it's like near to zero, isn't it?
yeah,
So that Andy,
and the
he's
guy,
just gonna come in
yeah,
and just sweep it up. You know what I'm saying? They need to do that
yeah.
anyway. If they don't do that, it's suicide. If they
No, I
don't do
agree,
that, they're not winning the next election. Let's just
and
put
they'll
it
be
like
gone
that.
forever.
They'll be
They will
gone.
be gone forever,
They'll be gone
forever.
forever. So they
Yeah,
need
I
to
know.
make some critical, critical adjustments, and that's like that Andy stepping in is just gonna
Yeah,
get all the people to move away from that Reform Party back to Labour. It's gonna win them. He's gonna win them votes. You know what I'm saying? So it's all a plan. It's a plan in motion. You know, it's a plan
it
in
is.
motion. Yeah. So definitely they will definitely bring that
Do
Andy
you know
in.
why? Do you know why I believe that? Because the guy that Reform got as a candidate, he got so many controversies behind him.
Of course.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, he's a weird guy. He's been, you know, saying loads of nasty things. He's been organizing like all kind of weird sexual orgies. He's
What
like
do you expect? Like, what do you think? What,
the
you know what
moron,
he
the
is
moron,
already.
the moron people. That's
You know where he's from. You know where he's from, man.
yeah,
You know,
God.
you know what he is. Like, you get me? You don't have to like, them guys they just put on face. Really and
Yes,
truly, they hide their true characters.
they're
You get me? Yeah, like
demons.
they hide their true characters, like all that
Mm,
stuff. Yeah, like they're just trying to look professional, but really and truly, they're just like they're what you
yeah,
you would call like professional skinheads.
yeah, they are. Yeah, 100%,
Yeah,
100,
that's it.
100.
All it is. They're just professional, like Nazis.
Yes, they are 100%.
That's it.
Yeah, 100%. They're Nazis, and it's coming out, and he's known. He's also talk about a lot of bad things about Jew people, and you know how they protect these people a lot. So I think
Mm.
Andy Bonham is going to win that by-election, and if you win the by-election, Keir Starmer is gone. I guarantee
And
you.
that's it.
And I hope Labour is going to go to the left if that happens, and then the country might back into the EU if they have any fucking common sense. Well, you know what I mean?
Hey,
Yeah,
man. I mean,
yeah,
for the past, like for the past like 10 years, yeah,
right.
there's just been like complete instability in terms of UK politics. Do you know how many times they've changed like political like leaders? Like,
It's
yeah,
mad, isn't
from
it?
it's mad. Yeah, so when you think about it, yeah, it's just
Mm.
that just shows you a lot, like, you know what I'm saying? Because there was Richie Sunak, there was
There was
Boris Johnson,
Boris, man.
then there
Yeah,
was like, this guy comes in. I don't know, it's just been Ed Miliband. There's there's been changes every time, like constant, like, like political leaders coming on, not for the full
mm,
term, just they'll be
yeah.
on for about, 1 year,
Liz
then they
Truss.
get replaced. They'll be on. Some will
Yeah.
be on for like what's it? Theresa.
So it was Windrush, Mrs.
Yeah.
Windrush, you know, Mama Lisa.
Mm,
That's how I call her, Mama Lisa.
yeah. So like
She's
she was on
evil.
for what, 6 months, isn't it, or what?
No, she was there for 2 years, I think, innit? It was
Is
David
it?
Cameron. Listen, I can never forget, yeah. I was chilling with my friends at the pub, yeah, because I grew up with a lot of Jamaicans. Right? I only had one African friend, growing up in the UK. Only one.
Mm,
I grew up with bare Caribbeans, yeah, and like Philly Jamaicans. I was outside the pub, and I remember this lady said to me, "You guys gotta go home. The tourists have got in." And she walked away. I thought, "What's she trying to say, bro?" When and then I came home and I said, "What's she talking about?" Because I'm not really full of politics. And she like, "The tourists have got in. You better go home." And things is gonna change because she's an old woman. She's a cleaner. This old white lady. Yeah,
mm.
because she obviously been here long enough to know the conservative. They're not party that's nice to black people. You know what I mean?
No, no, no,
So,
no.
and then I remember once me and my woman was walking through town, and we saw like all these politicians, their vehicles, their patrol coming through. That was David Cameron. He was in there with his wife, and he looked at me and my woman. Yeah, we both looked at him, and they smiled, and we was laughing at him because for the first time we see like important people in a car with sirens. And it's just weird
Yeah,
anyway. So then I thought, maybe this is ringing a bell. This is something going on, bro.
yeah, yeah.
Then
I
not
mean,
long,
they don't like conservatives. They don't work for the general people. They only work for like, business people,
yes,
elites.
yes,
They don't like really care for like, that the common
common man.
man. Yeah.
Nah,
So I think
they
that's
work
what
for the
shows.
national.
But
Yeah,
the demographics in Bristol, yeah,
yeah.
is it? I think it's more. Is it more Somalians or is it more like Jamaicans in Bristol? What
I
what is
think
it? Is it third generation or what? Second
to be
generation?
honest, number one, I think Bristol is the best city for black people in the UK outside London. That's
Really? Are
number
you
one.
sure?
Yeah, yeah, 100%, bro.
You can
Hundred
vouch for that,
percent.
yeah?
Yeah, I can 100% vouch for that. 100%.
What makes you say that? You tell me.
Yeah.
My
Right.
brother's been there. My brother's been there one time, innit? Because we was looking for like a property to like purchase.
Um,
Yeah, but,
bro,
but
if
it
you want to
wasn't.
bring your
We
family
didn't
up,
really. We went to
if
Wales
you haven't,
instead.
if Wales is alright. Well, it's a bit
Went to
poor.
Cardiff. Cardiff.
Cardiff, yeah, it's
Yeah,
alright. It's not as
Newport.
good as Newport is poor. Newport is poor. If you want to, Bristol is the second outside London is the best city, honestly, for black
Oh,
people. If you want to be, if you have a black family, it's the best place. Because what happened is Bristol got a very rich black culture, very
yeah.
rich black culture.
Yes, yes,
Very.
yes.
Bristol has always been a Jamaican city. Okay, I was in Bristol when the Somalis moved in, and the Somalis moved in. The Jamaicans didn't like it. They had a war with
They
the
wreck it,
Jamaicans for
innit?
years. Yeah.
So they wreck it up, innit?
Then they
Oh my
moved in,
God,
and
you guys.
yeah, Jamaicans are like this black like Mali boy. Them, yes, I mean, I like Mali man around me, man. Move, yes. You know, and so they was like cussing off the Malis. They couldn't let them in the nightclub. They used to have beef. The Malis are weird looking guys. Because when the first time I saw them, I thought, because I'd never seen Somalians before until I came over here, and I'm like, what kind of people are they? Because I never, honestly, even when I used to live in Southeast London in Peckham, I'd never seen Somalis. It's all African.
Really? Serious?
No, no. And when I moved down here now, and I'm like, why these people look different? Because the women's tied, they dress certain way, you know, they dress up, they tie their hair up, and you know that big black gown, and the
Yeah,
men's
yeah,
are
yeah, yeah.
skinny, you know,
The
with
way
certain features.
the hijab.
Yeah, and yes, and the men's are really skinny with certain features. And I thought to myself, this guy looks funny, man. But they stick, yeah. If you touch one, it's touch one, touch all, isn't it?
No, it's
So
always been
them,
like that.
yeah,
That's how they operate. That's how they operate.
yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
I mean, yeah. So what's the population in terms of what black people in Bristol? Is it like 200,000 or something, or quarter of a million
No, I think
in
it's
terms of
probably about
population?
300. Black people in Bristol probably will represent a good, probably 10% of the population, or even more, or 15.
10%.
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
10%. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I think in Bristol, the black people will make about a good.
But it's only a certain areas, though, isn't it? Like certain.
No, now they spread out. Now they
They're
spread
spread
out.
out. Okay.
Yes, now they
I
spread
thought
out.
it would be
Bristol
like
used to.
certain demographics,
No, 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 no. Black Bristol, black. No, it's my bad. It's 5.9%, but that's black British, not black total black population.
Oh, okay. So
In total,
mixing with other ethnic blacks, yeah, maybe it's
yes,
10%.
in total, the ethnic minority is like 18%, 18.9%. So that's a big number.
Nah, I'm here, but hey, y'all, we're gonna go ahead and
Yo,
we're
what
gonna
happened,
Yeah.
Diners? What's happened to you?
nah,
Where
I'm
you
here.
been
We'll
at?
go ahead and
You
we'll go ahead and
taking care of
close out.
business?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and close out. Hey, everyone, thanks so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe to the Next Time Family Dynasty. Search for Huru. Peace.
Peace.
Bless. God give bless.